Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, supper time. Hey, Marilda. Hey, Film. Hey, Jason. Hey, Maddie. Good morning, afternoon. Y'all know that. Y'all know the drill. Look, y'all. I got my mug. I haven't filled it with no coffee just yet because I was like, well, how is this gonna work? Like, I'm gonna probably need 5 of these cups in order for me to make sure that I get all my coffee. Like, y'all know I be having like 2 of these. So I'm like, okay, well, I can keep pouring it in here. Now, it will resolve one situation that I have, the smells on my top, right? So I can pour it in here and that'll stop the smells for me. So that's what I think I'm gonna do. Because I said if not, I'm gonna have to order like 10 of these or something because I'm gonna have them lined up again. So I'm like, I can drink this coffee in one little sip, y'all. Like, I don't play any games. I don't hold back with anything in regards to the coffee tip. Like, so this is the white one, as you can see. Ooh wee. So yeah, hopefully my shirt will be here soon. I hope. Keep my fingers crossed. So y'all make sure y'all go and get that merch. So we can all have our merch on, right? And I got me a notebook. I'll be glad when I come because I'm gonna need it. I need to take notes. Like, I need to be a note taker and take better notes. I almost need to make sure I take notes that I can read. That's my problem. I take notes and then I go back and I be like, who wrote that? Hey, SD, good morning. I be like, who wrote that? I wrote that. Oh gosh, what was I saying? What was I writing that down for? What was the purpose of that? Oh, I have to go back and redo it all over again because I don't know what the F I mean. So I don't know. For some reason, I didn't got back to naming our days of the week, and I don't know. For some reason, I want to call this a tricky Thursday. And I guess you can use the word tricky whatever way you want to use the word tricky. I don't know if you might be looking for a trick, if you want tricks played on you, if you tricking other people. But for some reason, today is going to be a tricky Thursday for us. I was like, I don't know. I don't know how I want to put this today because for some reason I feel like it's a trick out here. So you decide you want to use that word trick today for our Thursday. But yeah, I don't know if tricks is gonna be played on us or we playing tricks on other people. If we looking for a trick, if we tricking on people, you use it for whatever you need to use it for. But it's definitely a tricky Thursday. Good morning, Queen. Hey, Rachel. Let's see here. So we got our day 2 of our 2 juries, 2 juries, 2 defendants. I don't know why they on trial. I don't know why they just didn't decide to take whatever plea deals, but we are here. I am going to open up a room for the Georgia versus Trinity. Oh, there we go. Trinity. Oh, I'm not even gonna say it. The Paget Queen hearing. She's having a hearing this morning. So I'll open up a room so we can cover her hearing. And quiet as kept, I probably can pause this room. Big Gums. Bigums. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, my dude. Big Gums. You got that right, SD. Thank you. No, I don't know. Maybe Rachel, maybe that's why that came to my mind this morning because I was like, God, today feel like a tricky Thursday. But I don't know if I'm looking for a trick, if I'm tricking on somebody. Did somebody trick me? Am I gonna trick somebody? Like I said, use it how you want. And that's all I can say. I'm gonna give you the word. And you figure out how you want to utilize it. But it's not in regards to Diddy. We're gonna say this Diddy stuff for tomorrow, right? Because if y'all get me on that tantrum, we never gonna get into court. We won't get into court, and y'all don't want that. I don't think y'all want that, but maybe y'all do. Y'all probably don't never care about getting into court. Let's see here. Okay, so I am going to. I like trials when they show me pictures, guys. Like if you show me some pictures, I'm all in. I don't care what you got going on. So just so y'all know, like if you show me some pictures, it could be the most driest testimony in the world. But if I can see some photos every now and again, I am so happy, or some video. So at least this trial does offer us that in that aspect. What I am going to do is I am going to put us in that courtroom. I will put out a survey and a poll to decide how we want to handle our other coverage that we're doing today. Let me see something here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if that other hearing started. Give me 1 second. No, it has not started. Okay, but that's fine. So it hasn't started. So we'll go ahead and start in our courtroom today, and then I'll figure out if we are going to open up 2 rooms or if I will just pause this one and we do like a part 1 and part 2 and cover that hearing. We'll figure it out. Okay, so let me see those ones and those sweet pea gangs. If y'all ready to get in the courtroom, if not, we can sit up here and talk about this tricky Thursday, this trickster Thursday. I'm tricking on you Thursday. You tricking on me Thursday. I don't know. However y'all want to put it. Good morning, therapist. All right, guys, let's get in here and let's see what we have today with Bigums. I love it when they call me Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air if you a true player. Shoot, he was probably a player out here in these streets.
All right, you're still on the oath, but I'm gonna repeat that when the juries come in. Okay. So that they can hear that I told you that, but you can be seated as well. Let's bring them in, please. Thank you. Who was sitting out there yesterday? Do you recall? I believe A was here. A was there. Okay, so let's put A here and then B there.
Okay, guys. So, of course, like as soon as I hit play up in this joint, of course, now the trial has started up here with the hearing with the beauty pageant. Do y'all want to go watch that live, and we come back over here and watch this in a minute after this live trial, or do y'all want to TiVo that one? Because either way, we got. I mean, it's up to you guys. It doesn't matter to me. I was just like, I was thinking that it wasn't going to do it, and then it decided that it did want to do it. Okay, give me 2 seconds, guys. I don't know, SD. I'm not sure if it's gonna be a full day or not. I'm just looking at some of your comments. I don't know, to be honest. It's a hearing. So it's not actually a trial, it's a hearing. I believe to see about yes, a hearing in Georgia. I don't even know what the hearing is about. I didn't look at it, unfortunately. Usually when it's a hearing, it's not all day, so we should be fine. Worst case scenario, I mean, we'll get this coverage in for the other one. Yeah, like I just therapist had sent it to me this morning, so I had seen it in my timeline, but I didn't look at it. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, 1 second. I'm just getting our room together so we can head over there. You know, I gotta make it all set up and get it all nice and pretty for y'all and get it all laid out, you know. You don't want y'all just coming in, you know, and it's like a mess. I don't know, Marilda. I guess we gonna find out. Mm-hmm. I wish I had an answer for you. Fortunately, I don't. I just found out about it today. I mean, I seen it. I just wasn't like really doing anything because I was like, "Oh, it's just a hearing." Ooh. Okay, here you go, guys. I'm dropping the link in the chat. We definitely got tricked. I knew it was going to be a tricky Thursday. I called it. That's the first trick that was played on us. I don't think it's funny. Like, she didn't even approach the bench or nothing. I couldn't even tell that was her. She looked totally different on the thumbnail. So, well, we got smooth selling over here, I guess, because we got plenty of TiVo time. I think this will go to the jury fairly soon. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me go in here and get this reset up. Okay. Okay. What? That don't seem right. Share. Okay, now that is a lot better. Do he got on the same shirt from yesterday? Am I in the live stream from today? Wait a minute now, because he looking like yesterday. Wait a minute. Okay, y'all let me know. Yeah, they wearing this. Oh, he wearing the same shirt. Oh, y'all send my boy some clothes down there because I thought he was playing with me. Hey, Lynn. Good morning, Only fan. I know I seen you in here. I just didn't have a chance to do my shout out. Oh man. I guess that nice shirt. Jason, you did say that's a nice shirt he got on, right? You say he gonna wear it 2 times. Oh my God, here. Damn. All right, well, let's see what they're talking about.
All right, security, please. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. I do apologize for the delay this morning. One of our jurors did get stuck in an accident, but luckily everyone is here and is safe. So we're gonna get going. Mr. Petropas, I believe that Detective Pat Meyer was on the stand yesterday, was under oath, and he remains under oath today. And you can continue, Mr. Magaro, with your direct. Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
You reviewed that video from Lowe's, is that correct?
Correct.
And what city or what location was that Lowe's video?
I believe that was Ellen Park.
All right. And based on your investigation in this matter, were you able to determine an address that was associated with Mr. Hernandez while he was in Michigan?
Yes.
And in what city was that?
It was in Lincoln Park.
All right. And what's the relative distance from Lincoln Park to Allen Park?
Roughly 3.5 miles.
Okay. From that Lowe's to Lincoln Park, about 3.5 miles?
Correct.
Okay. And that Lowe's video was taken in the morning of the homicide in Rochester Hills?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to interview Kelly Broad in this matter?
I did.
Okay. How did that come to your attention, Mr. Broad?
Mr. Broad contacted our office, I think, on the 17th of October. I believe that was a date. He indicated that he had some information he wanted to talk to me about. He described Defendant Zuazo as being an employee of his and being in the video. Therefore, I went down and met with him. He based the information on ring video that he saw released to the media.
And that was a video that the sheriff's department released to the media?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you meet Mr. Broad?
It was at the Krispy Kreme, I believe, down south of St. Mary's cement factory.
Okay. And when you met with him, it was in the parking lot?
It was.
Was that in your squad car or patrol car?
My detective car, yes.
Okay. And did you play for him those ring videos?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall how many times you played those videos for him?
I know the one we rewound, I think, twice because he wanted to hear something that was stated in the video.
And was that the video of Mr. Hernandez leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you play that video for him?
On my county issue computer laptop.
So you had a laptop, and then
Yes.
were you sitting in the driver's seat?
I was in the driver's seat. He was in the passenger seat.
Do you recall about how long this meeting lasted for?
Well, we talked about Krispy Kreme a little bit, maybe a half hour tops.
Okay.
He had to get to work.
Okay. And did you play one of the other videos where Mr. Or when the defendant was on the porch?
Yes.
Okay. And did he identify anybody in either one of those videos?
He did identify Zuazo.
In the video?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have him write out a written statement about it?
I did.
Okay. And did you play the audio in the video of him leaving the garage?
Yes.
Okay. And also, when were you involved in the apprehension or taking into custody of Mr. Zuazo?
No.
No. Did you happen to see him afterwards?
Yes.
And did he have any type of facial hair at that time?
He had very similar facial hair as he has today.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, so then cross-exam by Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent Joshua Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So just starting where you left off on direct with the meeting you had with Kelly Broad on October 18th, I think it was. He wrote out a statement for you, correct?
Correct.
And he put in a quotation from the video that you watched with him, I believe you said 2 times.
Correct.
And you got a statement, when he wrote out that statement, you got a copy of that statement, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what he wrote in the quotation marks as a quotation from, purportedly from Mr. Zuazo?
I believe he quoted the "Come on, man," which was stated in the video of leaving the garage.
Come on, let's go.
"Come on, man," is what he told me, is what I recall. I would have to review the statement.
Okay, well, let me just, I thought I had it right at my fingertips for whatever reason. Just 1 second, please.
Might not have it for you.
You have it here. Thank you. Yeah, approach it. I'm handing you the document. I asked you first of all whether you understand or recognize it.
I do.
And is that in fact the statement, or at least a copy of the statement that Mr. Broad prepared for you back on the 18th day of October last year?
Yes.
And you see the quotations in either the second last line or the last line where it says, "Come on, let's go."
Yes.
Okay. Now you've listened to this video on a number of occasions, correct?
I have.
And would you agree that what is actually said on the video is, "Come on, man"?
I believe it was "Come on, man," and then after there was "Let's go" was stated, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so that's what your recollection
Yes,
is.
it was combined, was separated, is the way he wrote it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll retrieve that document. In your work in this case, quite a bit of it was finding locations through Flock,
Yes.
correct? And you obtain those videos from Lowe's in particular, and then also at a Home Depot, is that right?
Correct.
And so let's talk about the Lowe's one.
Okay.
That is at about 9:30 in the morning on the 11th day of October, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing in that video that shows the departure of the vehicle, is there? From the
Not that
parking lot?
I recall.
Okay, so obviously it's the Flock that is the mechanism by which you were able to find this white Jeep pulling into the parking lot at the Lowe's on that morning, October the 18th, correct?
Correct.
And
October the 18th? No,
what date was it?
it would have been October 11th.
I'm sorry, I was thinking about the statement with Mr. Broad. I am corrected, October 11th.
Correct.
So it's 9:30 in the morning. Your investigation makes you know that the arrival of the two people that come to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Murray is at about 11:30 in the morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
So this is about a 2-hour difference in time. There's no Flock that shows the departure, at least of which you are aware, the departure of that white vehicle from the parking lot after the purchases were made, correct?
Necessarily, they may not have cameras exiting and entering, therefore it wouldn't capture it. Flock is not always 100% reliable of catching images either. So I can't recall to say if there's a camera leaving that it would have captured it or not.
Okay, you would agree that's not something that you had put into the materials that you submitted to the prosecutor's
Correct.
office. And so we don't know exactly who got into that vehicle after the purchase was made on the inside.
That's
correct?
fair to say, yes.
Now, we do see the vehicle again later in the day at about 12:16, as I recall from your testimony yesterday. And it is going in the same direction as that white truck was going by, the DTE truck, correct?
Correct.
There's about a 5-minute difference in time, correct?
Correct.
And so we know, based on your testimony, that that vehicle belonged to Mr. Hernandez, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the white DTE energy truck, you don't know who was driving in that vehicle at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how many people were in it as it goes by that address on Manchester Street in Detroit or Highland Park, whichever it is. So what we do know is that in the theory that the DTE energy was occupied by at least Mr. Hernandez, correct?
In theory.
At
yes.
the house on the street in Rochester Hills where this incident occurred, correct?
The video shows both subjects leaving the garage going to the DTE truck.
I got that part. But in terms of the vehicles, the white Jeep vehicle is not occupied. I mean, it is on the same street within 5 minutes of the DTE Energy vehicle seen on the Castle Rock Street near that address where the Murrays live, correct?
Are you asking if the Jeep was on Castle Street?
No, the DTE Energy. If I
Yes.
said Jeep, I misspoke. I apologize for that.
Yes.
So there is that difference.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Defendant Hernandez.
Good morning.
Come on.
So thinking back to yesterday, we watched the videos from a home. Mr. McCarthy kind of just touched on that. How did you establish the time on those videos?
That was the recorded time, I believe, on the videos.
Okay. And did you make contact, or did someone from your department make contact with that homeowner? How was it that you were able to get those videos?
Detective Jones, I believe, from the fact team made contact with the homeowner and retrieved those videos.
Okay. And there's been some questions, both from the prosecutor and from Mr. McCarthy this morning about a white Jeep. In any of the videos that you retrieved that we're just speaking about now, nothing shows the license plate on that black Jeep or on the white Jeep, correct? No. Also, we were shown a video of a Home Depot store, but we did not see the checkout. So I know that you stated there's one of two ways that detectives can try to get information from stores like Lowe's or Home Depot. I know Lowe's, you can use their flock and see the cars that come in. Home Depot does not have that, correct?
That Home Depot, I don't believe so.
Okay, but you can call a particular Home Depot and ask if certain items that you find relevant were purchased, correct? And that's what happened at that Home Depot?
Correct.
Okay. But you were not provided a video of the actual checkout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So was it Home Depot that told you that this is the checkout of these two individuals, or how did that happen?
That I can't recall. I know contact was made there to cross-reference certain items, and you were able to come up with that transaction, and then they backtrack timestamp.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further redirect?
Just quickly, and Detective Hackmeyer, there was a question that you about regarding the license plate of a particular Jeep, and there was not a license plate.
That we could see.
Okay, but was there
At the house going by, we could not see the plate.
Okay, but when you noticed that white Jeep and that video going past the Greendale address, was there anything significant about that particular Jeep noticeable to you?
Yes, there's a lot of things significant. Number one, it has the moonroof. It appears to be a limited X, which has more of a sporty package. It has ductwork vent. They may be real, they may be fake in the hood. They have a different front fascia on the front of the vehicle, a little more sleek looking. The fog lights are a little bit elongated. And the same thing in the rear of the Jeep also. The bumper is different, more sportier than the standard Grand Cherokee of that model year.
Now, Detective Hackmeyer, you're pretty specific there and seem pretty certain about those items. How do you know that?
I'm a Jeep guy, number one, but we researched and watched over and over to link it. The wheels are the same in all those videos. All those things match up on the Jeep.
And that Jeep they saw go past that 90 Greendale Avenue about an hour and a half after the homicide, was that similar to the same markings and things to that Jeep that you saw in the Lowe's flock camera?
Yes.
And no further question, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
People call Officer Hill to the stand.
Good morning, officer. If you could just get in that witness stand and stay standing, raise your right hand, and I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Eric Hill.
Okay, you're
And Mr. Hill, can you spell your first and last name for us, please?
ERICHILL,
And where are you employed, Mr. Hill?
the Detroit Police Department,
Right. And how long have you been employed with the Detroit Police Department?
9 years.
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Detroit Police Department, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
No,
Right. What is your current title with the Detroit Police Department?
police officer.
Okay. I want to direct your attention back to October 11th, 2024. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
Okay. And on that day, did you locate a car that was on fire?
yes,
Okay. Do you recall where that was located at?
yes. It was located on East Margaret Street, just east of John R.
Okay. And where, what type of address was this that you located?
It was in a vacant field.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of the day that was when you located it?
12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon.
Okay. In 12:15, 12:20 in the afternoon?
Yes,
And when you observed, where were you when you first saw it? Did you see smoke or did you see the car? What did you see first?
I was driving east on 8 Mile Road by John R. when I observed smoke southeast of that intersection.
And when you observed that smoke, what did you do?
I immediately drove to go investigate that area.
And what did you first observe when you arrived there?
A white F-250 on fire with 2 firefighters standing by watching.
There was already firefighters there.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next in your investigation of that burning truck?
I was in plain clothes in an unmarked vehicle, so I got out, identified myself as Detroit Police firefighters, and asked what was going on with the burning car.
Okay. And at some point during your investigation, did that particular car were you made aware that this car could be of interest in law enforcement?
Yes. So in my experience, little backstory, I worked at the 11th precinct where this car was located for about 6.5 years. Knowing that there's almost nothing in that area, and for something to be burning in the middle of the day, it would be highly unusual, likely tied to something violent.
And so when you were over in that area, you had concerns about this?
I was fairly certain, yes. I didn't have any definitive proof at the time.
Okay. And did you get notified by dispatch or over the radio that this car could be of interest?
So upon determining that the car had DTE logos on it, I immediately contacted our dispatch asking if there had been any reports of a stolen DTE truck to Detroit police that day.
And then were you made aware that there was?
At the time, I was told no. I didn't learn it was related to anything until later on in the day around 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I may approach the witness.
You may.
And officer, I'm hitting you with already been marked at People's Division admitted at People's 15A. Can you take a look at this for us?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the picture I took before I sent it to Investigator Downey, I believe it was, for Oakland County.
And that's exactly what that truck looked like on fire in that 11th precinct that you
Yes.
were used to. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Hill, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I just have a few questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that. So this vehicle was south of 8 Mile Road and
Correct.
east of John R.
Correct.
Was it as far down as State Fair, which is 7.5 mile?
I don't recall exactly where. I believe it was between State Fair and 7 Mile.
Okay, so south, closer
Yes.
to 7 than it was to 8. Is that
Somewhere in
right?
that area. I can't give the exact.
And then the area, because you were familiar with it, did not have much in the way of buildings.
Correct.
And so the fact that there was a fire going on in what was, in your mind, pretty much vacant neighborhoods was a matter of interest to you, correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived there, Detroit Fire was already present, is that right?
Yes.
And so they had the fire under control?
No, so they didn't actually have a fire truck there. They had been 2 firefighters driving one of the department vehicles on their way to lunch when they observed the same thing and went to investigate.
Oh, so they were just calling for a fire unit to come to put it out?
They were there on scene. They investigated. Once they'd located where the fire was and what was going on, then they called the main station to send a fire truck out.
And you were present when that occurred?
Yes.
And then did you have anything to do with the disposition of that vehicle, having it towed away or anything like that?
No. In order to tow away a vehicle or impound it, you need a program called gavel-to in a computer, which I did not have because I was in an unmarked vehicle with no computer at the time. So I called for over dispatch to send a marked unit to recover the vehicle.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross Defendant Hernandez,
I have no questions.
any redirect here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you. May this witness be excused.
No objection.
No, there.
Please excuse.
People call Lieutenant Martez Dixon. Lieutenant, if you could come this way to be sworn in. You can step up, the judge will say your name.
Good morning, Lieutenant. You can just stand up and raise your right hand. I can get you sworn in here. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your
My name is Martez Dixon.
your witness.
Good morning. If you could tell us how you're currently employed
I'm employed through the city of Detroit.
and just if you could do me a favor, there's folks that are in the first two rows that are also jurors that need to hear you. So if you could get your voice up loud, it may be loud enough, but I just want to make sure so we don't have to repeat it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
If you could tell us how you're employed.
I'm employed through the city of Detroit, Detroit Fire Investigation Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
Been doing that since 2021, about 4 years.
Okay. And you have a rank of lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
And is that rank of lieutenant through the fire department or is it through the police department?
It's through the fire department.
Okay. And did you have specialized training for your duties currently?
Yes, sir.
And what are your duties currently?
My duties are to determine the origin and cause of fires.
Okay. And could you explain to the jury basically what that means when you have that specialty?
When you have that specialty, you are assigned to any fires that's in the city of Detroit. And I investigate the fires, and like I said, I determine the origin and the cause of the fires.
And have you testified multiple times before?
No, sir.
This is the first time?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to October 11th of 2024, where you called out as part of your duties to investigate a suspicious fire.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that entailed?
That entailed I had a call out on a vehicle fire on the east side of Detroit. So that's
good. Did you take photographs of
Yeah.
that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's already been introduced. If I could approach your own. Exhibits 15B, 15C, 15D, and 15E and F. Can you see all those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize those?
These are the photographs that I took of the vehicle once I arrived.
Okay. And can you tell us from your training experience what you noticed when you got to the scene and looked at the vehicle?
I noticed significant fire damage that originated in the interior and extended to the exterior. Okay.
Were you there when the fire was still going, or did you get there after that?
I was there after it was extinguished.
And you photographed the license plate also?
Yes, sir.
And this investigation ended up getting involved with a homicide case that is out of Oakland County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do any chemical testing on the interior of the vehicle of anything of that nature, did you?
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, cross-exam Zuazo.
Lieutenant, my name is Mike McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Judge Zuazo. I just have a couple of questions to ask you here this morning. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, then I'll rephrase, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you are a lieutenant in the Detroit Fire Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your job is to investigate fires.
Yes, sir.
So you got called to that scene that day, and you were able to determine through your investigation that the fire initiated or originated rather in the passenger compartment of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to do that?
Through the fire patterns, through the fire effects.
And the fire patterns, were you able to determine a source of what ignited the fire?
No, sir.
And when the fire, you talked about the fire pattern, that means the direction in which the fire goes, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your direct testimony, you said something about in the back part of the truck, meaning the bed of the truck, there was fire damage there, correct?
Yes, it was fire damage in the bed of the truck, but it originated in the passenger compartment and extended towards the bed of the truck. Yes, sir.
Did it engage with the engine of the truck?
Yes, sir.
When you got to the scene, was the fire still ongoing or was it already extinguished?
It was already extinguished, sir.
And when you conducted your investigation, did you do that on the scene there on John R. Street, or did you do it at some place where vehicles are towed by the fire department and investigations are conducted in a garage?
I conducted my investigation right there on the scene.
And the photographs that you took are right there.
Yes, sir.
And then you made a determination that it was originally ignited in the passenger compartment, but you could not tell what was the cause of the ignition. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross from,
Mr. McCarthy asked my question, so I have nothing further. Thank you.
all right, no cross from the defendant Hernandez. Any redirect here?
No, you're right.
All right, Lieutenant, thank you. You may step down.
People call Detective Casey Jones. Detective Jones, if you could take the stand to be sworn in. Yes, sir.
Morning, Detective. Just stay standing, raise your right hand, I'll get you sworn in here. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
My name is Casey Jones.
Your witness.
Good morning, sir. If you could make sure you speak up very loudly, because
Sure.
the folks in the first two rows need to hear you also.
Okay.
Detective Jones, can you tell us how you're employed?
Yes, sir. I work for the Caddo Parish Sheriff's Office in Shreveport, Louisiana. I've worked there for the last 20 years.
And are you have any special assignments?
Right now, I work on patrol as a supervisor. But for the previous little over 9 years, I worked as a investigator for the Detective Bureau.
Okay, let me direct your attention back to October of 2024. Were you an investigator and detective back at that time?
Yes, sir. I was a supervisor over our persons and property division.
Okay, and can you tell us, as far as being a detective in that location, what your duties would basically involve?
Investigating criminal matters involving crimes against persons or theft of property.
Not having been to Cato Parish before, and that's parish, not county, correct?
That's right.
Okay, not being in Cato Parish before, are there any major cities that I would know of that are in Cato Parish?
Shreveport, Louisiana.
And are there any major highways that run through Cato Parish?
I-49.
And can you describe that highway?
I-49 is a highway that goes through Caddo Parish, and if you come out of Arkansas south, it'll go all the way to I-10 toward Baton Rouge.
Okay. And if you can tell us, as best you remember, your department became involved in a traffic stop of a Carlos Hernandez back in October of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recall what day that traffic stop occurred?
October 12, 2024, about
And-
3:43 p.m.
Okay, and does that highway head in the direction of Texas or going that varied route?
Yes, sir. That interstate could lead to I-20 to go to Texas.
Okay. And the directional path that defendant Hernandez was going, was that north or south, east or west on that highway?
Southbound on I-49.
And were you familiar with the deputy from your parish that engaged in that traffic stop?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Deputy Michael Rocco.
Okay. And was there any other assistance by any other law enforcement agencies at that time?
Yes, sir. Corporal Dennis Williams assisted with the traffic stop, and then other deputies came afterwards, and then we got called as the investigative bureau.
Okay. And had your department, along with other law enforcement in Louisiana, been notified by interest by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office in a white Jeep vehicle?
Yes.
And what information did you get provided for you and your department regarding what vehicle was of interest to Oakland County?
Louisiana State Police was notified by a task force that there was a wanted vehicle and it was a bolo out. So the LSP was helping with the pings and then determined that was in Caddo Parish and then called upon us for assistance.
Okay. And that traffic stop, Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody?
He was.
Did you ever have contact with Carlos Hernandez over the time that this case was down being investigated in Louisiana?
Not in reference to this, no.
Okay. When Carlos Hernandez was taken into custody, was Oakland County notified by your department that
Yes.
he was in custody?
Yes.
After he was taken into custody, did your department basically process the scene by taking photographs and taking items into property?
Yes.
And was that by search warrant?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been, you've had an opportunity to review those before coming in today, the photographs. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 3A. Hopefully technology works and it is up there on your screen.
It is.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. For reference, Exhibit number 3A is photographed by your department showing the white Jeep front. Is that correct?
Yes.
Going to Exhibit 3B. That is a photograph from your department showing the passenger side of that white Jeep.
Yes.
Exhibit 3C shows the rear of that Jeep. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that also has the plate that comes back to the be on the lookout that your department received.
Yes, sir.
Going to Exhibit 3D. That is the VIN number that is assigned to that vehicle.
It is.
Photograph 3E. Is that the Jeep driver's side?
It is.
Showing you 3F. Is this a photograph of the Jeep passenger side and glove box?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 3G. Is that a close-up of the Jeep glove box?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3H. Is that the clipboard inside the glove box?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3I. Is that a photograph of the rear seat of the Jeep?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3J, which is the Jeep trunk. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3K. Is that a pair of black Nikes?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 3L. Is that a black Nike on the right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3L. Is that a black Nike 3M? Is that showing you the Nike sole of that right side?
Yes.
Showing what's been marked as 3N as in Nancy. Is that showing you the left black Nike?
This is the left side.
That's
of the
still
shoe.
in.
Yes, sir.
The 3N. Do we have 3N? Is that the left side of the black Nike?
Yes, sir.
3O. Is that showing you the sole of the left shoe of the black Nike?
Yes.
Moving on to 3P. Does that photograph show a placard for a DTE sign?
Yes.
Showing you what's 3Q. Is that showing a license plate with the identifying POCO 32?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3R. Is that showing you a bucket hat?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3S. Is that showing a white mask?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3T. Is that showing a Home Depot bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3U. Is that showing a pair of brown boots?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3V. Is that showing you a black sweat jacket?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked 3W. Is that a white t-shirt?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3X. Is that showing you the interior contents of the vehicle?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Y. Is that showing you the roof rack that was attached and some of its contents?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3Z. Is that a black Nike bag?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as 3AA. Is that opening for the contents of the black Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3BB. Is that showing you a chest drawer from inside that Nike bag?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 3CC. Is that showing you the contents of that drawer?
Yes. Except for the green Bonita that was on top of the clipboard inside of the glove box.
Thank you. Showing what's been marked as 3DD. Is that showing close-up of the contents?
Yes, sir.
Showing what's been marked as 3EE. Is that showing you another angle of that drawer's contents?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move the exhibits we just discussed, 3A through 3EE, into evidence.
Any objection?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, they're all in.
Now, that's the photographs that we had discussed that was taken by Cato Parish, but they also took physical items into custody. Is that also correct?
Yes.
I'm going to try to do this as efficiently as possible, just for counsel's sake and for the record. First, we're going to discuss 6A through 8I, which I believe are going to be noted as we go.
Is there objections to any of these?
No, I have no
No.
objection.
Okay, all right, so are you moving for admission?
Judge?
Just trying to move it along if you're moving for admission and there's no objection.
I am going to move for admission, and then I will accept the
Publish.
stipulation to publish. I just want the record to note they do have all Cato Parish evidence
You
tags.
can ask all those questions, but just move it along, no objection, 6A to 6I. Was that your request or is the 6J part of that?
And for the record, 6A is the physical clipboard, 6B is the DTE sign, 6C is the POCO plate, 6D is the Pandora box, 6E is a turtle pendant, 6F is a Home Flex gas meter reader, 6G is the gray fisherman hat, 6H is the Home Depot bag and tools, and 6I is a hammer.
There.
Also, the next batch of exhibits, which were also taken in by Cato Parish, these are the ones that went to the Oakland County lab. That's why they're numbered differently. These are lab exhibits. These exhibits would be 7A through 7G. If council wants to stipulate to that, we'll accept that stipulation, and I will just read what they are on the record.
Well, Your Honor, I have no objection to the admission of these being admitted.
7A to 7G, so I know. Okay, so they're in. I have a question. Did you move for 6J?
No, I crossed that one off.
Okay.
7A for the record is tan boots that were taken in by Cato Parish. 7B is a white mask that is taken in to Cato Parish. 7C is a face covering that was taken in by Cato Parish. 7D is an N95 mask. 7E is a white t-shirt. 7F is black Nikes. 7G is a pair of black and brown gloves.
There.
Okay. Yeah, just briefly, since the key part of your travel up here has been now covered with the exhibits. Just briefly, I just have a few follow-up questions. In the traffic stop and the reports that you have reviewed, was defendant Hernandez alone, or was there other folks in the vehicle with him?
I wasn't on the scene, but on review of everything, there were 2 other individuals with him.
Okay. And one of those was his wife, Amanda Diaz,
Correct.
and one of those was a minor child,
Was.
and there were a couple pets in the vehicle as well.
That's what I heard. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Cato Parish later transported Ms. Diaz, the children, and I guess Hampton Inn is pet friendly, to the Hampton Inn.
That's where they ended up. Yes, sir.
When the defendant was booked in by Cato Parish, you booked him in at 6'6" and 450 pounds. Is that correct?
That sounds right. Yes, sir.
Why don't we wrap long on that?
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, all right, come on.
Does that help?
No.
Okay.
Based off the record conversation, do people have any further direct questions at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examine Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Jones, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I have just a few questions to ask you regarding your testimony here
Yes,
today. You were the person that be like the supervisor of the other deputies from the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office that went to the scene of where the vehicle was stopped and took the items that are now admitted into evidence from that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The vehicle was brought to our division where it was stored safely.
And then that's where the search was done.
Yes,
Was
sir.
in the police
In the-
sheriff's garage
Yes,
that
sir.
we saw in those photographs.
That's right.
And in those photographs, one thing I did not notice was a child seat, safety seat for a child to ride in the vehicle. Was there one of those in there? If you know.
I don't remember if there was a child seat in there or not.
Okay, there was quite a bit of stuff
There was
crammed into that vehicle, correct?
There was. Yeah.
And but I just didn't note that, and it's not in any report that there was one recovered.
I got you. I don't know that there was one in there.
Okay, thank you. And then these items that were taken out of that Nike bag, that was where this pair of brown shoes was found, as well as the Nike shoes. Is that correct?
A white trash bag.
A
in the back.
white trash bag.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't clear on that.
Yeah.
So, and that white trash bag was in the back part of this Jeep,
That's right.
and the Nike bag was actually up on the roof in the rooftop carrier.
I believe so, in the cargo holder.
Yes.
If there was any shoes taken out of it, it was a pair of Air Maxes, but a female pair,
Okay.
of a much smaller size.
And female shoes, not male shoes.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. And this vehicle, you and other members of the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office had communication from the Oakland County Sheriff's Office about the fact that they were asking you to be on the lookout for this Jeep. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, the only people that were in that Jeep in Louisiana headed toward, or at least pointed in the direction of Texas, was Mr. Hernandez and his wife and his child.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Hernandez.
Good morning.
So you have obviously had an opportunity to talk to the officers that were responsible for pulling Mr. Hernandez over, correct?
Yes.
And to your understanding, did that officer put the lights on and conduct like a normal traffic stop, like all of us are familiar with?
Conducted a felony traffic stop.
Okay. And Mr. Hernandez pulled over the vehicle?
He did.
And did he follow the commands of the officer to exit the vehicle?
He did.
There was no running or attempt to flee, correct?
No, ma'am.
All right, so I want to go over some of the items in the photographs that were just discussed. Were you there during the search of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people were involved in the actual search and recording of what was found in that vehicle, if you recall?
Four, including myself, and then CSI investigator Ty King.
Okay. So I have in my possession a return on search warrant. I have it as a 2-page document. Is that where someone from your office or yourself wrote down all of the items that were taken?
Detective Ellis.
Okay. So is it your policy to write down every single thing on this return of search warrant that was removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so I have reviewed the return on search warrant and I don't see that gloves are written down. I also, when we were looking at the photos, I don't see a picture of gloves. Do you specifically have any recollection where these gloves were located?
Gloves. I don't remember gloves.
Okay. There is an exhibit that was just entered, which is 7G. Mr. Petrofessa had those entered. So in your recollection, were any gloves found in that vehicle?
Not that I remember right offhand.
Do you have your report and would it refresh your
I do.
recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm specifically looking at the return on the search warrant.
You're saying it's not on the return, right?
I am not seeing it. Have you had a chance just to review the return on the search warrant, those 2 sheets? I think that's
Yes.
your front. Okay. Do you agree with me that gloves are not reflected on the
Yes,
sheets?
I don't see gloves.
But your testimony is that all of the evidence that was removed from the car is listed on the return on the search warrant, correct?
Should have. I know we had one error on here where the Bonita case wasn't. We tried to cover that in the narrative of the report as well. So if there was any errors, they would try to cover that in the narrative.
All right. Were you responsible for taking the photos?
No.
No, someone else was responsible.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Judge, and on that discussion of photos, I did not turn the page on your photos. There was another set of photos that continued after 3EE. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3FF. Do you recognize a photograph of that as part of the jewelry contents?
I do. Yes, sir.
And 3GG as a man's white shirt.
Yes.
3HH. That's a placard from one of your investigators who was involved in processing the scene.
CSI investigator. Yes, sir.
3II. That's the pair of the black Nikes.
It is.
3 JJ, that's the pair of the brown boots.
Yes.
3 KK, another angle of the brown boots.
Yes.
3 LL, another close up of the brown boots.
Yes.
3 MM, another angle of the brown boots.
Yes.
3 NN, the size 11 of those brown boots.
Yes, sir.
3 OO, black Nike close up.
Yes.
3 PP, bottom of the shoes of the black Nikes. Is that
Yes.
correct? 3 QQ, black Nike from the side.
Yes.
3 RR, another photograph of the black Nikes.
Yes.
3 SS, black Nike close up showing size 13.
Yes.
3 TT, a close up of the clipboard.
Yes.
3 UU, photograph of the Home Flex gas reader.
Yes, sir.
3 VV, hammer.
Yes.
3 WW, 2 other pairs of men's sneakers.
Yes.
3 XX, one of the pairs of those sneakers, size 13.
Yes, sir.
And 3 YY, the other pair of the sneakers, size 13. Is that correct?
Yes.
People move 3 FF through 3 YY into evidence.
I have no objection to that.
Right there.
And if I could just approach with one of the exhibits that's already been entered. I know Ms. Lofton had discussed a pair of the gloves. And there's a couple places in these reports where items are documented. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's part of it in the typewritten up near the front of the reports. There's the handwritten, and there's also another group of itemization of the items. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention with item 7G. Am I correct that the black and brown gloves are noted here in this part of the report?
They are.
And this is the black and brown gloves. Do you recognize that as your department's code on the front with the sticker?
Yes.
Can you take that?
Sure.
Thanks. Can you open that and show us what's inside?
Take it out.
Yes, please.
One black glove. Looks to be a right-handed glove. And then another black glove, which would be the other one for the left hand.
And do you recall seeing those when the vehicle was processed?
I do not recall seeing those myself.
They were taken in though with the other items.
Right.
If you could just put those back in
Sure.
for us. And all these physical items were turned over to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
They were.
They sent out 2 detectives to pick these up.
They came down and everything was turned over to them. CSI investigator King.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
There was new evidence introduced all off across.
Thank you very much. Lieutenant, just to follow up on that last item, the 7GG, I think it was, that pair of black gloves. Were you able to determine when you looked at them whether, what size they were?
I didn't see the size.
Okay, and is it, just for filling out the record here a little bit, are those like latex gloves or
They were made of rubber.
made of rubber?
Yeah.
So-
Some cloth on the end of them.
And cloth on the inside, but there was nothing that indicated what size it was.
I didn't see it size, no sir.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, that was across Zuazo and so across Hernandez.
Sir, just to follow up, I know we discussed the return on the search warrant. Would you agree with me that using that sheet, it also dictates or leaves a space where whoever is doing the search and finding the evidence has a place where they can put the location? So the location of the item and where it was found, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you were already asked that you don't have any independent recollection of the gloves being found in the car. So is it safe to assume you don't know where those gloves were found, correct?
Right.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Detective, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Judge, can I check the hall for one of our witnesses to see if she's here yet?
Your Honor, for the record, I have no objection to Lieutenant Jones being allowed to leave.
All right, you're excused.
One of the people called Sierra Ramirez.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. You can just step in there and raise your hand. I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Hello, my name is Sierra Ramirez, Siera, last name Ramirez.
Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell us how you're currently employed?
I currently work for the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. I work in the forensic laboratory. I'm hired as a forensic laboratory analyst where I work in the biology unit doing DNA testing, and I'm also a member of the crime scene response team.
Okay, and how long have you had the duties of doing DNA testing?
Almost 5 years.
Okay, and have you had specialized training in that?
Yes, I have.
And regarding crime scenes, that's also something in addition to doing DNA testing.
That is correct.
And do you have specialized training in that also?
Yes.
And what does that training consist of?
For the crime scene or the DNA, or for both?
For both.
So for the DNA aspect of it, I have a master's degree in forensic science where I have an emphasis in DNA. In addition, I did a internship at the West Virginia State Police, which incorporated DNA. I also, when getting hired into the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, underwent a 1.5 years of training, going through hundreds of samples, doing interpretations, and doing the testing from start to finish, and before being competency tested by my peers, other qualified analysts.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert before in DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified as such?
Yes.
And were you also qualified as an expert and testified as such in this case down at district court?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, the people move Ms. Ramirez into testify as an expert in the field of DNA testing.
Your Honor, I am in receipt of Ms. Ramirez's curriculum vitae. I also participated in preliminary examination. I have no objection to her being qualified to testify as an expert in DNA analysis.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. All right, so it's DNA testing and analysis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, she's deemed an expert in that.
Can you tell us how it was that you first became involved in this case?
So in addition to the DNA testing, I was also a member that responded to the crime scene itself. In October of last year, at the scene, I participated in evidence collection where I collected most of the evidence that was being tested in this case from the crime scene itself. In addition, afterwards, I received the biology request where I went on to do all of the DNA testing in this case as well.
I'm trying to pivot. As part of your duties, do you compile a report regarding your findings and what you've processed?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and when you do that, do you have a laboratory number that corresponds to the case?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what the laboratory number that corresponds to this investigation is?
24-2071.
And did you complete reports plural in this case?
I completed 3 separate DNA reports.
Okay. And those DNA reports each one is also labeled separately for your reference under that lab report number. Is that correct?
Yeah, each report has its own request number associated with it.
Okay. And for the record, one would be request number 0003. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And 0004
That's correct.
and 0005.
Correct.
And do you have copies of those reports with you?
Yes, I did bring my own copies.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I could approach, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 9. Does People's Exhibit number 9 reflect your lab report number 0003?
May I look?
Sure.
May I look at my notes as well to make
Sure.
sure? So her keys coming down. Yep, 6 pages. This is correct.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 10. Does that correspond with your lab report 0004?
That is correct.
And I'm gonna show you what's been marked as request number 0005. Does that correspond with People's Exhibit number 11?
That is correct.
Okay, and these are kept in the ordinary course of your business and your records from the
Yes.
Sheriff's Office? People would move People's Exhibit number 9, 10, and 11 into evidence.
I have no objection. I've received all these.
No objection. All right, 9, 10, and 11 are in.
Now, let's start with your response to the scene itself. Did you respond there?
Yes, I did.
And there were other members of your evidence collection investigative team?
Yes, I was not the lead investigator, but I was a member of the team that assisted in processing the scene.
And Valmyra was part of that team?
Yes, she was the lead investigator who authored the crime scene report.
And have you worked with her on many occasions?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do me one favor, because I've started out this way, but not with you. Can you make sure you talk very loud, because the folks in the first and second row need to hear you also.
I will try to do better.
I'm not saying you weren't doing well. I'm just saying, just going forward. When you went to that scene, did you have any specialized duties as far as looking at that scene and processing it?
I came in with a DNA mindset, looking for evidence that could be collected for possible future DNA testing. My job there was evidence collection, where I swabbed several items for DNA testing in the future and also helped collect other items of evidence as well.
Okay, so you physically collected exhibits yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you swab items at the scene itself?
Yes, I did.
And then did you test items that you didn't necessarily swab at the scene that you tested back at your lab?
Yes, and this is normal.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention first to exhibit number 9, which is report dealing with request number 3. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
Okay. In request number 3, did you take a look at the items that had been collected from the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And when you work on a case like this, do you work with detectives?
Yes, they are typically at the scene as well.
When it comes to deciding what to process for DNA, is that somewhat of a complex decision to make, what items get processed and what items cannot be processed?
There can be a lot of communication involved. Ultimately, it's dependent on what the detective or the officer in charge would like to be tested. But we can sometimes, we as in myself and other members of the crime scene team or other members of a DNA unit, can give input on what might be the best items to have probative results.
Okay. And you've done that on a regular basis?
Yes.
There's communication back and forth?
Yes, sometimes.
Hopefully, but ultimately it's going to be the detective's decision where to direct your talents.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, based on things that get processed and then things that collected later and then requests for process, that again is the discussion with you and the detective.
Yes.
Starting with exhibit number 9, did you process an exhibit that was a white mask?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you have your own set of numbers regarding what you're processing for an evidence property tag. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that evidence property tag number is not going to match up how we're calling it today in court. Okay, so that white mask for the property that was pulled was given your property number 172985. Is that correct?
Yes, there were 2 white masks submitted for this report, but one of them is item number 172985.
Okay. And I'm going to ask to approach these have, we've already been admitted into evidence because they came from Cato Parish. But do you recognize this item itself?
This is item 172985, and my signature is across the seal.
Okay. And for the record, this one's been labeled 7B. I'm going to ask you, because of your responsibilities, do you deal with biohazards?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Would it be a hazard for you to open this up, or would you be able to open up the mask to show us what you tested?
That can be up to you guys. Most of the time, I don't prefer to open it up just in case future DNA testing, because I don't want to be responsible for contaminating, but that is the decision of the court.
I'll leave it in the bag. If defense counsel wants it removed, we can do so. If the jury wants to see it out of the bag, we can do so also at some other point. But I'll refer to
Would you
it.
feel more comfortable if you get plastic gloves or latex gloves?
Gloves and possibly a mask, yes.
Okay, all right, so if we're taking out the biohazard evidence, we'll provide that to you.
Thank you so much.
So regarding Exhibit 7B, what did you do regarding that exhibit?
So the item was 1 sealed brown paper bag containing 1 off-white balaclava mask. This mask was submitted where I collected a sample of DNA from the mask that then went forward for DNA testing.
Okay, and did you swab the inside or the outside of the mask or both?
Per my notes, if I'm recollecting correctly, I swabbed where the nose and mouth covering would have been. There was a seam on the interior of the mask, so I could make an assumption of the interior. So I was able to swab where I believe the covering would be.
Okay, and for any of these results to even start taking place, you have to have some standard known samples of folks that we're interested in for comparison purposes. Is that correct?
That would be correct. But I do want to put out there that in cases where there's evidence and knowns, I do process the evidence first before processing the knowns to ensure that there was no contamination between the known evidence with the evidence that is being tested.
Okay, and when you finally got to the point of making comparisons, what were the knowns that you were given in this case for comparison purposes?
There were 4 different knowns that I received. Do you want me to read the item numbers associated with them as well? Or just the names?
No, at this point, we're going to go item by item when we get to that with the results, but who just in general did you have for comparison purposes?
There were 2 victims and 2 suspects. The names of the associated individuals were Joshua Zuazo, Linda Murray, Carlos Hernandez, and Hussein Murray.
And what type of samples did you have for comparison purposes?
For Hussein Murray, I received a blood card. And for the other 3 people, I received a buccal swab, which is a sample from the inside of their mouth, which collects skin cells that can be used to develop a DNA profile.
Okay, so going back to exhibit number 7B, were you able to get any connection between any of the knowns and that inside of that white mask?
For the results of this and the interpretation, a DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. After we as in the laboratory part of procedure, but I did a statistic. I need to go into this real quick before I read the statistics so it makes a little bit more sense. It's a likelihood ratio where I'm comparing 2 different hypotheses against one another. The person of interest versus an unknown, unrelated person. You can think of it as a teeter-totter where both of these hypotheses are competing, and whatever one is stronger, there will be a value associated with it. And there's also a verbal qualifier as the last sentence to tell you how strong of a support that person may or may not be a contributor to the sample. So it's kind of a lengthy statement, but I'm going to have to read the entire thing, so it's all together. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9.68 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo than if it originated from an unrelated, unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
I'm going to move to Exhibit 7C, which corresponds to your lab property number 172991, and also 7D, which is also part of your 1792991B. Do you see those?
Yes, I do. And real quick, back to that first mask, Carlos Hernandez, Hussein Murray, and Linda Murray were excluded as possible contributors to that DNA results that were obtained. So
Excuse me, I didn't follow that. Which item are we talking about?
I apologize. Item, the first balaclava mask we were talking about, item 172985.
Linda Murray and Hernandez, and the third name you said?
Hussein Murray.
Very good, thank you. Now I understand.
Approach your people Exhibit 7C and 7D, which have the face covering and mask inside. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It has the item number associated and as well as my initials on the tape seal when I resealed the evidence.
I'm not going to ask you to open that, because that's again biohazard, but did you do testing on that item?
Yes, I did.
Okay, regarding the face covering, did you come up with any observations of the face covering or the N95 mask as far as your visual observations?
So in this package, there were two separate masks. One was an N95. The other was a balaclava off-white mask, again, similar to a ski mask. For this result, for the balaclava mask, I simply took a collection of the interior of the mask again around that mouth and nose covering. I did not observe any other biological stains on that item. And for item B, the N95 mask, I took a swab from the interior of the mask, and I also took a swab from the exterior of the mask because I had observed a red-brown stain that was presumptively tested and tested positive for the possible presence of blood.
And did you get any results that were relevant to the knowns that you were given?
For the balaclava mask, the partial DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. I compared all four people to this as well. Items, so Joshua Zuazo, Hussein Murray, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. I then did a following comparison that based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 166 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
People's Exhibit that's been numbered 7E.
Would you like me to read the
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
the N95 mask?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
The N95 mask, there were two swabs that were collected. One from the interior of the mask, which was the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of three individuals. So Joshua Zuazo is excluded as a possible contributor from the DNA results obtained. And then another comparison was completed. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 15.4 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and two unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from three unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So then moving on to the stain on the exterior of the mask. The DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. Joshua Zuazo is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 5.44 trillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and one unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Sorry, one more comparison. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and one unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA typing results obtained.
I'm going to direct your attention to property report number 173005, a white t-shirt. That's going to be People's Exhibit number 7E. Let me approach that exhibit. Do you recognize this exhibit? Does it have your initials?
Yes.
Item number?
Yes.
I don't have it memorized, I'm sorry. It's 173005. And did you examine that white t-shirt that's been labeled exhibit number 7E?
Yes, I did. I collected 2 stains from the white t-shirt. There was a red-brown stain on the exterior of the t-shirt that indicated the possible presence of blood. I collected a sample from this stain. I also took a swab of the interior t-shirt collar for DNA analysis.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you have any results that were relevant?
For the stain on the exterior of the white t-shirt, the DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.2 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So moving on to the other sample that I collected, which was a swab of the interior collar of the t-shirt. I collect this and trying to determine who may have been a user of the t-shirt. The collar swab, the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. I then completed 2 comparisons. The first comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 1,820 times more likely if the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. The second comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 10.5 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Next, property report number 1729981, which are the brown Timberland boots, which is marked 7A. Do you see that in your report?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7A. This has already been introduced. Do you recognize this with your initials on it?
Yes, I tested these 3 separate times, so there are several tape seals with my initials on them.
And can you tell us what part of the boots on this first request did you test?
A sample was collected from the interior right boot for DNA analysis. I also found evidence screening indicated the possible presence of blood on both boots, but another sample was collected from the stain on the exterior of the right boot. So a stain indicating the possible presence of blood was swabbed in addition to the interior of the boot.
And did you get any results that are relevant to this case?
For the interior of the right boot, due to the limited nature of the results from this item, the data is not suitable for comparison purposes, so I did not do any comparisons on this. The stain on the exterior of the right boot, The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. I then completed comparisons. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 13.2 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated, unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 7F. Which are the black Nike shoes. You recognize your initials on that?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us, was there anything relevant to this case when you processed those shoes?
So this is item 172992. A sample was collected from the interior of the right shoe for DNA analysis. Evidence screening indicated the possible presence of blood on both shoes, and another sample was collected from a stain on the exterior of the right shoe for a DNA analysis. Moving on to my interpretations. From the interior of the right shoe, the partial DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. I then completed 3 interpretations. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 523 times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 1 unrelated, unknown individual. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA results, it is approximately 3.63 times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 1 unrelated, unknown individual. This analysis provides limited support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. The last comparison. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.9 million times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 1 unrelated, unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated, unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. So moving on to the stain on the exterior of the right shoe. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. And one last comparison for this item. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 22.8 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated, unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Are there any other relevant results that you had from your first request?
Some items were not tested on this request and they were tested on a future request. I'm not sure if I went through all of the items that were tested on here.
Okay.
Would you like me to go through any
I don't
more?
wanna go
I don't know.
through
There's a
that.
lot of items
Yeah,
tested. I don't know how
the
much.
items that have relevant test results. I'm not going to ask you about the irrelevant ones. Defense counsel can ask you if they want to about any of those. I'm just going to ask where we have relevant responses. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to direct your attention to request number 4, exhibit number 10. Directing your attention to property number 172871. The duct tape from the kitchen floor that's going to be labeled People's Exhibit number 8E. You test that item?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us? Sorry, Judge. Test 8B.
Which one is that?
That duct tape?
The 3 pieces of duct tape that was found in the kitchen.
Yes.
I did test that.
And can you tell us what relevant results, if any, that you found?
There were comparisons to all 4 individuals, if you'd like me to go through and read all of those.
Yes, please.
Okay, so these 3 pieces of duct tape, I received them and still intact. I took a swabbing of all 3 of those items and then obtained a DNA profile, and the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. So all 4 people in this case were compared, so I'm going to read all of them. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 4.95 billion times more likely the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 1.42 million times more likely if the DNA originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 3.57 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 947 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Linda Murray and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. And my fault, and apology, I was looking for Exhibit 8B in a smaller bag. It's actually in this box. Do you recognize that with your initials is what you tested?
Yes, it was in the box to ensure the tape did not get squished together in a bag.
I'm going to ask you, did you test property number 172856, which was the duct tape from the victim's hands?
Yes, I took the swab.
That's going to be marked as 8C for the exhibits.
So I took this swab while I was on scene. It was a swab of the duct tape that was wrapped around the victim's hand while I was on scene.
Okay, I'm going to approach with that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what results, if any, you found on 8C?
I cut swab and the DNA results I obtained. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 18.6 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's property number 172894B, People's Exhibit number 8B. I can approach. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's your initials on there?
Yes.
Are there any relevant results on People's Exhibit number 8D?
So this item contained the duct tape swabs and additional zip ties that were taken off at the MEs for additional testing. As I had already swabbed the duct tape, that went to our latent print examiner for further testing, but I did DNA testing on the zip tie pieces because those were not viewable during the time of the first swabbing. So those zip tie pieces, the DNA profile is originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 14.8 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 8D. Do you recognize that exhibit regarding the zip ties?
Yes.
And you recognize it with your initials?
Yes.
And those zip ties and duct tape, those correspond with property number 172894B.
Yep. That's the zip ties I just read.
Okay. And were there any relevant results found there?
Those were the zip tie pieces I just read a moment ago. Those were the relevant results.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked as 7G.
Mr. Patrick, I said 8G.
Judge, can I approach for a
Yeah,
second?
come on up.
2 Chainz. Let's see. Maybe his DNA wasn't on the documentation that they about to have, so they got to take him out. Oh, no, they going to lunch. Okay. I see they don't have an officer in the middle today.
I know everyone listens differently and listens to testimony. You know, you could maybe leave your head to the side, close your eyes, do something and still be listening. But we're also watching you as jurors, and we want to make sure that everyone's paying attention. If your eyes are closed, we don't know whether or not you are listening, okay? So I'm going to ask that you please keep your eyes open. And obviously that doesn't include blinking or whatever, just kind of our natural things. But there's obviously a lot at stake for everybody involved in this case. So please do everything you can to remain cognizant. And if that means during a break, you raise your hand and you say, I gotta go get a cup of coffee, you gotta let me out of that jury room, I prefer to hear that, okay? All right, the next thing I wanna address is that we also have to remember that we are to have no contact with anybody that's smiling at anyone outside of your jurors and your peers that are with you. The panel should not be talking with each other. And there's a lot going on here logistically. We've talked about that at nauseum at this point. Be very careful about who you're talking in front of and who is around you and who you are communicating with. Okay? All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor, come on up. And you remain under oath, so your witness.
Thank you, Judge. I wanted to pick up where we left off with the last item on your request number 4, which is People's Exhibit number 10. Can you tell us, did you test property number 1729898?
Yes, I did.
It's going to be already introduced, but shows you People's Exhibit number 7G. Do you recognize that as an item that you tested?
Yes, it was a pair of 2 black gloves.
And can you tell us, was there anything relevant to this case that you located on that glove, those gloves?
So there was a right glove and a left glove in the packaging. I labeled right glove as A, left glove as B. I only tested the right glove at that time because at some point you have to triage the amount of testing that you're doing for DNA. For the right glove, I took a sample from the exterior of the glove that indicated the possible presence of blood. I took an additional sample that was collected from the interior of the glove for DNA analysis. So for the right glove, the stain on the exterior, the DNA profile from the exterior of the right glove is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 8.08 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and one unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from two unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as contributors to the DNA results obtained. So the interior of the right glove in which I swabbed, the profile is interpreted as a mixture of 4 individuals, and I conducted 4 different comparisons. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 29 times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides limited support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 262 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 177 septillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And the last comparison, based on the DNA typing results, is approximately 19.3 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Linda Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to your lab report, request number 5, which is People's Exhibit number 11. I'm going to ask you, did you test property number 172857, which was the upstairs wall swab, which is People's Exhibit number 8E, if I can show that to you. See if you recognize that as an item that you tested.
Yes.
And can you tell us, was there any relevant results when you tested that item?
For this item, it was a sealed brown paper bag containing 2 upstairs wall swabs that had a apparent red-brown stain. Evidence indicated that the possible presence of blood. I removed a sample for interpretations, and the interpretation was as follows. The DNA profile is interpreted as originating from a single male individual. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 17.6 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Therefore, Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained.
Did you have an opportunity to test item number 172859, the black duct tape, which has been labeled as People's Exhibit number 8F? Do you recognize 8F as an item that you tested?
Yes, it is.
And did you test that item?
Yes, I tested this item. I also collected this item when I was on scene. This black roll of duct tape was in a sink down in the basement. I collected a swab from the cardboard area of the duct tape, like in that inner area, and I tried to avoid any red-brown staining that could be indicative of blood. And therefore, the results are the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 4 individuals. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 81.5 million times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 7.19 sextillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Carlos Hernandez and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 628 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. And the final comparison for this item, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 507 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Linda Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This provides very strong support that Linda Murray is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So if I heard you right, item 8F, the black duct tape, has both defendants' DNA present on that?
Analysis provided very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor, and the analysis provides very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Did you have an opportunity to test the gray duct tape?
Yes, I did.
People's exhibit number 8G, if I can approach you to see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes.
Can you tell us what relevant results that you located on 8G?
Yeah, so this was a brown paper bag containing 1 roll of gray duct tape. This one was located on the floor in the basement. I took the same approach as the other roll of duct tape where I swabbed the interior cardboard area, trying to avoid any areas of red-brown staining. And then I had the following results. The DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 4 individuals. And again, I compared this to all 4 individuals again. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 2,230 times more likely if the DNA originated from Joshua Zuazo and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Based on the DNA typing results, it is a
Hey guys, I'm sorry. So wait a minute. I have to do a call out. I need to do a wellness. I need to make sure some things is going right here. See, I've been listening, and then I've been looking in the chat. Can y'all please tell me, have y'all seen Barbara in the chat before I have to go through all this stuff? Do I need to put out an APB for Barbara? Because I want to make sure that she's not going to hide in the bushes. You know, and maybe, I don't know, maybe she get ready for this great debate, but I said before I call her out, I need to make sure that Barbara is in the chat. Because I don't want her to get scared about tomorrow before I send out this after dark special that I'm working on. Nope, SD, no Barbara in the chat. Okay. All right. I see she is. Okay. I just had to stop. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, well, I'll make it. No, Barbara. She said, I'm getting everything set up for us. I said, wait a minute. I ain't seen her say nothing in this chat today. Wait a minute. She ain't get scared and hiding in the bushes, but I ain't been watching chat all day. So let me see. All right. I just want to make sure, because I was about to send a message to you. Like, oh, no. Look, I didn't even have to say her name 3 times, SD. Well, you know you got to check in. You know you got to check in, Barbara, when you come in the room. You got to check in. You got to tap in. What are we debating? You the master debater? Oh, Zach, you don't want none of this smoke. Okay, Barbara. Lynn, yes, I need her to be. Yes, Merelda, I do need you to take a nap. I do need you to be back up for the after dark special. I was mentioning that earlier when I was talking to the moms. I said, I need Merelda to take a nap so she can get back up because I need her. Oh, goodness. Yes, you got to take a nap. We are going to end early tomorrow. And yes. Yes, and I definitely want you to take a nap. I said just that. I said, I need her to take a nap. And so she can get up because I want her there. Oh, you want to play devil's advocate, Zach? Well, we getting the reason why I stopped is because I was thinking because I'm getting all the details and getting this all set up for tomorrow. I just want to make sure you ain't running scared. That's all. I said, well, maybe she about to take a day off, but then I'm looking at here and I'm like, oh no. She was watching a video earlier. So where's she at? Okay, so just so y'all aware, and this is any of y'all want to come up here, we can all get on. I mean, 10 of us can be on the stage at one time. We will have a judge. And we are going to be discussing the Diddy issue, things that are surrounding it. Right? So, okay. So anybody that wants to come up and provide their information, or, if they just got comments in regards to the way they feel about it. I just have a certain way that I feel about it. Barbara has a certain way that she feel about it. So we gonna talk about it. All right, Judge Shamrock. Have a good one. Oh gosh. I won't go that far with his act. But that's gonna be our Take It to Trial After Dark special tomorrow, and it should be very, very fun, right? So I was sitting up here trying to get some stuff together for it, and I was like, I ain't seen Barbara check in. You got to tap in. So let me make sure she ain't running scared. You say get your special PJs? Yeah, get your special PJs. Yes. 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 He gets sentenced tomorrow. Therapist gonna be the judge. In case we all need therapy. So anybody that wants to come up, if you need to call some witnesses, Barbara, make sure you conjuring that up in the chat room while you out here today in these streets. If you got some witnesses that you want to bring up, you not judging no more. You just refereeing that. Okay, fair game. All right. I just wanted to take that intermission. Y'all listen to all these zeros and all this DNA that's on everything and all that mess. Okay, how about a ticket? You see therapist, and if you need I don't know. Rachel was asking for discovery and all types of motions yesterday. Now, I'm not gonna get that deep with y'all. I promptly denied all her requests for discovery and stuff. So she wanted to know so when she come up here and she do her little thing. But whoever wants that smoke, I'm giving it. Yeah, that's your witness. Oh, this is gonna be too funny. Yeah, I'm good with opening statements. We can do opening statements. Yeah, I know. I just stopped and got this stuff done. I didn't started this stuff early, Rachel. I'm trying to get everything laid out for it for tomorrow. Oh goodness. I'm not gonna stay on it because y'all know we will not get through court today if I get it on this. And boy, oh boy, I'm telling you, y'all better not let him get off tomorrow and he get to go home. Because I'm coming on here and I'm telling y'all, take that. Jason, you're gonna have to come up here and be my witness. You're gonna have to come support me because they gonna be trying to beat me up for no reason. What's up, Pretty Brown? They're gonna be trying to beat me up for no reason. So I just need you to stand up here as a bodyguard. I can probably I can hold my own, but I just probably need you like my bodyguard up here. You know, with all your muscles and stuff, since I see it look like it's gonna be some heat up in here. No, y'all not gonna jump me. Look, meet me out in the back. Remember this? You and me at the school. Y'all not gonna jump me. Oh, wait. You see that, Jason? Oh, Barbara cutting. Oh, you. This is crazy. What? Y'all doing this shit in the middle of the day? See, I should have got started with this. Look at this. She at the doctor's appointment. She done checked in. She said she tapping in. Don't call her name. Don't be calling her out. Boy. Hey, I gotta wake y'all up. Y'all listen to this lady with all this DNA stuff. Oh, goodness, this is too much. I'm taking us back into court. You finish listening and make sure our boo thing, your husband is okay, Barbara. Okay? You tap in later. Oh boy, I so love y'all.
Approximately 1.62 times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Carlos Hernandez and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. Therefore, analysis of this item with regards to Carlos Hernandez is uninformative. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 7.89 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. In the final comparison, based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 87.7 quadrillion times more likely if the DNA originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Linda Murray and 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This analysis provides very strong support that Linda Murray is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So again, the gray duct tape found on the basement floor by the zip ties has both defendants' DNA.
This analysis provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is a contributor to the DNA results obtained, but the comparison to Carlos Hernandez was uninformative.
And finally, property number 172981, the brown Timberland boots that have already been discussed as Exhibit 7A. Did you test them again?
I tested them again, and this time I tested the left boot for this request. Previously, I had been only focusing on the right boot. On the left boot, I took a stain on the exterior of the boot, and that was interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals. And based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 245 million times more likely if the DNA originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Joshua Zuazo and 1 unrelated unknown individual. This provides strong support, very strong support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Excuse me. Based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 9.54 octillion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and 1 unrelated unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated unknown individuals. This provides very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained. Carlos Hernandez and Linda Murray are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results obtained. In addition to the exterior stain, I had taken 2 additional samples that were collected. One was from the interior boot and tongue area, and another was from the exterior tongue and shoelaces. Both of the interpretations for this was the DNA profile is not suitable for further interpretation, and analysis due to the complexity and unknown number of potential contributors. Therefore, no comparisons can be made to the reference samples.
Your Honor, at this time, the people will move the exhibits we've discussed 8A through 8G into evidence.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, there.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, cross-exam, Unlawful.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ramirez, my name is Michael McCarthy. I'm the attorney representing Joshua Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you here this morning regarding your testimony, and if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that. I'll rephrase the question.
Sounds
Okay?
good. Thank you.
The first thing I'd like to address is the terminology that you used after you gave the various calculations or numbers related to various pieces of evidence. There's a chart that is provided with your report that gives a definition of those terms that you use. I'd just like to go through those with you. If there's a likelihood ratio of 0, the qualitative equivalent is exclusion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then if the likelihood ratio is from 1 to 1.99, that qualitative equivalent is uninformative, correct?
That would be correct.
If it goes from the number 2 to 99.9, the qualitative equivalent is limited support, correct?
That is correct.
If it goes from 100 to 9,999, the qualitative equivalent is moderate support, correct?
That is correct.
And if it goes from 10,000 to 999,999, it's strong support, correct?
That is correct.
And then anything from 1 million beyond is very strong support, correct?
That is correct.
Now, we've dealt with a lot of numbers this morning. Some were rather small, but others were up in quadrillions, billions, septillions, and octillions, correct?
That's correct.
So all of those fall into the same range, that last qualitative analysis or equivalent on the scale of very strong support.
That is correct.
But 1 million is not as very strong support as an octillion, correct?
Correct, based on numerical value.
Exactly. Thank you. So I just want to go through a few of these numbers that you provided based upon your analysis. And the thing that I wanted to go back to, first of all, is this N95 mask. That's something that was recovered in Cato Parish, Louisiana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then it ended up that a detective involved in the investigation of this case brought that to the forensic science laboratory where you're employed, correct?
Yes.
And asked that this testing be done. And the one thing that I noted about it is that Mr. Zuazo was excluded on that, correct?
May I flip to?
Yes, sure. That would be, I believe, in your report 003. And it's item 172991B.
Yes. Joshua Zuazo was excluded as a possible contributor to those DNA results obtained.
And it was also found that Mr. Hernandez was the contributor by a substantial quantitative analysis, correct?
For the interior of that N95 mask, the analysis provided very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. And we have these black Nike shoes, and that's 172992. And there is a conclusion that Mr. Hernandez is, and that's, like I said, the black shoe, he's a contributor to the DNA that was found in the shoe, correct?
Are you talking about the interior or exterior? of the shoe?
Interior.
interior right shoe, this provides moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results. And for Carlos Hernandez, this analysis provides limited support that Carlos Hernandez is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So on the black Nike, neither one of them are contributed to the interior. Is that right?
There's support that they are not a contributor. The likelihood ratio is a teeter-totter effect. So there is one hypothesis against the other hypothesis. So you have to think about it as the numerical value indicates how strong they may or may not be a contributor to that result.
And the one person that is a contributor there, 22.8 octillion, was Hussein Murray. Is that correct?
That is jumping to the stain on the exterior of the right shoe.
Yes.
And for that exterior right stain, Hussein Murray had a DNA typing result of 22.8 octillion times more likely if it originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual.
Now, I want to address, and thank you, I want to address 173005, the white t-shirt. On that particular t-shirt, Mr. Zuazo was excluded, correct? As
For
a
the
contributor,
interior color of the shirt.
any part of it.
So on the stain on the exterior of the white shirt, that red brown stain that I collected, Joshua Zuazo, Carlos Hernandez, and Linda Murray were excluded as possible contributors. On the interior color of the shirt, the analysis provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
I mean, there was a contributor that you were able to identify to that same stain there, correct? Or
For the
collar?
interior color,
Yes.
the other comparison that was completed for Carlos Hernandez, the analysis provided very strong support that Carlos Hernandez is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Now, in just the mechanics in your lab, that item came from a detective who brought it to you, correct? And
Yes.
You understood that to be something that was seized from or picked up from the Cato Parish Sheriff's Office, correct?
Correct.
And so that T-shirt, when you received it, you not only did the DNA analysis on the sample that you took from it, but you or someone else in your office took that sample from the shirt, correct?
May I reference
Sure.
how exactly I collected it? So 3055. Yes. So for the collar, I took two wet swabs and swabbed the interior collar for DNA. For the red blood stain, I took a small 0.5 by 0.5 centimeter cutting and moved that forward for DNA analysis. There would be additional stain remaining.
This was a large size shirt, like a 6X, correct? White shirt?
If you don't write, in my notes, I have brand HB and size 6XLT.
Thank you. And so that is a fairly substantial shirt, correct? I mean, size shirt.
Yes.
And there on the collar, you found Mr. Hernandez DNA. You did not find Mr. Zuazo's DNA anywhere on that shirt, correct?
There was moderate support that Joshua Zuazo was not a contributor to the interior collar of the shirt.
Okay. And so we've got a couple of, I guess, negatives in there. You've got those analysis that lead you to conclude that someone is a contributor, correct? And such as the contributor to the blood stain was Mr. Murray in that case, as far as the white shirt goes, by 17.2. No, I got the wrong one. 17.2 was Mr. Hernandez on the collar, but there was the blood or the dark stain on the white shirt. You analyzed that as well, correct?
Yeah, so the stain on the exterior of the shirt was 17.2 octillion times more likely if it originated from Hussein Murray than if it originated from an unrelated unknown individual. The analysis provided very strong support that Hussein Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
So we've got in that shirt, you got very strong support that two individuals contributed to the DNA found on it, Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Murray. And then we have moderate support that Mr. Zuazo is not a contributor, correct?
Yeah, so the samples, because they are processed separately, for the stain on the exterior shirt, that's considered a single source profile. It's separate than the collar of the shirt that indicated a mixture of 3 individuals.
The moderate support that someone is not a contributor, I just want to get an explanation given to the juries about the difference between, being positive is a contributor and being negative is not a contributor. How do we use that scale in order to make that determination about not being a contributor?
So kind of going back to that likelihood ratio, where I said you have one hypothesis on one side and the other hypotheses on the other side of this theoretical teeter-totter. So on one side of the teeter-totter, there's 3 unrelated unknown individuals. And on the other side of the teeter-totter, there's Joshua Zuazo and 2 unrelated unknown individuals. It is indicating there's more support for there to be 3 unrelated unknown individuals, and therefore it's more likely that that is the reason for the statistic, and that is why it provided moderate support that Joshua Zuazo is not a contributor to the DNA results.
And so this is doing the statistical analysis through some sort of a formula where you come up with the conclusion about moderate support that he is not a contributor, correct?
So all the numerical values that are generated, the verbal statement, that verbal qualifier is very strong, moderate, that is based on our verbal scale that is in all of our notes and all of our reports when we do comparisons. I don't come up with those numbers. Those numbers have been previously determined for our laboratory.
Meaning the numbers from 0 all the way to 1 million plus.
That is correct.
Okay. But the idea that somebody is not a contributor, I mean, there's no evidence on that T-shirt that Mr. Zuazo is a contributor, correct?
So I think I understand. He is not completely excluded from this mixture. There's still maybe some types within that DNA that could be reason for support that he could be in there, but overall in the entire profile as a whole, it is more likely that he is not a contributor based on the DNA results.
Okay. And so while this isn't an exclusion, you've got nothing other than what you said could possibly be. You've got no evidence to say that he is a contributor, correct?
The statistic did not indicate that he was a contributor.
Okay. And let's talk just a bit about that statistical formula. Can you explain to the jury where these numbers come from and exactly how it is that you do the analysis that gives you that bottom line of either moderate support or excluded or whatever the final determination is?
Would you like me to just explain the software that we're using, or would you kind of like a baseline of all of DNA analysis?
Well, what I'd like for you to explain is the formula. How do we come up, or how do you rather come up with these numbers? What is that formula?
So we use something called StarMix. It's a software that has been validated and used in many forensic laboratories across the country and even globally. I do not come up with the formula. It is given by the software company, and it's a biological modeling software that includes many different factors that a human cannot just simply do. It's a continuous statistical method, so it will have different peaks, how likely different contributors are. So when I'm looking at a DNA profile for interpretation, there are many things that I'm determining. The only thing I do is determine how many people could be within the mixture. That is the only thing I put into the profile or for the StarMix to do. StarMix then has its own algorithm that will produce the statistics, how likely someone could be a contributor. Also going in, it will parse out what types of DNA per person might be part of that contributor itself. I hope that makes sense without a lot of context going into it.
So it isn't that you sit down with a calculator or a slide rule or a piece of paper and a very sharp pencil to make a calculation to make a determination of its 1 in 572 octillion chances that it's anybody other than whoever you identify. It's you get this information, you do the testing, the DNA profile is then put into this StarMix program.
That would
and
be
it
correct.
spits out a number.
Yeah, the software has been validated by our agency, and the DNA profile is input. I add in how many contributors I think it is, and the software does the rest of the work for me.
Okay, and just going over that last part, the contribution that you make is you say how many contributors you suspect might be in this sample that is being analyzed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so that's a hypothesis that in this case in particular, there's a number of these samples that were submitted that have all four names in there, Mr. Zuazo, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Murray, Mrs. Murray, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know when you start out for sure who it is, correct?
Correct.
Your DNA analysis really is to get the sample off whatever item is brought to you for analysis, and then take that sample and put it through this star mix program in order to come up with these numbers. Is that right?
Yeah. I decide how many people could be part of a sample through interpretation. Very, very briefly, you inherit DNA from your mother and your father. So you get one DNA type from your mom, one DNA type from your dad. And when I'm looking at the DNA profile, it looks like peaks. So when I'm looking at an area, we look at 24 different areas, that if there are more than two types, there's indication that that's more than two people then. And for the most part, your mom and your dad will give you two different types, but sometimes they might give you the same DNA type. So when looking at the profiles, if there's 3 or 4 people, I was seeing several different types and several different contributions and percentages. There's a lot of looking at the types and what could be likely for different people contributing different amounts. I have an idea going into the software what might be generated, but the software ultimately incorporates more aspects of biological modeling that I can do as a single person.
Thank you. Now, I think it's to number 5, your report 005, dealing with the black or the brown boots.
Yes.
And in that analysis, as I understood, what you concluded was that Mr. Zuazo was not a contributor to the brown boots. Is that right?
That was from the exterior stain I collected from the left boot.
And isn't it true that there was a collection made from the interior of the boot as well?
Yeah, so the reason the boot was tested all 3 times was every time I collected a sample, I was not able to get a usable profile for comparison purposes. That's why it was tested over and over. Again, I don't know where the DNA is going to be in the boot. I don't know where the best cells will be, quote unquote. I don't know what kind of sample I'm going to get when I'm swabbing an area for DNA. So because of that, I tried a couple of different times to get a profile that could be used. And ultimately, I was not able to get a profile that could be used for comparison purposes.
And you're talking about the interior of the boots?
That is correct. Interior. For the exterior on both boots, I believe I had comparisons that were completed.
Okay. And in those interiors, there was nothing. So there's nothing to say that those boots had Mr. Zuazo's feet inside of them, correct?
I believe, without going back and looking at my notes, that a couple of those interpretations, I had more than 5 people. So another part of our interpretation is we only do statistics with 1 to 4 people. If it looks like it could be more, we don't do any comparisons on that because we don't want to be essentially guessing on how many people may be contributing to the sample. So we do have a cutoff of how many people we will utilize for a comparison in terms of the evidence sample. So when looking at these samples, there might have been a lot of types there, so I wasn't able to determine how many people may be there, or a scenario where there was 5 or more people and we do not do anything with those samples.
And these were timberline boots, correct?
Yes.
They were not any other type. You're quite certain that they're timberline, not Wolverine steel-toed boots.
May I just check my notes
Sure.
to ensure that I'm not misspeaking? Yes, 1 sealed brown paper bag containing 1 pair of tan Timberland boots.
Thank you. Now, one other thing about the DNA analysis that you do on any sample that you receive, on any item of evidence, you're unable to tell when that sample was placed on that item, correct?
That's correct. DNA is definitely more able in helping of who may be a contributor. I don't know why the DNA got there, and I don't know when the DNA was placed there. It's a great tool for assessing who would be a contributor to that DNA profile that I'm looking at, though.
If you had that information about the when.
For the interpretation, it does not matter for us of when it happened. We're just
Okay.
looking to see who could be a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Thank you. I appreciate your answers and your testimony. I have no further questions.
Cross Hernandez.
Safe to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I have a few questions. I know you described to Mr. Petrofessa when he asked how you got known samples. And I believe you described that in some of them you had a swabbing of skin cells inside the mouth, or what we call a buccal swab. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And then you also had, I think, what you called a blood card, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So can you describe to the jury essentially what is DNA? Is it always blood? Is it skin cells? Can you describe that to the jury?
DNA, so deoxyribonucleic acid, it's a genetic material where you inherit it from your parents, from your mom, and from your dad. It can be found in many cells within the body, types such as skin cells, blood cells, like in blood, it's the white blood cell specifically, and in sperm cells, for example. All the same cells will have the same DNA profile that we will obtain for the reference samples.
Okay. So for instance, I could make someone a cup of coffee and I'm touching that coffee mug. So I would probably be leaving some sort of skin cells, correct? It's possible, at least.
It's possible. In addition, we also kind of have a statement that goes along with that activity level, is what we call it within the DNA world of, can I just read the statement at the bottom of my report?
Sure.
Yeah, so DNA can be deposited and removed in a variety of ways. In addition, its persistence is highly variable given a multitude of factors. Any discussion of the activities that could result in the presence, absence, or persistence of DNA is outside of the scope of this testing. Essentially, what that means is I'm more than happy to go through how DNA may or may not be removed, but going through hypotheticals of could this be possible? Could this be possible? Can be kind of outside of our scope because we are speaking on, myself is speaking on who could be a contributor, not when or how that DNA got there.
Okay. So as Mr. McCarthy asked you, you can't say how it got there. You don't know when it got there or what type of, what part of someone's body touched it to get that DNA there, correct?
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Okay. So in many of these instances, you list that it is a mixture of 2 or 3 individuals, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And obviously you only have a limited amount, I think you had 4 here, of profiles to actually test against what was found, correct?
Yeah, there were the 4 reference samples that were compared to many of the evidence samples.
Okay, so when you list 2 or 3 individuals, obviously if it is not a match for the 4 profiles that you have, you don't know who those other individuals are, right? You can just tell that there are other, I think you said peaks and valleys when you in your examination. Is that correct?
So if those 4 individuals are excluded, that would indicate that another person could have contributed those DNA types.
Okay. So I want to back up a little bit and talk about your involvement at the actual scene. So you were called out. Do you recall what time you were called out?
I don't recall without looking at either like a crime scene report or...
No worries. I believe that you indicated you went with a team or a group of people. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I believe Ms. Meyer testified yesterday that there was close, like 9 or 10 individuals that went. Is that fair to say?
The exact amount would be listed on the report too, of how many individuals. I'm sorry, I can't tell you without looking at the
I would
report.
rather you be certain, so no worries at all. And on that day, what was your specific role?
Evidence collection.
Okay. And obviously we saw when you were asked to open an evidence bag today, you paused and definitely did not want to do that without gloves and a mask, correct?
That is the DNA mindset. So yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So when you are actually at the scene and collecting evidence, are you wearing gloves and a mask?
Yes, I do when I
Okay.
collect items.
And why is that important?
I would ensure that there isn't any contamination or try to prevent any contamination. I do want to point out though, through our DNA processing, there is many steps and many blanks and positive controls throughout each step of our DNA testing that also will be looking for any possible contamination. There was no indication that any of the samples had contamination for this request.
Okay. And when you were collecting the evidence, did you put it into different bags?
Yes,
Why is that important?
and to ensure that items aren't rubbing against one another.
Okay. And what happens when items rub against each other?
That would be along the lines of the possibility of DNA being transferred from one item to another. That is a way that DNA can be deposited and removed.
And can you describe what biological evidence is?
Biological evidence would be a biological fluid, so blood, semen, some type of fluid that comes from the body.
And when you're collecting something with biological evidence on it or suspected biological evidence, do you put that in paper bags or plastic bags?
All biological evidence, especially if I'm collecting it, will be going into paper bags. This way it prevents degradation of the DNA profiles of the possible evidence.
Can you just define degradation?
Yeah, so degradation would be that a profile that normally would be perfect to look at, there might be some missing peaks and some missing areas within that DNA profile if the profile becomes degraded. We may not get a full profile that could be utilized for comparison purposes.
And when you have those biological items that you're collecting that you believe biological evidence is on, do you try to air dry them or what do you do?
Depends on the scenario. If they're highly saturated in blood, we may try to, as in the unit, will try to dry it. If not, because it is in paper, it will still be airing out and not creating moisture in a plastic bag that would be likely to cause that degradation.
So obviously putting an item that is wet with biological evidence on it in the same package as something that is dry, there could be a transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That would be a possible way for DNA to be deposited or removed, yes.
On the day that you were there collecting the evidence, who made the call of what evidence was collected?
That's a good question. I believe there have been conversations between the detectives and upper command and Val Malira, who was the lead investigator on that scene.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a weight around Mr. Murray's, where Mr. Murray was found?
I do believe, yes, there was a weight, believe under the body-ish.
Okay. Did you collect that weight?
I did not collect that weight.
There was testimony yesterday from a responding deputy that found a swab of blood, and that is on the handrail and the wall at the very top leading down to the basement. I don't note that anywhere in your report. I don't see that in any of the photos. Do you know if you located that area? And if you did locate it, did you test it?
On the handrail going into the basement.
Yes.
Can I look at my,
Absolutely.
it's the crime scene processing reports to see exactly what I collected. Is that okay?
If that refreshes your recollection, yes. Okay. Just let me know when you've completed. No rush.
So I collected DNA at the scene of large zip ties, from small zip ties. I collected apparent blood on a shutter on the basement floor, another one from the side of a box on the basement floor, there's a sink faucet on the basement floor, and I had also collected DNA from the duct tape around the victim's hands, Hussein Murray. That appears to be the only DNA swabs that I collected while I was on scene.
Okay. Do you have any recollection if any of the on-scene officers directed you to that presence of blood at the top of the stairs in the basement?
I don't recollect.
Okay. Now, if you did not specifically collect the items, like the items you just listed, you testified that you were also provided items that were found by another police department. Do you remember that?
Yes, that was part of the request for the DNA processing.
Okay. When you are given these items, are you given some sort of report that details where these specific items were found?
In the request for testing form, I believe that the location described was from the vehicle that Carlos was in. I don't have any more information based on that request form.
Okay, so not specifically found in front seat, found in back seat, found in bag, nothing like that.
I can check real quick if you want me to see
If it refreshes your recollection, please do.
It says located in Carlos' vehicle when arrested in LA, Louisiana, I assume.
Okay, so not specific, but a general.
Yes.
Okay. I want to go over some items that were not mentioned by Mr. Pachfessa or Mr. McCarthy. Can you look at your item? I have it in your dated 3/3 report. It is item number 172-897A. I believe it's 8 nail clippings left hand.
Request number 0004. Okay. Item 1789 or 1728-97A.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that's 8 nail clippings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe why that is something that's important? Why nail clippings?
Nail clippings can be probative information to see potentially if a foreign profile that is other than the victim may be present.
Okay. And who took the nail clippings?
That would be the medical examiner, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. And am I correct in stating that Mr. Hernandez was excluded as a contributor?
So for the left nails, 1728-97A, the DNA profile is interpreted as a mixture of 2 individuals with Hussein Murray as an assumed contributor. I believe this is the first time talking about assuming a contributor. People can be assumed within the likelihood ratios if it's coming from something that is more intimate. So by coming off of the victim's hand, if I see that the victim's profile is present, I will assume that in the hypotheses. So Hussein Murray was assumed, and for Joshua Zuazo and Carlos Hernandez, they were excluded as possible contributors to the DNA results. And then I also did a comparison to Linda Murray. Do you mind if I read that?
Absolutely not.
So based on the DNA typing results, it is approximately 286 billion times more likely if the DNA originated from Hussein Murray and Linda Murray than if it originated from Hussein Murray and one unrelated individual. This provides very strong support that Linda Murray is a contributor to the DNA results obtained.
Okay. Now let's move on. I have this in your 1119 report. It's item 173003. Should be a pair of black joggers. And I want to talk about A specifically.
Yes.
So A, I believe you tested what you believed was a stain on the exterior, correct?
Yes. So I took 2 samples from the joggers. One was a stain on the exterior that indicated the possible presence of blood. And I took another sample from the interior waistband of the joggers.
Okay, so let's talk about A specifically, stain on the exterior. Were you able to find any DNA profiles?
So in this scenario, and I have more notes further in here too, no DNA profiles were obtained from this item. And if you don't mind me flipping to what I stated exactly.
Can you just tell me what you're looking at? Because that looks like a page that I don't have.
These are the notes associated with all of our DNA testing.
Understood.
So there was part of the DNA process is we determine if there's a quantity of DNA present in a sample. This sample did have a quantity of DNA, so that's why it was moved forward. But then when I got to the final part of getting the DNA profile, no profile was obtained, and a hypothesis would be that because a cutting was taken, like I actually took a physical small cutting from these black joggers, that the dyes and fabric can sometimes inhibit DNA from DNA, possible black fabric cause inhibition. So this means that maybe the dyes and the fabric interacted with the chemistries that we utilize in the laboratory, and therefore no profile was obtained for this sample.
Understood. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Very briefly, just to follow up on a couple questions both of the attorneys asked. Is the Oakland County Lab accredited?
Yes, we are.
What does that mean to be accredited?
We are accredited through a body called ANAB, which is ANSI National Accreditation Board. The ANSI portion stands for the American National Standards Institute.
Okay, and your software is approved to use for your DNA analysis? This is not something you downloaded off the internet last week, right?
So in addition to the ANAB accreditation, the DNA section also has a QAS standard, quality assurance standards, that is mandated by the FBI that we have to follow in order to utilize CODIS. So therefore, all of our DNA processing is done by FBI standards. Everything we do is validated. Nothing is just used as soon as we get it.
And I believe you spoke to one of the attorneys about the controls that are in place to try to make sure everything is correctly done. What did you mean by controls?
So at each step of the DNA process, extraction to begin with, quantification at the second step, amplifying those areas of DNA that are utilized to look at a DNA profile. At each of these steps, there's a positive and possibly negative control that are associated with. If there's any indication of a quantity of DNA in a blank, I myself will go through and ensure that could there be contamination, where did it come from? And another person will then technically review all the work that I do to ensure that they also agree with the findings that I have.
And you would agree with me that the presence of DNA means that there is some sort of physical connection between both the person and the item at some point in time. Is that correct?
The DNA had been deposited some way, shape, or form.
Okay. The absence of DNA, on the other hand, does not mean there wasn't contact. It's just mean that there wasn't a presence through DNA left on the item.
Yeah, DNA can also be removed based on a variety of ways as well.
Okay. Hypothetically, if somebody was to go for a jog in their tennis shoes and they sweated for an hour and they were doing that barefoot, there may be DNA inside that tennis shoe. Is that correct?
Based on DNA principles of coming in contact with something else and leaving a fluid, you may be leaving DNA behind.
Okay. Now, if I add a layer of socks, would then that potentially lower the ability to have DNA there that would have been there had there been no socks?
It kind of goes into that activity level of how likely DNA is or is not deposited. I don't know exactly how much that might be impacted, but that would be a hypothetical, yes.
Okay. If I was to wear gloves, that would also potentially impact the leaving of DNA. Is that correct?
Depending on what could be on the exterior of the gloves, that would be something to consider.
Okay. If I wear 10 pairs of gloves, that would make it even less likely to leak DNA.
It would still depend on that very most exterior pair of gloves, what was on the exterior of that to be leaving DNA behind.
Okay. And you talked about samples that are left too long in certain environments can degrade. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
Samples that were there can also be destroyed. Is that correct?
Depending on if the DNA was removed, that would be a consideration of being destroyed.
Let's say, does fire destroy DNA?
Yes, I can, for sure.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, we will step down. Thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
I have no objection, brother.
All right, you're excused. Thank you. What's the plan? Who do you have next?
Would you like to do lunch?
Who do you have next?
I believe we have. What's it? Yes. We have deputy. We have a deputy that I think is outside. He's not. I just said he's not here. What's that? Oh, I think he went to lunch.
All right, I guess we'll take a lunch too. It's 12:30. Be back in the jury room by 1:30. Thank you.
All right, to the jury, please.
See you at 1:30.
Thank you.
Gosh, it looked like they utilized all our TiVo time. Y'all see that? They have utilized all our TiVo time. They suck. It look like they may be coming back. No, I'm assuming since they moved it from that part of it. I am currently, I don't know if y'all have any interest in this. I am trying to find, you know, with this Diddy stuff that we got going on tomorrow. Not that I want to debate any of that part, this part of it. But I thought it would be interesting to see what type of letters people are sending in, you know, to the judge prior to his sentencing. So I'm like pulling those documents. So either we can all be nosy together. Or I can be nosy by myself. You know. Yeah, I'm trying to I don't know why it just kicked me out of this thing, man. This is really getting on my nerves. All I did was get one thing and it's then kick me out. No, it's me. Now, why it kicked me out, I have no clue. I want to go to payments. Pacer login. I tell you, sometimes they systems is just. You say they online? Yeah, I'm looking for hers. Tanya, and I'm looking for people that I did find some where, you know, people sent in that they were support, you know, in regards to supporting him, you know, supporting him. So I did see some of those. I don't know. For some reason, I just got kicked out of the Fed's site. So I got to get back in there. Because I can see them, you know, kind of see them all. So that's what I'm doing. Search by specific core, yes. No, it's definitely me. Yeah, so I'm being nosy. Oh, Liam, like that's I'm just not. I'm not. Yeah, I have to read it. I think that's a Sweet Pea. Do you know what a leather strap thing for a man? What? SD, what are you doing over there? I'm just seeing your thing. Oh, I don't. Whoa, do I need to go back in the chat and see how we got there? Oh, she started it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and I guess that's, you know, and you know, let me make this total disclaimer, and I will make this disclaimer tomorrow in regards to when we talking about this whole Diddy thing. I'm never victim blaming, right? I don't want anybody to think that if they truly a victim. But this whole yeah, I'm gonna shut my mouth. Anyone besides Marilda. I see Lynn saying, please don't scroll up. She's saying, don't scroll up. I don't know if I want to scroll up because Lynn the furthest I done got in the chat is her saying, don't scroll up. Don't read that out loud. Okay. Okay, let me go and see. Do you know what leather? I don't know what it's called. I don't think. Yeah, Tanya. I don't know if I agree with that either. So I'm sorry. I mean, and I have my reasons behind it. Yeah, the baby mama. Yeah, she definitely was. Yeah, so yeah, and I'll probably get more in. Of course, at the Take It to Trial After Dark, I'll get more of my perspective in regards to why I feel that way. I mean, and it's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, I scheduled it, Morel. I scheduled it for like 7 because Barbara, my time. So if that gives you any kind of indication, I did already set up the alert for it. I just don't understand why I went in here and got these documents, right? And then oh boy, I emailed them to myself. And now I cannot I don't know why it kicked me out of the system. I just won't let me go hit the back button. I hate systems that are messed up. Yeah, Tanya. I think that I totally I get that part of it. And and I could probably discuss more, and I'm trying to keep it so I don't because I want everybody to be, and I know sometimes when y'all type in the chat, it can be kind of, catching the moment, and I kind of get things behind it. I just don't see that as I don't see that as this. And I mean, so what this was. So I'll kind of I'll explain tomorrow. I hope that you able to join tomorrow and also be able to, if you want, like I said, everybody can come get this smoke. Now, I guess not smoke for me. I guess, who want this smoke? And I just want to hear everybody's opinion on it. And I'm okay with everybody's opinion. I'm not trying to convince anybody to change their mind or their thought process. That's what I want y'all to first understand. I don't want anybody to, that's not what I'm here for. I can see different angles, and I want everybody to be able to see different angles. Like, I can understand what you're saying in the chat, right? And I think that when I don't know if they want this smoke, but I can see all angles. Like I'm telling y'all, I really got some out of the box thinking about this. Me personally. Yeah, and I appreciate everybody's opinion, but I think that I just don't, yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad you could deal with it. Yeah, we back on this. Where you been? We just got back on it, so don't be talking about us, therapists. I was just saying because I'm trying to get some of these letters off of Pacer out of the Fed system, because I see all the good letters that they're writing for him. You say you was in a session. Well, yeah, we on lunch, so we talking about round table and some things, because I was looking for some letters. I got some letters, but I would like to. I was trying to see if I can get the Cassie letter or anybody else's letter that wrote a letter. I wanted to see for myself like what they were claiming. Like, what are you claiming?
All rise.
Right.
Oakland County Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Yasmin Cole is presiding.
Good afternoon, you may be seated.
Your Honor, recalling the case of People versus Joshua Zuazo, case number 2024-291950 FC, and People versus Carlos Hernandez, case number 2024-291945 FC.
John Petrofessa and Andrew Magaro on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael McCarthy, P30169, appearing on behalf of Joshua Zuazo. Mr. Zuazo is standing to my left.
All right.
Hello, Michelle Lawson on behalf of Carlos Hernandez, who's standing to my right.
Okay, all right. I see everyone. Welcome back. We have to address a juror. The court did receive an email, and you guys can be seated now. The court did have an off-the-record conversation with the attorneys, just to let them know that today on October 2nd, 2025 at 1:12 p.m., I was in my chambers. An email came through from who I believe is a juror in juror pool B. I do believe he's juror in seat 2. I'll read, I've already discussed the contents of it with the attorneys. I'll read it on the record once juror in seat 2 is here, so everyone can hear the correspondence, as there could be no private communication between the court and the jurors at this time. All right, let's bring in then in jury pool B, seat 2. Hi there, juror pool B, seat 2. Have a seat, sir. All right, well, I mean, I had an off-the-record conversation with the lawyers about the email that you sent to me. I mean, I can't express my level of frustration enough. All right, I think I made it very clear through all my instructions throughout that there should be no communication whatsoever with anyone involved in this case. That also includes me. All right, you are a sworn juror. That is a very important task. So all the parties need to be aware of what the email says. So I'm going to read it into the record so that everyone is aware. The email was received today, October 2nd, 2025 at 1:12 p.m. It says, Your Honor, it is an honor being chosen to participate in doing my duty as a citizen in your courtroom. I am a juror in Juror Pool B in this week's case. However, I wanted to send you a formal complaint about the juror handling. Tuesday and Wednesday, I've asked about receiving some sort of jury schedule so I could accommodate my work and personal life outside of court. They said they'll let me know. No reply, no recognition to the question. Thursday today, during the beginning of today's trial in the morning, I was very hot and sweating in the courtroom. Luckily, you called an early 20-minute break. I asked the handler if I could go really quick to my car to change out of a shirt that I had in my car. The handler said, give me 5 minutes, I'll let you know. She never came back and only came back to let us back in the courtroom. I told her, why did you ignore me? And she said, oh, you can't go until lunch. I said, you said you'd let me know in 5 minutes. We've been on break for about 30 minutes where I could have changed my shirt. She replies, I'm letting you know now. Clearly, my comfort hygiene in the courtroom is not her priority, nor my question. The juror handling experience personally has been very poor and not considerate of any questions or requests. At the end of the day, I was chosen to be a juror and I'm happy to do my duty, but anytime I've asked the personnel a question or request, they've essentially ignored. They only speak to you to let you in and out of the room. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and you signed your name to it, sir. I'm not going to read your name into the record as of right now due to the court indicating that I would only call jurors by their seat number, and that's for purposes of judicial economy. So juror in seat 2 has signed this. All right, so there's a lot of questions that come from this, all right? So I guess to be clear, the members that are helping jurors come in and out are employees of the courthouse. They are not handlers. I instruct them to ensure that the jurors remain in a safe place and together. And we discussed the possibility of security concerns regarding my hallway, having 2 additional chambers. Those individuals don't have the capacity or frankly, they're not in a position to allow you to go to your car. It is not something that they are personally holding against you. They're simply following the court's instruction. I was also clear about my instruction that there should be no communication with those persons. If there's anything that needed to be communicated with, it would be in the court, in the courtroom, in the presence of everyone, as there could be no conversations had among anyone unless it's here out here where we're video recording and everything I'm saying is on the record right now, okay? So it's not a personal attack on you, but there's concerns now based on the fact that you sent me an email. I know my email is readily available online. My assumption is in order to get my email, you would have to Google me to get that. So our number one question here is, how did you receive my email address?
Through the internet.
Okay, so you did use your electronic device then to search my name?
Yes.
And based on that search, what information, if any, were you able to retrieve?
Just your email on like a directory kind of page?
Was that on the Oakland County page?
Yes.
All right. Was there anything else associated with this court or my name that came up in that internet search as it relates to this case? No. Okay. All right. So before I let the lawyers ask questions, because they have a right to do it, do you understand everything I've shared with you as to why there could not be a release at the time, even though you asked for it and even though you're asking for certain information to be communicated with me? Do you understand why that's not being done?
I just I understand I was wrong in the procedure of contacting you in general. But I thought if there was something during the court that you said, let the person know if you really gotta leave the room or do so, let them know, so.
Okay, so
And I
maybe
thought
there
on
could be some confusion about that. I agree. I know I've said like you can raise your hand. I'm basically saying with me though, because we're all out here together, there should be no communication with those people. Their job is to make sure that you guys are safe and kept together and they're following the court's instructions. And there's so much going on in a 20-minute break. I wish All right, we can be seated. Before we bring back in the jury panels, obviously, Mr. Zuazo doesn't, it's not his juror, so I don't know if there's gonna be a position taken, but I'll hear positions from either parties regarding juror seat number 2 remaining. I will tell you my thoughts. My thoughts is the court is confident that this email was in no way biased towards one party or another. It didn't say anything like we had a situation with another juror that obviously we're all aware of, like I know a family member or I can't be fair. This is someone simply complaining about the process, being potentially new to the process. Myself and the lawyers are obviously doing this all of the time. It sounds like this is something new to the individual who thought that it would be a good idea to reach out to the court. But I don't think that biases the person for one side or another. I do believe juror seat number 2 when he says that by Googling the court, the only thing that appeared would be not news stories associated with this case. I don't think that's uncommon. I think that it's likely that if you were to Google me right now, the first thing that's going to show up is the Oakland County Directory and then potentially other articles of other matters that I've been involved in. I don't think the news stories and the court's name have caught up to each other at this time. Of course, I could be wrong, so I'll hear from everybody.
People agree with what the court just indicated.
May I have a few moments?
Sure.
Your Honor, I have had enough time to speak with my client, although I do believe he had inappropriate contact and did outside research. My client is desiring to keep him as a juror.
Okay, all right, does your client want me to address the other jurors in that panel to see if he's had any conversation with them about the Google? I know he indicated he didn't, but I'm happy to inquire if you see fit.
I think that may be appropriate.
Okay, all right, so let's just bring in jury panel 2. B. All of B.
All rise for the jury.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Please be seated. All right, as you can see, you're the only jury in here right now. We'll be bringing back the other panel momentarily, but I do have a question to this panel, and if you could just show me by a show of hands whether or not this occurred. It has come to our attention that potentially someone may have used the internet to Google information about this court. It was primarily done to receive contact information for the court. But I just want to know whether or not any of you have learned about that or had a conversation regarding what was either reviewed when that, if and when that was done. A show of hands? Yes, sir.
I looked up the word octotrillion just to figure it out, but I don't know if that was what you're talking about.
Okay, all right. Yes?
I looked at you.
Okay, all right, okay. We cannot do that, all right? So if you, sometimes the lawyers, as they've said to you and in my instructions, you are going to be curious about given to you through evidence, which is direct testimony, cross-examination testimony, or any exhibits admitted into evidence. A Google search as to what, I can't even say the word, is not appropriate. Because whatever that search gave, information it gave you is not evidence. Are you gonna be able to set that aside?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just say for the record, we're at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, juror in C 12. All right, so what information when you Google that word, can you tell me the word again?
I think it was octotrillion.
Octotrillion. What did you learn when you Googled octotrillion?
It was a pretty big infinitive number.
Okay,
Meaning very, very way past a billion and trillion and all that.
okay,
I just never heard it and I was kind of trying to understand what it meant.
okay. That's exactly what we cannot do as jurors.
Sure.
Only information that we receive is received here in court. Okay?
Sure.
And then 4, 5, 6, you Googled me. To the court? Basically, I was just wondering how long you've been a judge. Okay, all right. And I promise you, we'll all get an opportunity to talk when we're done, and I can answer any questions about myself personally. When you looked up that information, did you see any newspaper articles or any news as it relates to this case? Okay. Be seated. Thoughts?
I have no concerns, Judge.
If I could have a moment to call appellate counsel, I'm not sure at this point. Obviously, a juror has admitted that he's doing outside research, and that gives me some pause.
Okay, and so let's just kind of break that down. I'll absolutely give you an opportunity to call appellate counsel. Juror in seat 2, we're all satisfied at this point, didn't talk to anybody else about his search, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Juror 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Juror 6 did a Google search of the court. And I'm also satisfied that the information that was received was essentially any directories or potentially other articles that the court's been involved in, but not in this case. Is everyone satisfied with
Agreed,
that?
Judge.
I agree. I actually looked up your name, and the first thing that came up was the Oakland County Circuit Court webpage, and I did not see any news stories on the first page.
Okay, and I'm glad you did that because that's my understanding as well. Your concern now is juror in seat 12's potential research regarding what that number is.
Yes.
And that he's otherwise admitted to that using an electronic device, which is contrary to what the jury instructions allows you to do in order to research a piece of evidence that was admitted in the trial.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so would you like your client, how long would you like a break for?
I would say just 5 to 10 minutes. I believe my contact would be available by phone, and I don't think it would be hard to reach her, so I just need to have a quick conversation.
Okay, all right, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
I will go off the bench, but everyone else is gonna remain.
Understood.
Okay.
And I have permission to step outside.
Of course.
Thank you.
All rise. You may be
Well, dang. We gonna have a mistrial? Jurors back there doing investigations. I don't know how they got caught, but she about to call her PI and make sure everything good. Can y'all tap into his phone and tell me what's going on? Really? And this is just with Carlos's jury. This is not with the other guy's jury. So I don't know how they go. Like, do they do an alternate? Like, you don't do a mistrial when you just do send that person home. I don't know what he did, to be honest. Like, it was so broken up. I just know that whatever he was doing, the judge said you ain't had no business doing it. Oh, he looked up octillion because he couldn't understand what that meant. Yeah, she said, let me step away. Let me call my PI so we can do a forensic download of their phone. Make sure this is all they've been doing. He went to Google on her behalf and then got in trouble. And they done figured it out and said something. Wow, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that again because it was so choppy with them talking about it and not talking about it. I guess they just didn't want us to hear the jurors' voices. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they would do that. I mean, I know why they would do that, but I don't know why they would do that. Yeah, it's just Bigum's jury. And he the one that most of the evidence tied to, at least from everything that I've seen. What about you guys? Like he cooked, as far as I'm concerned. Like we got him on a Ring camera, we got him in Home Depot, we got all types of stuff linking him to it. Look, I tell you, quadrillion, whatever the word is, it got way too many zeros behind it. And we know that it is very, very, very a high probability. Like, I don't need to look that up. I'm just thinking to myself, like, way too many zeros for me. Like, I wouldn't have to look that up. I just know that it's that probability. I'm thinking that they would just get rid of that juror because they should have alternates, right? I mean, they may ask for a mistrial, but I can see the judge denying it. I don't know what he did. Okay, so Marilda said he definitely cooked, but they do have Joshua's DNA on a tape used on the victim. Now, it's to my understanding also, guys, that these two are beefing with each other, Joshua and Carlos. That's why in all the courtrooms, they should be able to have, they should allow for people to, the jury to ask questions. Like, okay, what does that mean? Like, instead of them having to, go Google, in our other courtroom that we were in with our deputy, they were able to ask questions for things that didn't make sense to them or things that they wanted more information on. They should just have that standard in all courtrooms. Because it's certain things that they don't know and that they are curious about and they want answers about it right then versus to wait. So I think that's fair, and I think they should allow that. I don't know, that'd be crazy. Like, you send one jury home, like, okay, his case, the mistrial is granted. Send that jury home, and we just gonna work with y'all. Yeah, and I get that she back, but yeah, and I get that they probably do explain how many zeros, but I mean, like as a juror, like I don't even know if I would care. After you get past 6 or you get past the number that I can count, I can care less. Okay. Okay, Marilda said they probably beefing because they obviously trying to put blame on each other. The battle of guilt. Yeah, okay. So do you, and my other thought was I was thinking in regards to why they are beefing is because not only can you imagine going into that house thinking that y'all are just going to be robbing somebody and somebody does something else that wasn't part of the plan and now you stuck with this? Because it doesn't sound like Joshua was trying to unalive anybody. Like, I remember the wife, the victim that survived, she did testify saying that Joshua was like, man, we gotta go. Like, what are we doing? Like, what is going on here? Like, he was the one going around there getting all the costume jewelry and all the things that don't amount up to anything, while Carlos down there doing whatever he did. And I think that he's actually probably the unaliver. Do you think they could testify against each other? Like, what if Joshua got up there and said, I want to testify on my behalf and get up there and blame it all on Carlos? Like, I would be first taking that first did. Like, especially if I ain't do nothing. Like, I'll be the first one on the stand. Like, I'm testifying on my behalf. And I'm testifying against him. Like, it would go that deep in the courtroom. Yeah, Lynn, I'm not excusing them from either or, because when you go in a household with somebody and something escalates, you are just as guilty. Yeah, I think that you're just as guilty. You're exactly right. So now we both mad at each other because you done went in there and did something else that wasn't part of the plan. Everything that they did was stupid. Like, who goes to somebody's house the day before at 10 o'clock at night? They heard that lady ask her, she faked it and asked her son or her husband, do they have their gun? So they decide to leave, and then they come back the very next day in the daylight and do this. Yeah, we need that content. I want both of them to take the stand. Go ahead and take the stand. Both of y'all point the finger at each other. Let me hear your story. Tell me all about it. I want to hear everything. I want to know how he went in there and you told him no, 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 no. And he did it anyways. And you didn't have nothing to do with that. Okay, so they are rising. This is probably
You may be seated. We don't need appearances. Everyone's here. Ms. Lofton, what'd you learn?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor, for that break so I can confer with appellate counsel. And after speaking to my client, we are okay with keeping the juror that did the independent research. I would ask that he be told that he cannot use the knowledge that he garnered during this independent search when he returns, if he is not an alternate, when he goes back and does his deliberations with the jury. And I would also ask or remind the jury that any questions they have are only to be tendered to the court through notes when deliberations begin.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that, people. Comfortable with that?
Judge, yeah, from what we just heard, it's a definition of a number and how many zeros are behind it. In fact, for follow-up, I'll ask Detective Conley tomorrow what octillion means. And that way it's actually on the record, the definition of that. So there's no additional information that he's garnered that won't be on the record.
Well, you're going to have a difficult time determining what octatrillion it means, because that's the term that was used by the jury. He may have had a difficult time locating it.
I mean, what we all know, and I think everyone can feel comfortable, is that it is a universally large number that is infinite and that is not used in our everyday speech, as most of us cannot even pronounce it, right?
Yes, I would say.
Okay, all right, let's bring in our jurors. All right, the jury, please. Can you please be seated? Ms. Walton, I want to address you up here in front of everybody.
There we go with that old white noise. I think he did, Baca. I don't know. I think he did. I think he grabbed her. I don't know. It sounds like Joshua, which is the man in blue. Oh, well, both of them got blue. Well, I don't know.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to remind you that you are not to use electronic devices to communicate with the court, do any independent research on your own, even if it's things that you don't think are important or don't think have anything to do with the case, researching the court, myself, or any of the attorneys, as you could inadvertently pull up a story that has something to do potentially with this case, and that would therefore make you an inappropriate juror. So we all have our cell phones, we always walk around with them, we all have them with us. They're not to be used unless they are used for something that has nothing to do with the court. So while you're here, don't use your electronic devices for any purpose other than answering your emails or communicating with family or friends, all right, during your breaks, okay? The other instruction I want to give at this time is if you have heard or learned any information outside of the court through research on your own through an electronic device, you must set aside any information that you learned. The only evidence that you are to consider when you go back to deliberate is evidence that was properly admitted into court. As I indicated previously, evidence that is properly admitted into court is evidenced by witnesses who are sworn to tell the truth, that lawyers are able to cross-examine, and any other documents or exhibits or reference materials that the court admits into evidence. Nothing else is to be considered during your deliberations. All right, let's get going, Mr. Petrobessa. Who do you got next?
You will call Gerardo Saucedo.
Good afternoon, sir. If you could just get in that witness stand, stay standing, and raise your right hand and get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're going to provide today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and then tell us your name.
Gerardo Saucedo.
My witness, thank you. And sir, can you spell your first name and your last name for us?
Gerardo, last name Saucedo.
And sir, how are you employed?
Self-employed.
Okay, and your self-employment, what is that?
I'm a graphic artist.
Okay, do you own a shop?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
and what kind of shop is that?
Sign shop.
Okay, and what's the name of that shop?
Mr. Boulevard Signs.
Okay, where's that located?
Southwest Detroit, Michigan Avenue.
Okay, and how long have you been in business?
About 25 years.
Okay, it's same location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as a shop owner, what are some of the things that you provide to customers?
T-shirts, business cards, magnetics, banners, anything to do with advertisement.
So if a customer comes in, gives you something they want blown up or made to a sign, things like that?
That's what I do.
Okay. And at some point in October 2024, did you have to reach out to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And why did you have to do that?
Because I had made up some magnetic signs, and then I heard on the radio, then I heard on the news that possibly there had been some kind of crime committed, and I wanted to clear my name, that make sure, I was not involved in it.
Okay. And you said you had to make some magnetic signs. What type of signs were those?
For DTE.
Okay. And do you recall what time of year this was?
What time of year?
Yeah, was it?
It was, I think like fall or something, no?
Fall 2024?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And is your shop equipped with cameras?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you send video clips of that transaction or things that you were going to make for that particular customer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, at this time, the people are moved to
The mid and publish, go to the 18A.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
And-
18 days and.
Yeah, and sir, it's going to pop up in that monitor. Just have you take a look at that when it pops up, and may ask you some questions. Okay.
Yeah, go to the 5, I was waiting for a customer, and he just left. Do you have like the 18 by 24 or always 12 by 24? So what do you charge for the 18 by 24 like magnet decals on the side of the car? Here you're looking at, I'm sure that's not well, these are 12 by 24s, but 18 by 24s are about 30 for parole. That's not 12. I need 3 of them. Okay, so 3 18 by 24s? Yeah. I can do 3 for about 60.
And sir, what is that item that you're showing the customer?
I'm sorry?
What is that you're showing the customer? What item?
It was a magnetic for another customer supposed to be picking up their order. So it was a sample, basically.
And up there in that, you can see in the top left corner, is that a timestamp of when that video was taken?
Yeah.
And what is that date on there?
October 4th, 2024.
That'll work. So our contract for DTE, so all that say is DTE on there. And then, it's gonna be white with a blue letter or white with blue? Would it be possible for you to do more like this? Do you want that? Or, and then that, just the basic ones. Yeah, because they want a lot for them. And it's easier to get.
And sir, do you recall what he was showing you on your phone at that time?
It was DTF. I was looking at his phone right now. It looked like impact font, DTF letters.
DTF or?
I mean, what?
Would it be correct? Would it be DTE?
DTE. Thank you.
And that was just the customer showing you
The R, what he wanted. I'm sorry.
And your phone number is 830-873-5275.
You want me to do it in my hand and I'll pick it up?
No matter. Just put parole. So you want all three of them, 18 by 24? Yeah. You said how much? 201. So like 2 DTE and then the one with like the little anybody. You want me to send it to you or something? All right, you know I'm ready from the phone. Or what is it? Do you want 3? 3, 400, 400, 400. Alright, I sent you both of them. Okay, then give me 115 here. I don't have that question. Yeah. Back in the days, it used to be a lottery shop. That was you too? Man, I used to come here as a kid and buy spray paint tickets, and I used to get like the little rims for my bike. Yeah, everything. I remember my Thunderbird. My yellow truck. I remember the yellow truck. I just sold it with that about 2 weeks ago. I still have it. And this is the only place we can get cash. Nobody else has them. And you know what? I'm so busy, man. I own this, I'm a small little business, and then my wife works for Wayne County, and then we've got this Mexican import store in Lincoln Park. Yeah, we were across the street, you know. And man, it's okay. I know I'm gonna regret it, you know, but I mean, right now the time for me to open up that I can't do too much shit. And what it is this year, me and my son went down south, we bought a few more trucks for the snow removal business, so we've been back and forth out of town. And then we got a truck in the garage, we're getting a makeover, I sold some of my. And you guys just do the cars too, right? We like our inside and out, and interior, upholstery, and all that, and all that shit. I still remember the store. But actually, my store used to be 2 buildings over, that was my office, and all this used to be the garage. Right around here, where we incurred that. Yeah, I'm gonna send you thumbs up to me like that. All right. Yeah, I got this one, and I got that one. Just basically the little one there. Mm-hmm. All right, man, I appreciate you. All right, sir. Good to see you again. As soon as you're ready, I'll be here. We'll do. I'll be ready Monday, then I'll make an order off. All right, thank you, sir. All right, have a good weekend. Yeah.
And sir, that person that came to your store on October 4th, 2024, have you made DTE's sign for him? Is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please identify by something he's wearing?
I'm sorry?
Can you identify him by something that he's wearing?
A blue shirt.
Around the record reflecting court ID's been made to Mr. Hernandez.
The record reflect the witness has identified defendant Hernandez.
And sir, did you make those products that Mr. Hernandez used?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I saw in the video that, did you take Mr. Hernandez's phone number?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to communicate with Mr. Hernandez through that phone number that he gave you?
Yeah, I think maybe after I might have designed the artwork, I might have sent it to him for approval.
And you had communications with him with that phone number that he gave you in the shop that day on 4th.
Yes.
Now, the people are going to move to admit and publish people 17A, B, C, and D at this time.
E, B, C, and D. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. Here.
And so they're going to pop up on your screen and let me know if you recall this. This is people 17A. Is this a text message that you would have sent to Mr. Hernandez and one that you would have given the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And is that you in the blue sending a message? Is that your message?
Yes.
Okay. And the white would be Mr. Hernandez's response.
Yes.
And this is 17B. Is this right here? Is this you sending designs or potential designs over to Mr. Hernandez?
I would think so.
Okay. And this thumbs up, would that be an approval for Mr. Hernandez based on the design that you sent him?
Yes.
And is this more communications? Mr. Hernandez asking you if you were able to get that centered?
Yes.
Okay. And then that's him replying, thank you.
Yes.
And then is that him asking, will they be ready today?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you advising him when they'll be ready?
Yes.
And lastly, what is this a text message of?
I'm showing him a sample. His order's ready to be picked up.
And that was the final product that you were making for Mr. Hernandez?
Correct.
Okay. And just based on based on this final communications you have with him, just Mr. Hernandez come back in that store and pick up the items that he had you make?
Yes, it was him, I think.
Okay. And on that day he goes to pick up, was your store still outfitted with cameras?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, people are moved to the then published people's 18B.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
And sir, can you tell me, would that be an accurate time and date stamp for this picking up of the signs?
Yes, I would think so.
And what date is that?
October 9th, 2024.
Thank you.
Sounds great, maybe, all right? Good motion. Now, let me say this about these. When you install them in your truck, now when I cut these, I cut them around the corner for 2 reasons. That when you're driving the freeway, blah, blah, the wind won't get up on these there, not off, okay? But when you wash your truck, obviously make sure you clean your truck good, clean these off real good, and make sure there's nothing, not even a couple of dust or anything. That little couple of dust cause a little fucking nipple, and that'll go out there, get something in there, blow it off. Okay? So there goes your back one. And 2 side ones. All right? All right, thank you, sir. Well, I'll set these up now, keep this in mind. Absolutely will. All right, take care, man. Have a good one.
And sir, is the same person who came in to pick up the signs on the 9th, is that the same person who dropped off what he wanted done on the 4th to you?
Yes.
Okay. And that item that he was picking up, are those magnets that you could stick on a truck?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And at that time, when this transaction was occurring and was picking up, did you have any concerns about what those were going to be used for?
He told me he was a contractor. I get plenty of contractors come to me often, and I'm here for advertisement.
It wasn't, and it's fair to say that it wasn't until you saw news reports about this particular incident that this sparked a memory for you.
Actually, I was driving home from work, and I'm always listening to news radio, and I heard about this sad incident that happened, and it clicked in my head right away. Man, I just done some magnetic signs, and I hope there's no tie between them. So I went home. I'm having dinner, and I turned the TV on, and now I saw it on the news, and I told my wife, I says, I think I might have, been involved in this, unfortunately.
And then when you talk to your wife and you explain that, is that when you decided to contact the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
No, I called my attorney right away, and he's the one that advised me to.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ross Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sesita, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants in this case, Joshua Zuazo. I have a few questions to ask you, sir. If I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and then I'll rephrase the question, all right?
Yes.
Now, that first exhibit that we looked at, the first video we looked at, that was admitted as Exhibit 18A, is when the person you've identified as Mr. Hernandez made the order for obtaining the DTE energy signs.
Correct.
And that happened on the 4th day of October last year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, there was a person that came into that office or your showroom, your store, with him and left with him.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember seeing that person?
It was a
there?
female.
It was a woman there. And did you ever seen that woman before?
I've never seen either one of them before.
Okay. But you do recognize Mr. Hernandez to be the man that was in your store making that purchase.
Now
Is
it's
that right?
video, yes.
Okay. And the woman, is that the same woman that came in with him?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen her come in on the video, so yes. I mean, but if I was to see her in the street right now, I wouldn't be able to identify her.
I understand that. But he came with a woman.
Correct.
He
They both walked in
conducted
together.
some business with you in order to make the purchase or to make the order.
Right.
And then he left and the woman left with him. Is that
Correct.
correct?
They came in as a couple, they left as a couple.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Cross-exam Hernandez.
I have no questions, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down, sir.
And make this witness be excused.
I have no objection.
People called Danielle Diaz. Judge, if I could approach this with the attorneys just for logistical.
Sure.
Yeah, I think OnlyFans because he didn't he wasn't even trying to come in there and do that. I don't know, D. I don't know if they got it, if they really showed anything. But I can almost believe that, but why wouldn't they flip on the person who ordered it? I only say that because when people just do stuff and they make sure it's done, it seemed like somebody paid them to do it because they be real reckless with it. And with all the pre-planning, them going to the house the day before, not doing it that night, right? Because that probably would have made more sense. And coming back the next day and doing it, like they had to get it done. Most of hits when you saying that, they be like that. So I wouldn't be surprised, but why they not telling? I'd be telling. Is that a scooter? Yeah, because remember, he owned a pawn shop. And this guy right here, from my understanding, if I recall right, Bigums had something in the pawn shop.
Yes.
Your witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is not easy being here. Am I right on that?
Correct.
Okay. We've met once before today, and that was in district court at the preliminary examination. You remember us meeting then?
Yes.
And that was the first time we've ever met face to face.
Yes.
And today's the second time we've ever met face to face.
Yes.
You testified at the preliminary examination.
Yep.
You recall that?
Yes.
You were placed under oath and you testified there?
Yes.
Okay. Since that time, I think we've had maybe one or two phone calls in the last couple of weeks regarding the logistics of getting you here because you notified us that you had had a surgery. Is that fairly correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were going to have difficulties driving here because of the obvious surgery, so you needed a ride. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Correct.
And then we met again probably an hour ago just to talk about testifying and what to expect. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
You have a connection with a woman named Amanda Diaz?
Amanda Hernandez, my daughter.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Does she officially take Hernandez at this point?
Yes.
Okay. But before that, she was Amanda Diaz.
Correct.
Okay. And how are you related to her?
She's my daughter. I'm
And
her
how
mother.
old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
55.
You're going to have to.
Oh, 55.
And you need to speak up very loud for the folks in the first and second row.
Okay.
And how long has your daughter been married to Carlos Hernandez?
It's been a little over a year now, like a year and today's the
A little
second.
over a year?
A year and a month, yes.
Okay. And prior to that time, were you aware that they had been seeing each other?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you think it was, if you go back in time from today's date, not from the last time you testified, but from today's date back, how many years do you think it was that you first knew of Carlos Hernandez being in your daughter's life?
I believe it's like 3 years.
Okay. And do you see Carlos Hernandez in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Carlos Hernandez in a blue polo.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
The record reflect the witnesses identified defendant Hernandez.
And can you tell us, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
And where are you employed?
At Home Depot,
Okay, which Home Depot are you employed at?
Telegraph Road,
And how long have you worked for Home Depot?
27 years.
Do you have a residence that you've lived at?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I don't want to know the address,
Okay.
but what city is that house located in?
Lincoln Park.
Going back in time, was there a point in time when your daughter Amanda was living up here in Michigan before she moved down to Texas?
Yes.
Okay, when was it your best guess that when she was living full-time in Michigan before she moved to Texas?
Like I don't know, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, because she moved down to Texas prior to any, she lived down there for a while.
And your daughter, does she have a child?
Yes,
And is the child fathered by Mr. Hernandez or somebody else?
someone else,
Okay, is that somebody else, somebody who lives in Michigan or lives in Texas?
Texas.
And how old is that child now?
He will be 4.
Right.
Yes.
I'm having a difficult time hearing, and I'm concerned that the jury sitting in the front rows will
Can you
also.
guys hear? You guys are
Yeah.
good? Okay,
They're
just
no
try
better than me.
to raise your voice.
Okay.
Because you can, we understand it's difficult.
Is it fair to say you're very close to your grandchild?
Very.
Okay, and you take care of him or her?
Him.
You take care of him when needed, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, if your daughter was to leave the house, would they get an outside babysitter or would you be?
I would be the person.
Okay, and your daughter Amanda, did she have, going back in October of 24, did she have a residence that was out of state?
Yes,
And what city was that?
Katy, Texas.
Was that a house or an apartment?
A house,
Did they rent or own it?
rent.
Okay. And would she and the defendant come back and forth to Michigan to visit?
Once they went down, they didn't, I think they were there until the wedding.
Okay. And we're talking, the wedding was what year? 2024?
2024.
Okay. And when they would come back to town, meaning Amanda and the defendant, would they stay with you or would they stay with other folks?
With me.
Would they ever stay with other folks or was it always with you?
No.
When
with
they
me.
came up from Texas, did they fly or drive?
Drive.
Did you, were you aware what type of vehicle they were driving?
Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Was it white in color?
Yes.
When they had returned here from Texas about a year or so ago, was there a wedding that took place?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a wedding, that was the wedding between your daughter and the defendant, is that correct?
That was their wedding.
And you had involvement with that wedding?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have involvement and any knowledge of an individual known to you at the time by the name of Yogi? Did you know that person by the name of Yogi?
I knew the name, yes.
Okay, and prior to testifying in this case down at district court, you didn't know Yogi's legal proper name, is that correct?
No.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look around the courtroom and see if you see Yogi in the courtroom today.
He is right behind you in a blue shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Record reflect the witness has identified defendant Zuazo.
And in the preparation for that wedding, were you aware of Yogi being attempted to be fitted for a tux for that wedding?
Yes.
Now, how many times would you say you had met Yogi by the time of October 11th of 2024? How many times did you physically met him?
One physical time.
Okay. And was that a time when you went to Yogi's house, a restaurant, or did he come to your house?
My house.
And did he come to your house with the defendant, or did he come alone to see the defendant?
Not really too sure on that.
You don't know how he got there?
No.
Okay. In October of 2024, we have talked about the white Jeep that was there that was brought up from Texas. Was there another white truck, pickup truck that started to appear in front and by your house?
Yes.
And how long before they left would you say that white pickup truck appeared in front of your house? Your best guess?
I would maybe say a week and a half, but I'm not for sure.
Okay. And did you ever have any conversations with Mr. Hernandez about how did that truck appear in front of your house?
I don't know if I spoke to him or asked him, but I just asked whose truck was it.
Okay. Did you ever get an answer as to whose truck that was?
Well, I'm going to ask who's the speaker. Because it's one thing if it's Mr. Hernandez, it's quite another if it's a third person.
I totally agreed. I'm just asking a yes or no question at this point. Did you ever get an answer to that? I'm not asking who said it yet. Did you ever get an answer to that?
Yes.
Okay. And now, as Mr. McCarthy had pointed out, can you tell us, was that from Mr. Hernandez, Amanda, or somebody else?
I honestly cannot remember which one, either Carlos or my daughter tell me.
Don't tell us what they told you.
Oh, okay.
You did get an answer to it. Okay. As far as the answer that you received, there was nothing that came to mind that there was something nefarious or illegal going on with that truck. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes.
Okay. If that was something that was illegal, you would call the police. You would have told them to get the truck out of there. You wouldn't want to be a part of that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You know why you're here today, and you know all the allegations that have gone on regarding the events from last year. Did you have any knowledge of what was going on before those events took place?
No.
Okay. Did you have any direct or indirect involvement in the events that took place in Rochester Hills last year, a year ago?
No.
Now, there is a time that what happens in Rochester Hills gets brought to your attention. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you call where you were when you first heard, you don't tell us what you heard, but when it was first brought to your attention that something was going on that may involve your family?
It was Saturday. I was at work.
Okay. So you learned of it the Saturday after things had actually occurred. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So regarding the dates of October 10th, October 11th, which is the Thursday and Friday, on those 2 days, nothing was brought to your attention about what was happening in Rochester Hills?
No.
Okay. You didn't watch any newscasts or see anything on TV that would have directed your attention to what was going on in Rochester Hills. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you find out about what's going on in Rochester Hills on that Saturday, had your daughter, your grandson, and the defendant Hernandez already left the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. You worked a regular shift on that Friday, October 11th at Home Depot?
Yes,
And what did your regular shift consist of?
6 to 2:30.
And your typical pattern is if you didn't have any other distraction going on home, you would go towards your house?
Correct.
Okay. When was it that you first learned on that Friday that they were leaving the state of Michigan?
I think it was a little bit later on in the evening or maybe in the afternoon. I can't really say.
Did you try to talk them into staying, or did you understand they wanted to leave and they were going?
I knew they were going to go back.
Okay. They hadn't moved up here for good.
No,
Okay. Now, when you learn that they're leaving the state, do they pack up that Jeep?
my daughter did that night.
Okay. And they put the luggage cargo rack on top, for lack of a better term, on top of the Jeep?
Yes, my nephews helped her with that.
Okay. And nothing was said to you by anyone when they were leaving about anything that was causing them to leave, other than they wanted to go back to Texas. Is that correct?
Correct.
The investigation quickly turned and started to focus on both Defendant Hernandez and Yogi Zuazo. Is that correct? You had Oakland County Sheriff's deputies contacting you?
When I left work early that morning of, what is it, the 12th? Is it Saturday?
Yes.
When I left work early, I got home and there was police everywhere.
Okay. And is that something that you cooperated with when they got to your house? Meaning
Yes.
they wanted to get inside your house to look around?
Yes,
And they had a search warrant, or did they just ask you for consent to come in?
don't know if they had a search warrant. I can't remember, but maybe they might have asked me to come in to see if anybody was in the house. Because I know they asked me, is anybody in the house? And I said, no, it's just me.
Okay. And you had no objection to them coming into the house?
No.
As the investigation continued, we ended up going to preliminary examination back in last December out in Rochester Hills. Do you recall being subpoenaed as a witness for that
Yes.
also? And that was also a day that I'm sure wasn't pleasant for the position you're in as a witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were shown a Ring camera video from the residence on that date. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And you identified Defendant Hernandez as one of the two people on that Ring camera?
correct,
And you identified Defendant Zuazo also on that Ring camera?
correct.
This morning, we had another video that had come up that we didn't show you before because it came up through the investigation. But did I show you another video before you came in today?
Yes,
Okay. Council has been told of this. This is not sandbagging or surprise. I have let council know this occurred before coming in today. I'm going to play you what's been marked as exhibit number 20B as in boy. It's going to pop up on your screen. Ask you if you recognize this as the video that you were shown an hour or so ago.
yes.
Do you recognize the larger of the two individuals as Defendant Hernandez?
Yes,
Do you recognize the smaller of the two individuals as Defendant Zuazo?
yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Diaz, I spoke with you back on December the 17th of last year at the preliminary examination. I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Michael McCarthy. I represent Mr. Zuazo. I have some questions to ask you regarding the testimony you've given here this afternoon. And if I don't make myself clear, please tell me that, and then I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you met Mr. Zuazo one time prior to being asked to identify him in court in 2024 at the preliminary examination. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you were, and this is directing your attention to page 95 in the transcript, when you were asked questions initially during your examination about Mr. Zuazo, you said that you didn't have any answer to whether you identified the person who was shown to you on a video that afternoon, the ring video from the Murray's home. Remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, may I approach the witness? I'm going to direct your attention to page 95 of the preliminary examination transcript, lines 6 through 17. Let's read it to yourself, please. And then when you've completed doing that, please let me know and I'll take it. So you've read through all that?
Yes.
All right, let me just ask you a couple of questions then. Does that refresh your memory of what it was that you were asked and how you answered the questions when the preliminary examination was conducted in December of last year?
If it's written down there, I guess that's what I said.
Well, you were able to, let me just say, you say, I guess that's what it said. You can see what is written here, correct? And you're able to read and understand what was on page 95, lines 6 through 17, correct?
Correct.
My question is, does it refresh your memory of being there that day and being asked these questions and giving the answers?
In the courtroom?
Yes.
I was in the courtroom. I can't remember everything because I was very nervous.
Okay. Do you think that this is an accurate transcription of what you had to say that day?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember what I said.
So you have no memory of what you said that day, and this document does not refresh your memory. Is that correct?
I don't remember what I said.
So the answer being this document did not refresh your memory. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Well, no, you're saying no. Is what I just told you correct, that it did not refresh your memory?
I don't remember.
Okay, very good. Then I would move to have this admitted, page 95, as a recording of exactly what she said.
Judge, I have no objection if Mr. McCarthy just wants to read into the record from question starting at line 6, but I would ask him to go through line 18, so I don't have to do that.
That would be very good. And I imagine maybe she saw 18. It's a one-word answer. So these are questions put to you by Mr. Petrofessa on December 17th of last year. The first question, and did you recognize the second person in those videos as either Yogi or Zuazo? Your answer, I didn't. He was in the back. I don't. Question, did you not identify him to my investigator 20 minutes ago as defendant Zuazo? Your answer, your investigator didn't ask me if I identified Carlos or not. They didn't ask me any questions. They had me watch a video. Question, okay, did you recognize I'll ask you one last time, Yogi, in that video? Answer, I don't know. I don't have any answer to that. I don't know. Question, do you? It's yes or no. Answer, yes.
Okay.
So Now you've read it and now you've heard it out loud. And isn't it true, when you were asked if you were able to make an identification of Mr. Zuazo, you said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any answer to that. I don't know. Your words, right?
Okay. Yes.
No, it isn't okay. It's yes or no.
Yes.
And then Mr. Petrofensa says, do you? It's yes or no. And then you answered yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not okay. I mean, that's what you said,
All right.
correct?
If that's what you're saying, yes.
Well, it isn't just what I'm saying. It's what you said under oath when you were in court on December 17th of last year. You understand that?
I'm going to plead my Fifth Amendment right for your question.
Okay, so I'm just gonna insert myself here for a second. That is what Mr. McCarthy's showing you is a recorded transcription from court proceeding.
Okay.
Lawyers can use under oath testimony to ask questions about it. So there's nothing inappropriate about what's happening here. I don't know if you're misunderstanding, I think, what's being asked. I think you're just being asked to affirm that you in fact did say those things under oath.
If that's what it says, then yes.
Okay.
I don't remember what happened a
We
year ago.
understand, I know you've said that quite a bit, but that is what you said under oath because it's transcribed and it's certified by a transcriber. You do agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, then you would agree also that in the space of however long it took to have Mr. Petrofessa ask his second question where he says it's yes or no, you changed from I don't know who it is to yes, it's Mr. Zuazo. Is that right?
If that's what it says, yes.
Okay, very good. Now, let's talk a little bit about the night of the 11th day of October last year. You said something to the effect that it was planned that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter, Amanda Diaz at the time, but now Amanda Diaz Hernandez, were going to leave town. Remember that testimony
Yes.
you gave a few minutes ago?
Right.
And so my question to you is, on that day, October the 10th, or the 11th rather, when you got up that morning, did you understand that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter were going to leave town and go back to Texas on that day?
No, because I didn't talk to my daughter until the afternoon.
Okay, and then you found out in the afternoon, what time was that?
I have no idea, but when I wake up, it's 4:45. I get dressed and have to be to work by 6. There's nobody up in my house at that time but me.
Okay, so you get up at 4:45 a.m. to go to
Yes.
work, is that correct? And then you get home because you have to be there at 6, is that it?
Correct.
And you work an 8-hour day?
Yes.
And so somewhere around 2:30 or 2:45, you're back home from work?
Yes.
So whenever this conversation with your daughter took place, it was after 2:45.
Or during the day, I can't remember. I don't know if I spoke to her during the day. I talked to my daughter like 5-6 times a day, every day.
Okay, so when they left, what time was it?
It was at night. I went to bed and they were still packing the car. I have no idea what time they left.
Okay, but you were well aware of the fact that they were leaving. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And that was a bit of a surprise to you that they were leaving so soon?
No, because it's been planned. We're going to leave. Well, we might be leaving this day, might go this day. You know, it wasn't like, okay, we're leaving on this day.
Okay, and they had arrived sometime in August and then were there for this wedding that was conducted. And then they hung around your place even after the wedding for a period of time, correct?
Yes.
And then both of them left at the same time, correct? And your grandson went with them, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Prosper Hernandez.
Mr. McCarthy just asked you about when it was that Mr. Hernandez and your daughter came back from Texas. Was it August or do you not remember?
It was like 3 weeks before the wedding.
And when was the wedding?
I believe it's September 8th.
And you had previously testified when Mr. Petrofessa was asking you questions that they actually lived in Katy, Texas. Like they had a home down there and Michigan was no longer their residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason that they came here was for the wedding, correct?
Correct.
The plan was always for them to return to Katy, Texas, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, I know Mr. McCarthy spent some time in discussing with you my questions to you during the preliminary examination, your answers to that, and I think you read the page, I think off of page 95 to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. After I got to talk to you at preliminary examination, kind of like this, Mr. McCarthy got to cross-examine you kind of like this at that point in time also. Isn't that correct?
Just like right now.
Maybe not
Oh,
just like it,
okay.
but kind of like it. He got a chance to ask you questions, right, after I was done.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct everyone's attention to page 102. When Mr. McCarthy was asking you questions, did you not say his question was, are you able to identify the second man to be this individual? The second man shown in that video to be the individual that you know as Yogi? And your answer was yes. Do you recall that?
Yes, if that's what I said, yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right. Did you want to cross on that?
I do have one question.
All right.
So can you explain to both of these juries here how it is that when Mr. Petrofessa asked you that question from page 103, where your answer was yes, you were able to say immediately that that's what it was, and you didn't have to look at the transcript? Can you explain that?
Judge, just one
Maybe it's the
thing.
wrong page.
No, there's two things I just want to correct. It's page 102, and actually Mr. McCarthy's asking the question, not me.
No, I'm talking about Mr. Petrofessa asking the question right now.
Oh, okay.
It's not, it's argumentative and not relevant, right? Point is made, Mr. McCarthy. Anything
Very
else?
good.
Okay.
She can't answer it, that's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Petrofessa, anything else on redirect
No,
then?
Judge.
All right, you may step down, but watch your step on the way down. If you need help, let us know. The OIC can help you come down if you need it.
Can this witness be excused?
I have no objection.
All right, she's excused.
If you can just bring it over to me and I can go.
Who's next?
Take a tag on the guard.
Good afternoon, Detective. You can get in the witness stand. Stay standing, raise your right hand. I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, yeah.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Name is Detective Jesse Hagland.
All right, your witness.
Thank you. Can you spell your first and last name for us for the
First,
record?
first name Jesse, Jesse, last name Hagland.
I know you just said you're a detective, but where are you employed?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
for 7 years.
Okay. And how long have you been a detective with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been assisting the Detective Bureau in Rochester Hills for several, but full-time as a detective for about 3 months.
For about 3 months?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay. And prior to your employment with the Sheriff's Office, did you have any other law enforcement experience?
I did.
And where was that at?
I was a police officer in the city of Auburn Hills for 4 years.
So you went from Auburn Hills to the Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to October 11, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Okay. And on that date, were you one of the officers that responded to the scene?
I was.
Okay. Okay, and where were you prior to arriving on scene to the Newcastle address?
I was assigned to Rochester High School as a school resource officer, and I responded when the call came out over the air.
And as a school resource officer, why did you respond to that particular incident?
Due to the nature of the incident and its close location to the schools, there was another high school, middle school close by. I started to respond in the event we needed to do anything with the schools.
Right, so you were one of the responding deputies that day?
I was.
Okay, and then also, were you also involved in the further investigation of this particular case?
I was.
Okay, and did you execute a search warrant at a house in Lincoln Park?
I did.
Okay. And why was the search warrant done for that particular house in Lincoln Park?
That residence was identified as the residence that one of the suspects had been residing in for the past several months.
Okay. And do you recall when you executed that search warrant?
It was, I believe, within a couple days of the initial incident in the afternoon.
And did you go there by yourself, or was there other officers with you?
I went along with Detective Wiegman and eventually was joined by Lieutenant Delbeck.
Okay. And would all three of you guys there?
I apologize. Okay. Detective Wiegand. I said Wiegman.
I know they're similar.
Similar, yes.
Two different people, but the names are very similar.
Yes.
Okay. And you went there, and did all three of you guys search the home?
We did.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm going to hand them what's been marked with people 25A, B, and C.
I have no objection.
And I am.
25?
Yeah, it's not written down. These were brought from evidence today.
All right, so what are their numbers then? 25 is what?
25A is a release for damage to property form. 25B is a DTE customer consent release form. And 25C could be called DTE cutouts.
Got it. And you have no objection to those, the admission to those?
No objection.
Or they're,
Okay. Can you take a look at these for me?
I can.
And at 25A, B, and C, do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
These were found in the search of the area of the house that was where the suspect had been residing.
And where did you find, specifically on 25A, where did you locate that?
This form was located in a trash bag, a plastic bag that had other articles of garbage in it that was tied up sitting on a couch.
And when you located that, was that of significance in your investigation to you at that time?
Yes, these forms were.
And why was that?
Well, 25B, I recognized to be the same form that had been held up to the Ring doorbell. From reviewing the doorbell footage, I recognized this to be the same form, specifically because it also had the blue lining on it, which I could see from the Ring camera footage, as well as the same layout.
And Detective, did you review that Ring footage before executing that search warrant?
I did.
Okay. And what about 25C that you're holding?
The suspects were reported to be in a DTE vehicle at the scene, and I located these DTE cutouts stuffed underneath a couch cushion and one of the pieces of furniture in the room.
And you gathered those items and brought those to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, these items were tagged into property. These are my initials where I sealed them for evidentiary purposes.
May I approach the witness? And at this time, people move to publish these.
okay.
I have no further questions.
Are you gonna publish?
No, publish these. No, they're in here, so we can set the year or show them, hand them to the jury, however the court wishes.
Let's wait to publish till after.
That's
cross.
usually, yes, thank you.
Okay, all right, cross Zuazo.
Thank you very much. Detective Hagelin, my name is Michael McCarthy. I represent one of the defendants, Joshua Zuazo. I have a couple of questions to ask you today regarding your testimony. As a part of your, and if I don't make myself clear when I ask a question, just tell me that and I will rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Part of the work that you did investigating this case was to speak with Mrs. Linda Murray, correct?
On my initial response to the scene, I spoke with Miss Murray when I escorted her from the home to a vehicle.
And then she was in your vehicle, is that correct?
She was not in my vehicle. I placed her in a open squad car outside.
But you talked to her?
Yes.
And when you first got on the scene, she was seated on the front porch, is that right?
I don't recall if she was inside or outside the front porch, but that's where I escorted her from.
Okay. And you got some information from her. She provided you with information regarding what had happened and descriptions of the people that were involved. Is that correct?
Yes, on a limited basis.
And one of the things that she reported to you was that one person was, as she described, a Hispanic male with a beard, tall and fat, very fat. Remember her telling you those things?
Yes.
And you put that in quotation marks in the report that you wrote about your interaction with Miss Murray, correct?
Yes.
And then she gave you a description of another person who was there.
Yes.
And that was a black male of average height and average weight. That's
Correct.
what you wrote in your report, correct?
Yes.
And when you wrote that report, it was based on the information that you received when you were talking with Mrs. Murray, correct?
Yes.
And the report is dated October 11th. So you wrote that the same day. Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, not right there at that moment, but when it was fresh in your mind, correct?
Yes.
And did you take notes while you were talking with Miss Murray and Mrs. Murray and then make the report, or was this from your memory?
I went off of, I believe, body cam footage in memory.
Okay. Because you reviewed that when you put your report together.
Yes.
Is that correct? And can you tell the jury whether it's an important thing to write an accurate report?
Yes, it's extremely important to write an accurate report.
And that's because the information in there refreshes your memory when the time passes between the day that you write something and when you have to testify about it, if that need arises, correct?
Yes.
And so in your review of the reports that you did for your involvement in this case, would you say that the information regarding the descriptions Mrs. Murray gave you regarding each of the two people that came into her home on October 11th is accurate?
It's accurate based on what was given to me.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. What
Yes.
she told you, that's what you wrote down.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, there's another thing I wanted to ask about, and that is when you were a participant in the search, in the execution of the search warrant at the house in Lincoln Park. Were you found the three exhibits, 25A, B, and C, the DTE forms and those cutouts? You said the cutouts were stuffed under a couch. Was that in the upstairs or the downstairs of the residence, if you recall?
No, that was in the area of the residence that had been designated as the suspect's living area.
Okay, and was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
So in the basement?
Yes.
And when you said had been designated as the suspect's residence, how did you get that information?
That's where we were directed by the homeowner.
Okay, so, and then you found other things that were related to Mr. Hernandez down there besides these DTE documents?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Did you see any other items that were down there that were at all identifiable to belong to Mr. Hernandez?
There was large clothing. I can't speak to having any recollection of seeing anything specific. No.
Okay, when you say large clothing, you mean like size 6X, things of that nature?
Very large clothing.
Very large clothing, male clothing?
I would believe so, yes.
Okay. And you were directed to that area of the house because you were informed that that's where he had been staying. Is that
Yes.
correct? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Ross Hernandez. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
You had described that you arrived on the actual scene. You traveled there from your position at Rochester High School. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you a part of the house or part of the team that was clearing the house?
No.
Okay. Had that already taken place when you arrived?
They were coordinating it, I guess you could say.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with Deputy Copeland on that day?
Nothing noteworthy.
Okay. Do you remember seeing a blood swipe on the railing of the wall by the stairs going down into the basement?
No.
You testified that you were then present in Lincoln Park during the search, correct?
Correct.
And you noted in your report that you observed a black glove. Do you remember black glove? Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And is that something you seized as evidence?
I did.
And in your report, you stated that that glove looked like something that Carlos was wearing at the scene. Do you remember stating that?
Yes.
Were you present during the search of Mr. Zuazo's home?
I was present, yes.
And was anything noteworthy found during that search?
Nothing that I personally could testify to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Having trouble hearing?
I just thought I missed something. I didn't know if I can ask it.
No, you can't ask her no right now.
Okay.
And that's juror 1, 2, 3, 4. Juror in seat 4. Can't ask a question. Only thing right now would be to say you needed a break or you couldn't hear. Neither one of those things? Okay. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
People call Detective Weekman.
No objection.
All right, he's excused.
Approach to be sworn in the court.
Hi, good afternoon. If you want to get in the witness stand, I'll get you sworn in. Go ahead and just raise your hand. You swear from the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Detective Robert Wigman, Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
All right, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. You had some involvement in the investigation in case of why we're here today for trial.
Yes, sir.
And your name appeared on the witness list. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay. Defense counsel has asked me to produce you for today to be questioned. So I'm going to turn you over to Mr. McCarthy so he can ask you questions.
Cross-exam Zuazo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Weidman, as Dr. Fessa just said, my name is Michael McCarthy. I'm representing Mr. Zuazo. I just have a couple of questions I want to ask you here this afternoon related to your involvement or interviews with Linda Murray in the days, either the day of the incident and the days that passed. And so if I ask a question and I don't make it clear to you what I'm asking, just tell me that and I'll rephrase the question, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Ms. Murray, you interviewed her a couple of times, correct? Or maybe 3 times, I'm not sure.
I can say this. It wasn't just once, it wasn't just twice. It was continuous interactions over a course of probably 7 to 10 days.
Okay, and you wrote a report on October 14th that, at least at that point, said that you had met with her on the 11th, the date of the incident, and you spoke with her while she was in the hospital. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And then you followed up with succeeding interviews in the days that followed at the home of her son. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And at one point during those interviews, you asked for a description of the people who were involved in the incident at her home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she gave you a description of a person who she said was a Hispanic male that might have been about 6 foot tall. Is that right?
I asked some probing questions to that, and then she later clarified he was approximately the same height as her husband, but definitively not 6'6" and also not 5'6".
Okay, and so it was somewhere in that range, at least above 5'6" and below 6'6" in her mind. That's the way she described you. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And then she gave you a description, because I'm sure you were asking the questions, about the second person.
Yes, sir.
And she said that that person had an average height And wait, he was a black male.
That's correct, sir.
All right, there wasn't any specific in the report that you wrote relating 5'8" or 5'10" or anything like that, correct?
It was more of a general description as opposed to a specific one. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Hernandez?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
After your involvement in the case, or I should say during your involvement in the case, you prepared at least one report, correct?
I think it was 4.
Okay. And on the one that Mr. McCarthy is referencing was dated 10/14. You have a section of your report called Summary of Combined Interviews with Linda Susan Murray. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in that report, am I fair to assume that you kind of compile all the information that you've received from her up until that point?
That's true.
Okay. And in that report, would you agree with me that you described a scenario of exactly what she told you happened from when these two individuals came to her house and then left her house?
As a general statement, yes.
Okay. And is it true that in your report, you detail Linda telling you that all 3 people, including Mr. Murray, Mr. Zuazo, and Mr. Hernandez, go downstairs at some point in time?
That is true.
Okay. And then you put in your report, a short period of time goes by and Linda observed the large Hispanic suspect come up the stairs and through the basement door. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you then remember writing that the large Hispanic suspect then asks Linda, where's the jewelry and where's the money? I'll just begin again with that sentence just for the record. You wrote that Linda observed the large Hispanic suspect come up the stairs and through the basement door. Do you remember writing that?
Yes, ma'am.
You then write the large Hispanic suspect then asks Linda, where's the jewelry? Where's the money? Linda states she tells this suspect that the only money in the house is either in her purse or in her husband's pocket. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You then wrote that Mr. Hernandez asked her if there was any money, if there was any other money in the house, and Linda explained that Mr. Murray technically usually keeps money in his pocket and no longer uses a wallet.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you write in your report that Mr. Hernandez continued to go through her purse and take her money, also took her car keys and her cell phone, correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes, ma'am.
You then write the black suspect then comes upstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
So in your mind, there was a period of time between Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Zuazo coming up the stairs based on what you put in this report, correct?
That was the version of events relayed to me by Linda. Yes.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will this witness be excused?
I have no objection. Thank you for the meeting. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
Any objection, Ms. Lofton? No. All right, you can speak.
And Judge, if we can approach.
Yeah, come up.
No, you may not approach. Don't approach up here. What you gotta say it from there. That's what you can do. She swallowed the. Oh. You said you thought I would be the first one to agree with that one? No, they're not the same. No. No. I know these jurors better get together because that's a whole lot of work that they doing in regards to 2 juries. I mean, the trial got to be almost over, right? We can't have that many more people testifying. And then we got that, and they back here Googling and stuff. They better sit tight. Sit tight. Huh? Swallow the TE in interaction. She swallowed it. Wow. Yikes. No, she swallowed it. Oh, okay. I know my boy better have on a different shirt tomorrow. That's what I do know. Lynn said, ew, really? Oh boy. I don't know. Every time I look at her, I think of Wednesday. Yeah, because I know I don't know who else we need to talk to. You don't have any idea besides the ME? We haven't heard from the ME, right? Oh no, I'm talking about not him, the other guy.
Okay, so what panel now? What A? Okay. Come on.
Yeah, Joshua got on. I think Joshua has on the same shirt from yesterday. Yeah, I know that Carlos, he got him a new shirt.
Your panel B, we're sending you out for a break, okay? And so somebody will come grab you right now. You're going back to your jury room. You cannot leave the jury room, okay? All right, thank you.
All right, for the jury.
What? Not leave jury room.
Okay, please be seated. Are you terrified that you don't get a break? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the testimony for your portion is going to be done for the day. All right, so we are actually going to excuse you for the rest of the day a little bit earlier than we typically gone out. Based on what I think is going to happen, I think we'll probably have you back to be safe and not have you sit in that jury room for longer than necessary at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All right, so you are free to go and return at 9 a.m. there's a caveat here. You're going to be taken back into your jury room and you're going to have to wait until you are allowed to leave. So that might take about 5 or 10 minutes before you're actually done for the day. When you are excused, I need you to physically leave the building, okay? So I don't want anyone sticking around for any purpose. Is there any reason anyone would want to be sticking around? All right, okay. So I won't see you then again until tomorrow morning at 9. All right, thank you.
All rise to the jury, please.
All right, so let's just make sure that we're holding the doors for the jury. Can you message everyone in the back and make sure that's being done?
And Judge,
yes.
just for the record, we've had this discussion, just the logistics at the bench, but regarding Mr. McCarthy wanting to be present for the next witness, needing his client to be present for the next witness, he has agreed that they do not need to be present for the next
What
witness.
witness is going to be called?
That is going to be the detective regarding the interview down south. So that's going to be Detective Wendell Smith.
And is that the only witness that we intend on having today?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you have talked to your client about his right to be here and listen to that and be a part of it, and you guys both decided you don't need to be here for.
We do not want to be present. That is a statement that, the whole reason we're having 2 juries is that statement. So
Okay. Fair enough.
We don't need to be here for that.
All right, so then have a good evening, and I will see everyone then back tomorrow morning. I also just want to indicate to the sheriff's department, although I've told those jurors to leave for the day, my fear is that one would come through the front door because they need to ask me a question or something. Can we be double checking on anyone who's coming to the courtroom that they're not a seated juror? Okay. All right, Mr. Zuazo is all set then.
Same thing every night. All right, take care.
And then just for the record, I know that this video that will be played is roughly an hour and 10 minutes. And I think the court indicated that they did not intend to listen to all of it today. We may have to break.
Yeah, we might have to break. Let's just see how it goes. Is there going to be a lot of questioning of the witness outside of the video?
Your Honor, I'll be doing it. I'm just going to ask him, did he go down and interview him when that was, and then go directly right into that.
And either way, your cross is going to be wrong. Because that's what would happen, because that's their purpose, right? Okay.
No, I was down to 3 witnesses tomorrow.
And that's
Besides
with the medical examiner tomorrow.
Yes.
Well, 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5.
2 of it.
Are you calling Adam?
So we got Conley, Alexander, and Bishop.
I'll get on.
You're okay. Take your time, Mr. McCarthy.
You're not calling SWAT, you're calling for police?
No, because you're not.
Okay, so just so y'all know what's going on. They saying that this next portion that we're gonna see why they are having to drop. I mean,
Lofton's witness, there were redactions done to it. Those redactions were done by some request from Ms. Lofton, and then others are by agreement. Ms. Lofton has been provided already a copy of that video that's going to be played. So when it's played, everyone already has agreed that what's about to be played is admissible, and there shouldn't be any issues with what's played because both sides have agreed to it.
Okay, that's correct. Sounds good. And although we are not going to have Mr. McCarthy and Mr. Zuazo at council table, I would suggest remaining where you are, Ms. Lofton, just so that there's no appearance in front of the jury that there's some type of movement for any reason. Okay. Is Mr. Zuazo down?
It's my understanding that he is.
Okay, so then if he's down, then we can let McCarthy's jury go. Yeah.
Wait for 1 minute more. I can get under the elevator. That way I won't run into it.
We gotta go quick.
I am moving as fast as I can. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
You too.
This is wow. So this is the reason why they got two juries in here, because they didn't want one jury to hear this other testimony that's about to go against Carlos. You know, and was they really must got him. Like okay. They're about to bring in the other jury.
All rise for the jury. Oh, you can come in here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, please be seated. People, your next witness.
People call Detective Wendell Smith.
Good afternoon, Detective. If you want to just get in that witness stand, watch your step, raise your right hand, and I'll get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to provide is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and tell us your name.
Wendell Smith.
Your witness.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you spell your first name and your last name for the record, please?
Mr.
WENDELLSMITH.
Smith, where are you employed at?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your title with the Sheriff's Office right now?
I'm a detective with the Rochester Hills Substation.
How long have you been a detective?
About 2 years.
And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
I worked road patrol for 3 years.
And was it out of the Rochester Hills substation?
Various substations.
Okay,
But one of them was Rochester Hills.
Okay. And prior to your appointment with the Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement experience?
I was a Detroit police officer for 4 years.
And Detective, were you involved in the investigation of the homicide that occurred on October 11th in Rochester Hills?
I was.
Okay. And as part of your involvement, were you assigned to go down to Cato Parish, Louisiana?
I was.
And how were you told to go down there?
We flew down there.
Okay. And when you say we, who was that?
I went with one of my partners, Detective Wiegman.
Okay. And why did you go down there?
I believe they had evidence
that was taken when Mr. Hernandez was arrested, and we were also informed that Mr. Hernandez wished to speak with us.
Okay. And so, do you recall what day it was that you flew down there?
I believe it was the 17th
of what month?
October.
Okay. So you and Detective Wigan go down to Cato Parish on the 17th of October?
Yes.
And it's fair to say one of your responsibilities was to collect the evidence that the Cato Parish detectives secured from that stop.
Yes.
And did you transport that back to Oakland County Sheriff's office?
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys fly back or drive back?
Oh, we drove back.
Okay. Would that be, when you say we, it would be you and Detective Wiegman?
Yes.
Okay. And also, while you were down in Cato Parish, did you interview Mr. Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. And that person you interviewed down in Louisiana that you knew to be Mr. Hernandez, is that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him, identify him by something that he's wearing?
Gentleman right here in the blue shirt.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, people are going to move to admit and to publish at this time to the jury People's Exhibit 14, which is the interview of Mr. Hernandez.
And are you identifying him for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, may the record reflect an inquiry has been made at the defendant.
The record reflect the witness has identified defendant Hernandez. And there's no objection to the admission of this exhibit. What number is that?
14.
14. Ms.
Yes.
Lofton, no objection? Correct. 14 is in.
And was this interview recorded?
It was.
Okay. And who conducted that interview? Was that you or Mr. Wiegman? Or Detective Wiegman?
Detective Wiegman was the primary interviewer, and I sat in with him.
My name is Detective Wiegman, Detective Smith. How do you guys look? Well, nice to meet you. We both work for Oakland County Sheriff's Office in Rochester Hills. We are here today. Number one, to introduce ourselves, and we were told that you might want to talk to us, and as a result, we should all talk to you. Am I leaving with you guys? Today, not today. When am I leaving? We're working on extradition right now. It'll probably get with you next week. It'll probably be sometime next week. What kind of questions you have for us? Did you guys arrest the other dude? We have more than one person in custody, yes. More than one person. Yeah. I'll let you answer all that. I'm gonna leave that as an open-ended question, or open-ended answer. Why am I taking all the heat on this shit when I shouldn't be? Well, before we talked, so we were told that before that you didn't want to talk to police. Is it our understanding that that's changed? You now want to talk to us? Okay, and then you've never met us before. Nobody's promised you anything to talk with us. Okay, you're doing this on your own free will. Yes, sir. Okay, right. And you understand that Miranda, because you made certain statements in the past, applies to a certain extent. We would not be here if you didn't ask to see us. Correct. All right. Do you want to speak to us and give a statement on this today? Yeah, I'll talk to her for a minute. All right. As a result, you ever seen one of these before? Yes, sir. We're going to point back and cover this. Before we start, all right, let's talk about your background real quick. All right, state your full name for me. Carlos Hernandez. All right, your middle name? Jose. What's your date of birth? 12/11/1986. All right, where are you from? Detroit, Michigan. All right, were you born there or born someplace else? I was born there. You were born there. All right, I was living in Texas just recently. All right, how long you lived in Texas for? Almost a year. All right. Let's talk about your background. You go to school, you graduated high school? No, I got a GED. You got a GED? Can you read and write in English? Yes, sir. Do you have any college schooling or any certificate after the fact? What do you have? I got a CDL, I've got a certified paralegal certificate, and I got a degree in business management. Where'd you get your legal for it from? Where'd you get it for? Where'd you get it from? What's that?
provide an explanation, an instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not that you can't hear the audio, that's intentionally done. If you can't hear it, you're not supposed to, okay? All right, go ahead.
So I started working as a machine operator, and then I got my CDL, which led me to own on some of my trucks. Okay. All right, what kind of medical issue you got? Just that. Honest answer. All right, so with that, have you ever been diagnosed with any sort of psychological issue? Oh, yeah. What have you been diagnosed with? Being schizophrenic. You're schizophrenic? Yeah. All right. You on your medication right now? No. I refuse to take it. I haven't taken it in quite a while, and I've been managing my symptoms, so I don't want to take it. I feel like it hurts me more than it helps me. All right. So let's talk about it a little bit. When were you diagnosed as schizophrenic? Oh shit, 37 now, so over 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago. What medication did they ask you to take at that point? I was on Seroquel, just to hang up them. I was on a lot of them. All right, when did you stop taking them? So the obvious question is going to come up long term, right? You've been diagnosed as schizophrenic. How can we trust the statement you're making right now? So I guess there's this, right? A handful of easy questions. What year is it? 2024. Who's the president of the United States? Well, right now, Biden. All right. And how many quarters make a dollar? 4. All right. So we're trying to think of other ways to gauge. So listen, yeah, I understand what you're saying about the medication. Don't worry, I'm like everything I tell you or everything I talk to you about, it's gonna be good. Like I've been off my is if I am having issues with my mental health where I can't personally manage it, I know what to do. All right. So you're a paralegal, you can read and write in English. You know you're talking to the police right now. I know issues with that. I mean, kind of, because I've never actually talked to the police before. Not in this kind of setting. All right? Not where I'm wearing this and you guys are wearing that, but outside of this, yeah, I've heard you guys all the time with it. But ultimately speaking, you run your own company, you own multiple trucks. Yeah, all right. Do you have any other questions about that specifically? I mean, I trust your judgment on this one. Like, there's no reason not to the way you're explaining it. All right, let's go over this Miranda real quick. You want me to read it out loud or you want to read it out loud? I'll read it. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him with you during questioning. You cannot afford a lawyer. One will be appointed for you free of any cost to you before any questioning if you wish. So, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to fill out some of this. Ashley, is Carlos correct? Yes. Can you do me a favor, print your name? Legibly, that's legibly, first, middle, last, right there. And then at time is 3:15. And then it's the 17th of October. All right. Before you sign it, a couple quick follow-up questions. Do you understand the rights that you just read? Yeah. Do you want to speak to me? Yeah, I want to talk to you. I know you might believe I'm going to tell you something that, yeah, I want to talk to you, but, all right? I just want to make sure, like, I don't want this to come back and say you didn't understand your rights or anything else, and because that does really matter. I'm going to tell you I'm not going to talk to you about the crime. I read a couple questions I want to ask you. I'm not going to talk to you about the crime until I can have a prosecutor sit in front of me. Okay? All right, so what I need for you to do, sign right here. So ultimately speaking, you don't want to talk about anything that happened. I mean, I may, but all right, hold on, man. Like, here's the deal. This is kind of going to be quid pro quo on our end. I'll answer questions when you're answering questions. Other than that, we're not just here to divulge everything that's in our investigation. That's not what we're here for. All right. So would you go? I go. Back and forth. All right. So here's the deal. There's no prosecutor here today. There's not going to be one here today. It's you and me, you and him. That's it.
So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
If I tell y'all something, no matter what, it could potentially bite me in the ass.
Yes.
So I understand that. Mm-hmm. What I'm asking is if I talk to y'all, is it going to help me with the prosecutor?
We can't make any promises. I mean, ultimately speaking, right? You're going to have to weigh this under your own judgment. And the way you kind of have to look at this is there are two frames of thought here. It's either number one, you're responsible for this, and quite honestly, you're being made out to be a monster on the face.
What will you tell them? I've seen it. Everybody I've talked to tells me.
And so you're playing the game of, I know what happened, I have a story to tell, and I'm repentant.
Listen, I got more than, I know, I got a fucking, see what I did? I made sure, because I kind of had an idea, so I made sure I kept doing an insurance policy. So,
all right, tell me about this insurance policy.
You got my phone?
Nothing that we don't have possession of.
There's a whole recorded conversation in there, a whole recorded incident in there. Recorded.
When you say incident, what is that?
There's a video in there. What y'all making me out to be, I didn't do, man. What they're making me out to say I didn't do. I didn't do it. I got proof I didn't do it. You been in my car yet? Take that black bag out my car. Just take the black bag out my car. Okay. But I'm telling you, this bullshit wasn't me, bro. It's not who I am as a man, as a person.
A lot happened that led up to all this.
Oh, I know.
Like, this is not just a day of, this is weeks of planning.
It's not even weeks of planning, but I'm telling you what happened. It was, no. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
What did your wife know about all this?
She really didn't know shit.
That's not entirely true. At some point she learned.
She didn't know.
And she learned before the traffic stop.
Before what traffic stop?
The one where you guys were stopped and you were taken into custody. At some point, she knew something.
Shit, right? It's been right after. You know, yo, we gotta go. It's time to go home. Back to car, let's go.
I mean, she had to have a reaction. Your mother-in-law had to have a reaction. Your family
They
had
were
to have a
like, what the
reaction.
fuck, why? And I thought, like, I didn't tell them, like, oh, this. I'm like, you know, just do what I tell you. When I tell you to do something, do it. Let's go get the fuck out of here now. My mother-in-law was shit, like, crying, why, what happened? My mother, why? What's going on? Like, we have to go on, I have to go home. And we went home.
You had 12 plus hours in that car together. A lot of time talking.
I won't talk to her about stuff like this because I don't want her involved in stuff like this. This is not what
Amanda's a good girl. She comes from a good family. She's from the suburbs. She don't deal with shit like this. So I don't want her involved in shit like this.
But she also knew before the traffic stop. And we know that because we can see the photos that came over on her phone. What do you mean? She was told by multiple members of your family and her family. Yeah. Well, we were driving home and she had to have questions. And I wouldn't answer her questions. Honestly, God, I wouldn't answer her questions because I didn't want her to have to be stuck in the middle of this. The whole time she's bugging me. Carlos, what happened? What happened? What happened? I'm like, man, just stop. Just stop. And in the car, I was just telling you know, you and our family was the best thing that ever happened to me, but when we stop, I'm gonna let them take me. If you guys look at the stuff I didn't try to run, but you also had a kid in the car, man. You could have brought that kid in the car. Believe it or not, that Jeep fast, I could have did the police, but that's just bullshit. I wasn't doing that. I wasn't gonna try. For the record, we had that conversation. We know that she just faster than most police cars. Yeah, I could have got away from the police in that Jeep, but I didn't want to try. You have the kid in the car, and you can't drive the kid in the car. Even if he wasn't in the car, and it was just me and her, I was still stopping. Because I knew, where am I gonna run? So I'm gonna go home, and I'll be sitting on my front porch waiting on me. But then I get home and you're there, okay, even if you're not, you will be. Why risk everything when she still have the business running? And why lose everything when I still have family to take care of? So she's still gonna be able to run our business, she's still gonna be able to do what she has to do, and okay, I'm gone, I'm probably gonna be gone for the rest of my life, but take care of you, and that's not heavy. It's a big decision. Why did you still have the bag in the back of the car? Insurance. What were we gonna find in his bag? What is so important about his bag that makes it an insurance policy? It's gonna basically tell you who did what. And you said you had 2 other people in custody, and it said we have at least who? Joshua Zuazo. It's gonna tell you who did what. So I'd rather start from the beginning on this, man. If Joshua was the killer, how did all this go down? And this is where I need the prosecutor. When it started getting into them questions, that's why I need the prosecutor. That's fine, you're right. Because I'm looking at natural life for something I didn't do. Right? Then in that case, I want the question that addresses public safety today, right now. The victim had a gun on when we went downstairs. What happened to that gun? That's a good question. I never had a gun. Somebody else had a gun. What they did with the gun, I have no idea. I believe it was sold, but I never had a gun. I know you called it an insurance policy. But it kind of does you in like it does him in. No. I mean, even if it does,
What y'all are making me look like I am on TV? I'm not that. If you're not that, tell me what you are. This is kind of an opportunity here, right? If you don't want to be portrayed as that, tell me how you want to be portrayed. That's the person I am, bro. I love my family. I was trying to take care of my family. Trying to like, I love my family. Like my mother, my sisters, my brother, my grandmother. I love my family. I'm a family-oriented person, and I'm not a monster. I know it looks like, it sounds like I'm a monster. It looks like I'm a monster, but I'm not a monster. But I get going behind here. Right from the beginning. It's a 50-50 shot, right? One of you guys is more responsible for killing that victim than the other. That's just by like chance. That's always going to be a thing. Every time we do one of these. The robberies, going into the homes. We found several other addresses. Was the plan to do more than one? No, so that was just a year ago, never found it because it was burnt. But it was just a type of thing that they made that looked like that there was other inspections. There was no possibility of going anywhere else. How did you pick out those houses? For neighbors. Well, 2 of them are. The last one is not. Maybe they were past neighbors or something, I don't know, but I know it was all related to that. But there was never any ideas of, oh, let's go here, none of that. How did you identify that house? His own. Should somebody gave his address? They tell you how and why? What do you mean how and why? Why that house? Why that address? It's another question that I'll answer for a prosecutor. I'll even tell you who, when the prosecutor's sitting in front of me. Listen, I know I gotta do time, but anything under 20 years, I'll say, honestly, that's a fair answer. Usually when I have those conversations, let's make this happen. That is a standard conversation. Listen, anything, you come to me 15 years right now, I'm like, let's go. I'll sign a paper, you send me away, and I'll give you everything you want. But other than that, some questions I only ask for them. What I will say is I didn't do it. It wasn't me. I know for a fact it wasn't me. I proof it wasn't me. Either it could wait till the trial to come out, or it could come out to a prosecutor. It doesn't matter, but it wasn't me. Is there more than one crew doing the same thing? Was that prosecutor again? Okay, you must be the prosecutor. I get it. I want to hesitate on that right there. Is there more than one crew? Straight up, yes or no? You're gonna have to tell me who. Is there more than one crew? I'm sure it is. There sure is. Is this something that is a greater ring? Because if we're gonna have this conversation, let's talk around it without talking about it, right? Are we talking 2? Are we talking 5? Are we talking 10? Well, there's like 2 other groups. When they're doing it, are they doing it the same way you are, minus the death, or is there a different ploy? There's different ways they're trying it. You want to tell me about any of those ways? Because I know more than a couple of them, and I'm vetting this to know whether this is bullshit or not. They're trying with Xfinity Wi-Fi. They're trying with AT&T. There's multiple ways they're trying. Is this word of mouth that's being passed around on how this is done, or is this centrally dispatched, so to speak?
And it's a dude that's figuring out different ways to plot shit, and he's like, try it like this.
What other kind of trucks have you seen?
I actually seen an AT&T truck. Like, they actually have a real truck.
Do you know where that one happened at?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if it actually happened?
Actually, I don't know if it actually happened.
Tell me how you know Joshua Zuazo.
I've been knowing that dude since we were kids. Like, he lived a couple blocks over from me.
Alright, so from talking to people, what does Josh do?
He does cement.
I understand he does cement. What else does he do other than cement? Because this is, if he is the killer here and this got out of control in that basement in some way, this is probably not the first thing. And this might be the first time he's committed murder. But you don't just do this out of nowhere.
There was another one of the questions, though. I've been knowing that dude since we were kids, man. And I know he's probably giving you a statement on me and telling you some things about me, but I can't control it. Like I said, I know I have to go away. It would be better if I was able to talk with a prosecutor. Would you on there?
And that's fair. But to get the prosecutor in the room,
I think I've given you something that's worth getting a prosecutor in the room with them other ones.
let's talk about exactly what those things are. Lay it out for me.
With the AT&T truck, with the way they're trying it as Xfinity, as AT&T.
Who's that young? You got that?
You're good. But yeah, I do.
And there's a reason why I'm setting it up this way, because if we have this conversation now and it sets up now, and you want to have this conversation later, that's fine. But when that time comes, these are the things we're discussing and these are the things we expect. All right. If that's the case, full explanation of what happened in the house.
You get me in front of a prosecutor, I give you everything you want to know.
I want to know who's responsible for that pickup truck. You guys burned it in Detroit. Listen, man, I'm not asking.
It was burned in Detroit.
Yeah, I'm telling.
I'm sure it was.
All right. I want to know where that came from. I want to know more about where all this DTE paperwork came from.
The same person that gave you ideas.
What does he receive in return, if anything?
A cut.
Can you prove the cut?
Yes, I can. I told you I had an insurance policy.
I get it. Do you understand why I'm asking that? Because at this point, like here, I'm looking at a conspiracy charge. We're not here.
Oh, you definitely get
for not. What is the cut?
So what it is, like say we was to come out with a box of jewelry, he would take his pick on certain items. And if we came out with money, we would give him a portion of the money.
There was 3 pieces of jewelry on that victim.
Still should have been 3 pieces of jewelry.
There's no significant one that's missing.
I didn't have contact with him, so I don't know what he had.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's get some things straight up in this chat. I guess this is a good time to stop this man from him with his diarrhea mouth. Good grief. Too bad it didn't make him lose no weight. Did y'all just hear what this man said? Did y'all catch that? He was like, the officer was like, well, who did all the DTE? Who got all the documentation? Who got all these things? He was like, shoot, the same person that came up with the great idea. Okay. All right. That's you, doofus. Like, you don't think that they got this camera, you walking and strolling up into the place ordering this stuff? Like, come on. All right. Yes. Diarrhea mouth. I'll be like, really? Mouth just in here running. Like, I cannot with him. And he gonna tell the officer, oh, you good. Like, I told y'all, tricky Thursday. He think the officer trying to trick him. He got a lot of nerve. I can't with him. Act like he do it, like he's smarter than everybody. He the smartest in the room. Nah, they didn't buy him a meal, didn't lube him up, nothing. Just brought him in there and his mouth just got to running. And I mean running, and it's not stopping. He got a lot. No wonder the other jury, and he trying to blame it on this guy, but he can't blame but so much. Talk about he got some insurance in his phone. Y'all get my phone? Yeah, I got some insurance. What insurance could he have in his phone? Oh boy, I can't with him. Yeah, he is a monster. Talk about he not no monster. You are a monster. Especially if he is guilty of these crimes that he committed, he is a monster because he had plenty of time to step back, think about it, and not do it to some people that he don't even know. These older people. I don't think it's body shaming. So yeah, I don't know. You could probably miss me. I don't think that now. I don't agree with that. And if body shaming is what he gonna get from this chat, then he'll get it because that's the least that he can get from somebody, considering that he's out here allegedly being a whole total unaliver. Come on. So if that's what it is, no apology here because he can be body shamed, right? Like he out here taking out people's lives. So that's the least that we can offer to him. Allegedly. Whatever. All right, let me take y'all back in.
Like, other than talking to him, I had no other contact with him. The night I talked to him, that was it. When did you figure out the victim was dead in the basement? When I was sitting at home scrolling on my phone. How did you see it? Where did you see it? I think I seen it on Instagram. As a result of that, was there a conversation with Josh over the phone or by text message? I think I FaceTimed him. I FaceTimed him. I got in my car, went there. If that conversation with the prosecutor happens, we had a conversation. I said a few things to him, and I left. Headed home. Did he tell you what his plan was? Josh? Oh, shit, just to go back to work like normal. What did he say you guys about me? He was afraid of him. What? Really? Are you serious? He's afraid of what you and your people can do to him and his family. He really said that? That's crazy. What else is that? Didn't get an interview? I don't know it. I know. All right. Man, I can't wait to get in front of the prosecution.
How long after the incident did you have this conversation via FaceTime with Billy?
What do you do that? I don't know, I was laying there scrolling, and literally right after I looked at my phone and seen it, I'm like, fuck, it calls them, I don't know. It's in my phone.
Did you ever send screenshots of what you were looking at to him?
I don't remember.
Did you give any sort of reaction?
Yeah. Like, fuck, basically.
Was that because you found out, or because you believe he just found out for the first time?
Maybe because we both just found out for the first time.
Fair answer, but you see what I'm asking there, right? Do you think he withheld that from you?
I believe he did. Should I work at Hercules Drone Steel, Eaton Steel?
Where's that?
In Livonia.
Okay.
And then I worked at, I first started at, can't remember the name of it now, all the other stuff in my mind. But it's in, right with this small steel plant. But I started there, then I learned everything I had to learn. And then I went to Eaton Steel, Hercules Drone Steel, and I stayed there. And this happened. Steel went to the top of my hand. Believe it or not, it barely touched me. And it's just so sharp because we were running a flat steel sheet, and it was, my hand barely nudged it. I was going to measure it to make sure it was the right size. Just didn't need to pull my whole hand off. Arteries split in half, and
I have something like that. I did metal pouring and prototyping during the recession. I was working part-time for the sheriff's department, and I was pouring prototype Kirkside products for pound for stamps. So I was doing sand casting and metal pouring. And while cleaning out the auger, it came fucking loose. And it embedded itself in my finger. And they actually did a pretty fucking good job bandaging me up on that one. My hand got stuck in that fucking machine. And it was just enough where it got traction on something else and didn't keep on tearing through my hand.
yes, I can't even make a whole fist. My tendons don't allow me to make a whole fist.
See, all I did was crack the bone, and that went straight down to the bone.
No, I never finished physical therapy. I had to go back to work. Like, my bills can't say, hey, I'll catch you later. I can't pay you right now. I had to go back to work.
To your credit, that is the toughest job I've ever done in my entire life, with the most exposure to like just nasty shit.
Yeah, all that come out of there spitting up black shit and wasn't good.
All the stuff that was in that sand we were pouring and making those prototypes out of, all that shit was completely toxic. Everything was a carcinogen.
Yeah. But, yeah, I'll see a doctor and say, this is as good as I can get my fist closed. And feel it. Yeah, I can't get my fist closed. My tendons just, I had to go back to work. I couldn't take the time off of work doing physical therapy. I needed to work. But when I realized my hand isn't gonna do what I needed to be to keep working in the steel, I paid to get my CDL, and then I started to hit the road. Actually, I didn't hit the road right off the gate. I was hauling cars, moving them around, and then I was like, should I make more money going over the road? Went over the road, save my money, save my money, save my money. Got my trucks.
So I noticed some paperwork in your car. And that paperwork was some death certificates and some bank statements from my uncle, credit union, that's your uncle.
How are you guys related? From my grandmother, her mother was related to them. And so what is the family tree? So it's my great grandmother, basically me and him, I took care of him. Okay. But it was like his mother.
So I need to ask y'all, because I'm just like, ew. Okay, so right here where his shirt is open, guys, I don't know if y'all can see this. Like, is that a tattoo or is that hair or am I just looking too much at this man? Because I was looking at his fingers, his hands, and I was like, okay, I think those are tattoos. It just looks like it looks scary to me, y'all. No, that looked like more than taco meat. It looks scary. Oh gosh. I don't know. It looks scary. It made my skin crawl when I seen it. Sorry. It's tattoos. I don't know. I like a little taco meat on the right man's chest. Oh, we can't call it taco meat. What we gotta call it? Hairy chest? Taco meat mean is nappy, like beady beads. She gonna throw up. There be like the little buckshots on their chest. That's what I call taco meat. Now, if you got a hairy chest, that's one thing. But when you say taco meat, Jason, you ain't running right here with that taco meat that you ain't calling now. Taco meat sound like is beady beads, them buckshots. Oh goodness. Don't do that. We're not gonna do the taco meat. You can have a hairy chest. But if you want to say he got the taco meat, that mean that he got the little beady beads that he ain't even brushing out. He ain't even trying to get in the shower and rub them down. I ruined your taco night. Remember, there's a big distinction. You can have hair on your chest, but if somebody calls it taco meat, y'all know how taco meat look. It be all, tight, like you ain't combed it out. You say hubby gonna be looking. Okay, all right. We gotta find something else that way y'all can be able to eat y'all tacos. It's not even Taco Tuesday. That's Jason bringing up taco meat.
And I think my great grandmother, I always said, from my grandma Dolores. Is that maternal or maternal? Maternal, all right. But they were just all related, and I took care of them. I went over there, I fed them, took them clothes, and fucking died on me. What's the name attached to that? Sue Adolf? Yeah, that's the one there. Like he just had a heart attack, his heart gave away on him. I was a little concerned when I first saw that. I sat there and I was like, did you steal people's death certificates? What is this stuff? I don't know. Well, great uncle, but y'all take care of him forever. Make sure he ate. And when he couldn't do his stuff, I washed him. I know about that. But again, that's family. Like if my family member needs me, I'm there. See, the news don't see that side of me. When you guys release this, hopefully you release that part. Then I take care of fucking comfortable. I'm not asking these questions for no reason. But yeah, what I think this entire case did, at a baseline level, you took a whole bunch of people, your partner took a whole bunch of people on the north end of Rochester, and you put the absolute fear and death in them, because all of them can empathize with the victim and go, that could have just as easily been me as that guy. Or I can empathize with the victim, that could have been me. I
think I probably know the answer to this already. Why the husband and not the wife? What do you mean? Why not both? It was never supposed to happen. What do you mean, why not both? I'm trying to. No, it was never supposed to happen. The fuck? You understand what I'm saying, though? Yeah, it was never supposed to happen, bro. But if I'm supposed to believe that the other guy's a monster, why doesn't he come up and enter too? It was never supposed to happen. Why did you guys leave so quickly? What do you mean? You guys were in the house for 21 minutes. I never said I was there the second day. Now you put me somewhere I never agreed to say I was there. Doesn't matter, I know you were there. Face is on camera, your voice is on camera. What camera? Ring doorbell. The second day? The whole days. Oh, I didn't know I don't even give a fuck. I don't want to be there. It was never supposed to, like, when I tell you when he came up to me and started talking to me. He's like, we gotta go now, we gotta go now. Like, you can ask her, she was never put in no bindings until he came upstairs. She never had no bindings on. And the other thing, so the one interview that I did with all this was with the wife. You know what fucked her up in the hospital when we got to that part of the story? Is she paused and hesitated and she broke down. And it was, I can't believe I didn't see it. I can't believe I didn't recognize it. If we really had a gas emergency, why wouldn't, after we refused entry the night before, why wasn't the fire department or police department called out? I should have recognized it right then and there if I would have my husband to be alive. Can't believe you passed away. Why did you take no for an answer the night of? The door was open. It was that night. The houses are 100 feet apart, door to door. You could have walked right through. Didn't want to be there, like, so, yeah, just, it wasn't supposed to happen. Wasn't supposed to happen. Did he fight back? You gotta ask him. You said him, what do you mean? That's another question for the prosecutor. But did she tell you that she sat there without any kind of tape on her or nothing on her until he came back upstairs? She's bounced back and forth on a series of events. She said she got hit in the face. She said she got taped up by her hands and by her ankles. I think one over her mouth as well. Nothing ever happened to her, so she came back upstairs. Who hit her in the face? I don't even recall her being hit. The entire one side of her face is all black and blue. Yeah, I don't recall her being hit. Do you remember seeing blood on Joshua inside the house? Yeah. You talk about that in the car? A little bit. with the stolen cell phones? What stolen cell phones? We don't have any of the cell phones. I'll shoot their phones on the freeway somewhere, man. When you guys left, what route did you take? I think we came out on, I think it starts with an E. Took that straight up to here around, 75. Do you remember when the phone got thrown? Is there any sort of landmark you saw on the side of the road? Any road on it wasn't paying attention? We threw them out, you ran. You threw them out. Were you still in Michigan? Yeah. The car keys to the Infinity. I don't know what you're at. All the cars are still there, right? But we're missing a single set of car keys, which made us question whether we had to worry about someone coming back and stealing the car. And the family's still wondering that too. It's gonna cost probably, $500-600 to get the car re-keyed, something like that. To get a car re-keyed? It's just, I don't know, you have to replace the ignition too. I can't remember what they told me that was potentially gonna cost. But it's new fob and complete re-key. Well, I just had to re-key both my cutlass and my Jeep because the keys are in the car, they won't let her have them. So 2 pairs of keys for just the keys for that car, or at least one set. In the center console, we lift up the bottom part. The keys are to my Jeep and my cutlass are in there. And some of my truck keys, but those are spares. And the only other thing I'm looking for is what happened to that fucking necklace. What necklace? I was wearing a necklace at the time. It is the main piece of jewelry, the only piece of jewelry that's missing off this person. He still had a Rolex on his wrist. And quite honestly, a super identifiable and valuable one. We found a ring underneath his body. And we found that necklace. And it kind of makes me think, because the zip ties weren't used, that something really went wrong down there in that basement. Something unexpected. So somebody took a necklace from you? Necklace and the gun. And I wish I could talk to this fucking new kid, man. I also anticipate, based on on the history we know about him, there was no less than $2,000 in his pocket. I don't know. Like I told you, we had our own money. I don't know what was taken from the house. Still don't know what was taken from the house. I wish I would have the opportunity to talk to Josh on.
How long after the DTE truck was burned did it take you guys to get out of town?
The car backed up within a few hours.
And then how long after the incident did you guys take the DTE truck down to the truck?
Immediately.
Immediately? So when did you see this, did he pass, the victim died on Instagram? Immediately went to the truck. Immediately took off.
Yeah, it's been about 7 o'clock at night. Okay. That's about when I left. How did you guys know I was in Louisiana? License plate readers. You're driving a vehicle that's registered. Yeah. we didn't know always where in any general direction. I mean, everybody knew I was gonna go home. Everybody knew I was gonna go home. We just let him coffee on my way home or at home. Why did you guys go to Lowe's in a couple hours leading up to all this? Josh wants things. You wanna tell me what those were? Because I already know. The zip ties. So, who has the experience with the zip ties? Where did that come from? Man, all you gotta do is look at our history. You see, I don't have a history of shit like this. This is not what I do. I work. Yes, I
Man, this guy here, look, y'all. That's so funny on here. When we was thinking about this, you say you want to know what the redacted part is. Ain't no telling. But this is so funny. You know, with me and Jason, I don't know if y'all seen our comments in regards to this. Like this, I just show this to y'all. I don't even know if I don't even. I guess I can show it. It's just a TikTok video, but it is hilarious. And I was like looking at it, and I was like, I wanted to see this so they can know why I'm back here laughing. So y'all got to see this so I can stop sitting back here by myself laughing. And then I'll turn him back on. He ain't doing nothing but having diarrhea at the bottom. Let me show y'all something funny. Let me see. Let me share. So y'all listen to this. This is too funny. Y'all see the title, right? This is what I keep thinking of when I keep thinking about Joshua and Carlos. For some reason.
This out. First of all, you and me start working at the bank. Doesn't matter the position, okay? Just so long as we get in there, right? Then we just go there every day, do the work, gain their trust until we get them in the palm of our hand.
All right. That's how we get the money.
That's the beauty of it, bro. They deposit the money into our bank accounts. Week after week, month after month. They're not even gonna know they're being robbed. And then 20, 30 years later, we walk out the front door like nothing even happened.
Mother, that's called a job.
It's foolproof.
That was them too. Thinking they had came up with, we gonna go get the we gonna go get the signs made. We gonna go to the house. Like we gonna get the best. Oh my gosh. So they had the best plan in the whole wide world. I cannot deal. I'm like, I'm about to drive myself crazy looking at this. Oh, oh goodness. Well, that's how they get rich. These brilliant minds. Goofy. Okay, let's go. Let's see what what more he got to say. Oh boy. Let me share this.
But, yeah, this is what I do, man. I don't break into people's houses. I don't sit by people. Here's one thing. I believe that, I don't think you had the intention to kill him. But I do think the robbery had a lot of intent. I think that going to Willis for the zip ties beforehand, coming back twice, I think when you say it is closer to 5 or closer to 15 days, you guys went to Home Depot and bought the masks and bought the yellow vests. Because, I mean, there's at least 10 days lead up at the very least. Feels like 5 days before. I know we went one a while ago. What caused you guys to stall and not do it then? I just didn't want to do it. I kept there's something inside of me kept telling me no. What made you finally say yes? You finally let's just fucking get it done. What put you over the edge to say yes to him? I don't know, it just seemed like it was perfect. Like he said, like the explanation was, you're going wrong. And that's Joshua or this mysterious third party? This shit all them together. Where'd the DTE placards come from? Some guy in Michigan. Was it just the placards he gave you, or was it other things? Just the placards. So he's not the guy who provided all the DTE paperwork and idea. Those are two different people.
Is the guy who gave you the paperwork and all that stuff, she's the same guy who kind of runs the show and comes up with these ideas?
No, that guy, like the guy that comes up with the ideas, he's in Detroit too, but the guy that showed us the paperwork and everything, no.
Different people.
Yeah. Because the ideas come from the New England. I don't know if Josh told you about him, but that's where ideas come from. What's his name? Well. You know what, like White Boy Weddle? That's where ideas come from. Whether I think it can be done is another question. Do you have his number saved in your phone? Yeah. What's he saved as? Weddle. And is that a text message or is it a social media page? It's a direct phone number. Right. And then we're looking at a number, and I can't tell you what it is because I don't know what it is off the top of my head. And there's some involvement there. And we're trying to gauge what that involvement is right now. We need a number. There's a number to a phone that we don't have enough information on yet, so we don't know what it is yet. But we know there's another party out there. What is the number? Phone number. Yeah, what is the phone number? I don't know off the top of my head. Oh. We're trying to put that phone number with someone because we believe they're involved. Well, if I know the number, I can tell you, but I don't know the number. Numbers in your phone. If you're telling me that you talked to this guy, that was one and one together, then you're willing to give me access to your phone. Not yet. I need to talk to this prosecutor first. You don't know when I'm going to be back in Michigan? Let me be very clear on that point. I don't know, and I promise you I don't know. But if I did know that, I couldn't tell you that because it potentially endangers any transport that you might have. All right. Like, I'm not fucking around, like, are you guys as Oakland County coming to get me, or are you guys sending that extradition bus to get me? I don't know that either. I would figure it would be our guys, because our guys are paid by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, or paid by the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office when they pay for the extradition. Who they contract to do it with, whether it would be the U.S. Marshals, whether it would be us, they figure it would be us, but that's no guarantee. And whether that's a plane ride, whether that's a bus, whether that's a car, don't know. I mean, my concern here, dude, and if I had to do the transport myself, I should have paid fucking dude. Yeah. And how to safely get you back while still protecting the public is going to be a concern. All right. What other questions you got? That's it. If I have anything else here. Are you gonna set it up for folks from the hospital when I get ready? From here, there's gonna be a conversation between him and I, most likely on speakerphone, with probably at least the bare minimum 2 of our bosses. And then they're gonna talk to their bosses. We're gonna hang up with them and talk to another group at the sheriff's department and the prosecutor's office, and they're gonna make those decisions away from us. Is the message getting relayed? Yes, the message is going to be relayed. Absolutely. Did Josh actually make a statement? You can be honest with me. Josh told us he was scared. That's all he said. That's all I know. And this dude getting on a plane. Slept at my house. All right. All right, what? Any more questions? You got one? About how much longer will my car? That has to be answered for, because it's not us. There's bosses that are in charge of that, but I don't expect, the moment it's not needed, I don't see why they would hang on to it. All right. The message will be relayed. I am honest, I won't fuck you over, all right? We have a job to do here. Everything that we talked about here is eventually gonna go in front of prosecute for them to review, they're gonna make their decision, all right? I have no control after it gets submitted to them. All right. I appreciate you, sir. Yes, sir. Still open or relaxed? It's usually open. How was it here, by the way? I've only ever worked in one jail. Fucking horrible. I want to go back to Michigan. It's just like Oakland County jail. They smell any different. Listen, I want to go back. It's nice and you're ready for you, right? Yeah.
Detective, was that the only time you spoke to the defendant?
Yes.
And after this interview, that you testified earlier to, was it you and Wesley grabbed the evidence that was given to you and head back to Michigan?
Yes.
Did you transport Mr. Hernandez?
No.
No further questions.
Okay, all right, so we start cross-exam, but it's 5 PM, so I'm gonna let you go for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna ask you to be back tomorrow, 8:30 AM, okay? Anticipate a full day, okay? All right, thank you.
All rise, please, jury.
See you in the morning?
Yes, Judge.
End of the day. So they let his jury hear his interrogation. Okay.
Yeah, that should be.
Oh, okay.
Should
Is that
be.
the one that was this morning? The full set? Okay.
Should have everything.
They didn't. I wonder why they didn't ask no questions. I guess to just listen to the jury. I don't know. I guess if it was me, I'd stay up here. So nosy. Like I'd be telling them if I was the other guy that was sitting on the thing, I'd be like, no, I want to stay up here. I want to hear it all. Like, why would I want to go back to my cell? Let me see what he's trying to say. What is he trying to say about me? Let's see what we got out going on out here. You say he look embarrassed now? Shoot, he should have thought about that before he was running up in these people's house. Oh, silly self. I'm just trying to see what we got going on out here in these YouTube streets. Let's see here. Let me see something real quick. I tell you this stuff that be going on in Detroit, boy. You know, now that I am I'm subscribed to them so I can be able to see this. I don't know why they had to do this. Y'all see, wait a minute. Y'all see the wait a minute. Can I share this? Oh, I can't share it. Wait a minute. I gotta move it. Okay, so I guess Houston Danker, his sentencing is tomorrow morning at 7:00. Y'all know that's Karina's boo. But I don't know what could his sentence what could be different in his sentencing. They should have did both of those together. Yeah, I don't know why they doing that stuff separately. So I think that I know we definitely have our we'll have this tomorrow. I know Monday we'll start our Bianca Ellis. I'm almost sure that's going to be starting Monday. So guys, just be ready for that one. And if you want to know any additional information on that one, I did do a video. Y'all know I'm practicing my video runs. It's hard to kind of talking to myself and talking myself through stuff. You excited about that one, therapist? Yeah, they're picking the jury yesterday and today. Court, they're not having court on Friday. So that's why I believe that trial will start Monday. And it's local. I don't like court TV and law and crime, at least from what I see, they are not really covering it. So yeah, unfortunately, I like some of these little hometown ones too that haven't made the whole big headline, but I'd be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if court TV picks it up. I'm trying, SD. I sure appreciate you. I'm trying. I'm sure trying. I appreciate the encouragement because I know I'd be on there like, okay, it's only gonna take me 5 minutes to do this video, and it's almost probably better for me to have somebody like one of y'all in the chat while I'm doing it. Not everybody in the chat, but maybe one person, because I be like, when I'm talking to myself, I be like, oh, okay. And then when I go back and listen, I'm like, oh, okay. Let me see about this. Let me see. Let me correct that. Let me correct this. And I'll be up here all night. You do. Yeah. Well, good. I need really good cheerleaders in my corner because if not, I'm probably going to stop. I'm like, because I'm not a news reporter. I want everybody to get that straight. I am not a news reporter at all. And it seems like when I be doing that, like I'm a news reporter and I'm not here to report. This is what it is. I'm just trying to bring the information so y'all don't have to go a million and one places to get it. But I ain't no news reporter. No, I missed that calling. That's what I could tell you. But that case right there, with that with Sarah, guy, I don't really know about. The more and more I listen to that case, the more and more I feel some type of way about certain stuff with that one. Just so I can let y'all know. I'll probably go more into it as when we get in the defense side of it, or depending on what witnesses they bring today. But I just really, oh, thank you, Allison. I shall be trying. Yeah, I just really have some. I almost think with this Sarah girl, even though she may be, the Sarah Hartsfield, even though she may be guilty of some things that they haven't like convicted her on, I think that they are trying to convict her on this with not enough good evidence. It's like they want to bring in all her past stuff, and I just think that may be a little bit too much 404, like prior bad acts. Hey, drunkie. We are going to be starting the Bianca Ellis trial. I did do a video clip on the I put it on the channel. I think I did it like Sunday. Where she randomly stabbed his mom and stabbed the mom and a 3-year-old boy. The 3-year-old boy did not survive his injuries. And that one gonna probably be pretty I don't know. I'm really mixed with that one. So, and I guess once we get in there and we talk about it, we can probably get a little bit, because I feel bad for everybody in that one. Because I do in some ways. But yeah, Pretty Brown, go check out my video that I did. It'll give you a little background history on it. At least I tried to give y'all some background history on it. Yeah, they say they gotta make sure that they get fit and they diabetes and all that stuff is up under control, because I'm sure he probably got it. Yeah, and I'm looking at Court TV's website, and every trial that they got on here is like, they not doing gavel to gavel on coverage on any of them. They're not even doing gavel to gavel coverage on this one that we covering now. They not doing on none of them. What is this one that I need to go into? Oh, YouTube. Oh, you know what I could do, but y'all can play it. Y'all can do it later, but I could even play it. Y'all want me to play it? I'm not gonna sit here and look at myself, but I'll play it if y'all want me to play it. My YouTube video on what we gonna be doing. I'm just looking. Yeah, I know that as soon as we probably get finished with this trial in Detroit, I'm probably gonna really unsubscribe. They gotta, I don't watch the news, so listening to this stuff is like, seeing this stuff come through my timeline. I want to go look for it, but seeing all the stuff that come through my timeline in Detroit, like, I don't want to see all that stuff. That's just like right now, I'm subscribed to like a lot of stuff in Houston. And that's how I keep getting all the body count. And I'm like, I don't want to see all that stuff. I'm going to be unsubscribed because that's too much for me. I want to go look. Let me see. Where is my video? Yeah, I showed a video that this was the first one I made. Yeah, because I said Sunday, I said, let me try to start making some videos so I can get quicker. I want to get quick at it so it don't take me that long. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out. Don't worry. I'm gonna get it together. So this is the first video, and this is the video that we gonna be this is the trial that we gonna be doing on Monday. They did jury selection. They started jury selection yesterday. I will check on the court records just to make sure in Ohio, because that we still on task, because this case has went back and forth, and we'll have our girl Rachel. Oh, that day she gonna be Rachel B here. She's gonna come and talk to us about some things that are gonna play a factor in this case for us while we're going through it. So we have that to look forward to. If you laugh out loud inappropriately. Okay, here we go.
As we were parking or walking to our car,
Welcome to Take It to Trial. I'm your host, Sweet Pea, and what we just heard right there is a 911 call up close at the time of this tragic event. Julian Woods was fatally stabbed to death while walking in the parking lot with his mom to the car in June of 2024. Now, you say, who would do such a thing? Bianca Ellis. Ellis is 33 years old, and she's accused of fatally stabbing Julian Woods in the parking lot and also attacking his mom. Now you say, why would a person do such a thing? Bianca has had troubles with the law. She has stability issues. This is not her first run-in.
Can I go to go to prison? Because I don't have nowhere to go.
Well, you haven't done anything to go to jail.
But I don't have any money to have a bed to go to sleep in. I'm not even from here. I'm from Ohio. Okay. I was just trying to come here for vacation.
On March 25th of this year, a hotel in Kissimmee, Florida, called Osceola County Sheriff's deputies because Bianca Ellis refused to leave.
She's not being
like disrespectful, causing a scene or anything, but I just can't have her like half sleeping in our lobby.
Ellis told deputies she booked the room online, but when she got there, she couldn't pay the resort fee or the deposit, and she had nowhere else to go.
There's nobody that can help you right now. You guys don't offer help to homeless people.
We do, but we don't have shelters.
Not like a judge or somebody that can give me a prison cell, nothing like that.
The deputy told Ellis she could try a church down the road. She eventually agreed to leave and walk to the church, but a little while later, she returned.
You're being formally trespassed by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. You need to leave the property now.
But what about getting arrested?
Are you refusing to leave the property?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's cold outside. I don't have nowhere else to go.
Ellis spent more than a month locked up in Florida and was eventually released on April 30th. A little more than a month later, police say Ellis stabbed 3-year-old Julian Wood and his mother in the parking lot of Giant Eagle in North Olmsted. Sadly, Julian did not make it. The 33-year-old is being held on a $5 million.
So, as you can see, that's who we're speaking about right there. Right? Just 2 months prior, she was in Kissimmee, Florida, refusing to leave a hotel. She said, hey, I didn't know that y'all were going to charge me resort fees, and I don't have them, and I don't have nowhere else to go. Now, in that video, there's not situations where people ask to go to jail because they don't have any place to go. I would think in my head, this is a cry for help, but it was disregarded at that point in time. They did take her to jail. She stayed 30 days in jail, and then somehow, some way, she ended back up in Cleveland, Ohio. And this unfortunate event unfolded. She was arrested 4 days before the event. Watch and see.
Oh, because they were concerned about you. Yeah, I kind of get lightheaded from my medicine. 5221, I'm out. You need assistance at all, or you need an ambulance or anything? Are you feeling all right? No, I think the temperature is getting to be just right. Okay. Do you have an ID on you just so I can tell them that you're all right? Are you from around here, or are you trying to get out of here? Both.
So just so you all are aware, right here, she's saying, she don't know whether she's staying or going from Cleveland, Ohio, or the greater Cleveland area. And this happened about 4 days prior to the incident that we're talking about in question. And you say, well, they arrested her. Yes, they did. They arrested her on theft, and somehow she was released. This is June 3rd, 2024 at 2:39 p.m.
is walking into the police station there around 2:30 that afternoon. She's pushing her own wheelchair with a suitcase. Police say she was there in connection with her arrest the week before.
You got anything on you at all?
Ellis had a warrant for her arrest tied to a previous theft conviction. Police arrested her and then let her go. 4 days later, Ellis is seen going to the Volunteers of America thrift store, where police say she stole 2 knives, then briefly stopped in bins and things before walking into Giant Eagle. At 2:58, she walks past the service desk with the knife waving by her side, and no one appears to see it. Then we see her walking near the cash registers. Again, no one appears to see or react to the knife. She then passes Margot Wood and her 3-year-old son, Julian. Ellis immediately turns around and starts to follow them. Cameras show just before 3 p.m., Ellis walked into the lobby and follows behind the mother and son as they exit the store. Cameras then show her following them through the parking lot and to their car.
I mean, she is literally walking through the parking lot, walking through the grocery store, as if she's Michael Myers. Nobody says anything. Nobody turns around. Nobody questions her. She's walking right past the front desk. And she turns around and casually walks right back out the door to follow them. And that's when the attack happened. What is Ellis being charged with? She is being charged with aggravated redruming of the 3-year-old Julian Wood. She's also being charged with attempted redruming of his mother, felonious assault, amongst a whole list of other charges. Hearing penalties of life without parole or the death penalty. Yes, I said it, the death penalty. Now, just so we can know legally where we stand, remember, Bianca was deemed incompetent. She was deemed incompetent in September of 2024. Later, in February of 2025, she was deemed competent. Guess what, guys? We're back to September 2025. Trial is supposed to begin on October 1st, and she has been deemed back incompetent. And you say, well, why does that matter? Judge John Russo has ruled her incompetent. The case is now inactive, and she has been returned to North Coast Behavior Health Center for treatment. Let's break down the legal term in regards to what competency is and what insanity is. Competency means that they can understand the trial here today. They can talk to a lawyer. They can work with their lawyer on their case. So that's right now. The problem is that she was ruled incompetent, then she was ruled competent, and now she has back been ruled incompetent. So when we're looking at this case and we're speaking about Bianca, remember, she is claiming not guilty by reason of insanity. Does this competency back and forth, competent to incompetent, does this work in her favor? Her claim is that she is not guilty by reason of insanity. Now, not guilty by reason of insanity, these trials often, and most of the time, if the jury does believe that the person was insane at the time, they will sentence the person to a psychiatric hospital for life. The issue here is, does this ever get to a jury? When will justice finally be delivered for Julian and his loved ones? I'll be following every development, so be sure to subscribe and hit that bell so you don't miss when this trial finally returns to court and justice for Julian will finally be served. Yep, I did that. Okay, cool. So, yeah, so that's what we got to look forward to, guys. So it's to my understanding that it is going to trial. So it's like it goes from being able to go to trial to not being able to go to trial. And like I said, the last time that I checked, which was yesterday, it says that they are picking a jury. So I will be going back in there and looking to make sure we have a jury picked. And we'll kind of, I know that they're not having court Friday. I know. And that is so sad, Marilda. That's why I said I feel conflicted in this. And I feel so bad for her. Like y'all, I mean, y'all don't even know that. Like, I ain't even show most of like her. Like, she is like, I really think she like out there on the planet all by herself. Like out there. Like she even her presentation in the court, like she like yelling at the attorneys. This was in the beginning before they sent her to get some help. You could tell some things wasn't right. And it's just like because I'm like, how in the hell did she get to Florida talking about she on vacation? Yeah, therapist. I don't know. And I really don't want them to, I don't know if sentencing her to jail for the rest of her life is what but you got to think, got a 3-year-old boy that lost his life. All right. And the family, like, you know, they, you know, and of course, rightfully so. But when we looking at it from all angles, this is one of those things where I can almost feel bad for the victim and also for the person that committed the offense in some ways. Yeah, especially like because it seemed like she just didn't know. I don't know. She knew what she was doing. She was trying to go to jail. She was in jail 4 days before that. She was in jail a month before that. Yeah, she needs, and it seemed like, and you can tell the difference of her actually getting treatment and stuff because now when she's in court, she's more responsive. Like when I've been watching her little hearings and stuff, because I've been watching her hearings, she's like more, she ain't looking all wackadoodle. Like she be, you know, in the beginning, she looked just like whacked out of her mind. And, you know, the problem is that what I would like to say when we talking about this mental health, and, you know, Rachel gonna come up here and explain it to us because we got Dr. Rachel, right? We got doctors, we got therapists, we got all types of people that can help us and work us through these things. What burns me up when we talk about this, when we talk about mental health, and you can actually see somebody with mental health issues, we don't have the proper resources. It's hard to get them the proper care that they need immediately. You on these long waiting lists. People are not taking mental health very seriously, and it's really, 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 really upsetting. Yes, Baka, she is pleading insanity. Yep. She pleading insanity. So if the jury finds that she was insane at the time, that's why that's very important. Because it's not what she is now. Is was she insane at the time that the incident? I mean, she was so insane. Y'all see how she was walking through the, don't nobody do that. That's normal. It was committed in North Olmsted, Ohio, which is right outside of Cleveland, Ohio. It's a suburb of Cleveland, Ohio. That's why the police, and y'all see in my video that we're 4 days before, because she was out in a suburb, which is North Olmsted, and like they're not playing those type of games. Like they're not playing those games with people. That's why they came like, well, you unfortunately, even if y'all don't, you know, if you get in certain neighborhoods, they like, you don't belong here. So they like, what you doing here, ma'am? Are you coming? Are you going? Are you staying? What are you doing? Like, do you need some help? Do you need somebody for us to call for you? And that's when they found out she had a warrant for theft. Nobody, Baka, she running through the store like Michael Myers. I was like, I said, what a coincidence. And her case comes up in October. Let me see what Marilda say. Yeah, Marilda, it is. And that's why I said it's gonna be like that's right, Pretty Brown. That's the thing. Like our mental health system, it really, really, really sucks. Like you almost got to do the most out here. It's just now where jobs are letting you take FMLA and things like that. When you saying you too stressed out, if a doctor can take you off, like nobody cares. I don't know. I don't know, but this is what we gonna be working with on Monday, long as everything pans out to be. I know that Channel 3 is gonna be covering it. It is in the same state where, and it's so funny, it's in the same state. They probably an hour apart from that trial that we seen with the lady who said that Ruth Miller, who said that her husband was inside the fish. Mental health. She's also going for a not guilty by reason of insanity. And they are about an hour apart from these incidents in Ohio. Literally an hour apart, guys. I don't know. She was swinging that knife like she ain't have no worries. Yeah, so that's why when I seen that case with the Ruth Miller the other day, I was like, well, dang, Ohio, they got all these weird cases. Like, what is going on here? Yeah, but the one where her, she said her husband was inside the fish. We won't see that one for a while. We'll keep up on the hearings as much as we can, but yeah, this should be our trial for next week, which will be, pulling on some strings and stuff as we go through it. And I don't really see, well, I guess it may be a little too early for court TV and on the they did follow some of it, the coverage, but I haven't seen them do anything else with it. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what we got planned. So tomorrow we know we're gonna be back in Detroit. We'll be on day 3 for this trial, and then we have our take it to trial at night. I have already put out the notification thing for the take it to trial at night. So if you want to see kind of what that's about, definitely go ahead and look at the description. And if you want to bring your smoke, bring your smoke. If not, you can come and just watch the show. All right, we'll have fun and games. It's BYOB. Or BYOF. Bring your own food, bring your own drink, bring your own chair, bring your own everything. And we're going to make it do what it do tomorrow evening. We should get out of court pretty early. That way Marilda can take a nap and get back up and get in her fancy pajamas. You say there are 2 hospitals in Florida she can be convicted to. She's not in Florida she was in Florida the first time. She asked the officer, hey, she thought she was going on vacation. I don't know what she was doing. I really don't. The hotel called up the police on her when she was down there in Florida because she came down there to the hotel. She had booked her reservation online, did not know that they had resort fees. And of course, the hotel was like, well, you can't stay here. So she like, well, I ain't got nowhere else to go. I'm coming from all the way from Ohio. I don't have any more money. So she was sitting in the lobby, right? But the hotel manager like, well, you're not about to be messing up all the guests that come up in here at our fancy resort because they see you laying out here. That's not going to work. Told the officer, hey, well, no, she not bothering anybody. She not being rude. She not being obnoxious, but we can't have her laying out here like this is the homeless, shelter. So the police came, and the first thing she asked them, she was like, well, y'all ain't got no place that can help people that don't have nowhere to go. So the officer did tell her to go to the church down the street. I don't know what happened at the church, but somehow she ended back at the resort, and the resort ended up calling the police again. And she was like, can y'all just take me to jail? If you don't believe, go watch the video again. In the video, she like, y'all don't have a way y'all can arrest me? So they arrested her in Florida. And this happened in March of 2024. They arrested her and put her in custody for 30 days, and then they let her go. I don't even know how she got back up to Ohio. I don't know if she hitchhiked. I guess they still had that. I don't even know how she got back up there. I don't even know how she had a wheelchair. Yeah, they be full. It's really, really tough out here for people with mental health issues. She in Ohio. Right now they got her at North Coast Behavior Health Center. And I know of that health center because, like I said, I'm from Ohio. So I know the streets. I know the area. It's kind of different when you kind of know the area. Yeah, it's in Ohio. It's a suburb outside of Cleveland. Like, I can literally be driving out there in North Olmsted, and they might be like, what you doing out here? That's what kind of area that is, okay? We keep it all the way real. It ain't nothing like Cleveland. It's definitely uppity area. So if they see somebody just willing themselves in a nightgown, in a wheelchair, with a suitcase, they like, what are you doing? But if she was down in Cleveland and she was like that, they probably wouldn't have paid her no attention. That's why I don't understand why when she is in this giant ego where everybody is so nosy. I don't know why didn't nobody say nothing or act or go alert the manager or something. You set your alarm clock so you could be up at 4 a.m. I know I love you. That's why I said, let me let her know early. Let me let her know early. You know it's 4 a.m. It's going to be 4 a.m. on Saturday for you, right, Marilda? Yeah, so it'll be Saturday for you. Okay, okay. You don't have to work that day, right? You can go back to sleep. You can go back to sleep after we get done. Yeah, we typically only on for like an hour or two, but I don't know. They probably we probably be going into the next dang all day messing around with this Diddy stuff. Oh boy, I'm gonna get me some pizza. I'm gonna have me some margaritas up here, and it's gonna be lit. I will say, I don't know if y'all ever heard like a person that what they say, a person that I guess what is it, loose lips? It's something about like when you drinking alcohol, you tell the truth. Like it's some kind of saying. I can't remember what it is, but I can definitely let y'all know when I be drinking, boy, this mouth can show get to going, and it is a loose cannon. Yeah, SD, she's supposed to be competent. Oh, the truth serum. Yeah, well, I tell you that alcohol definitely brings out some truth for me, boo. And yeah, my loose lips they can definitely sink some ships. But I can definitely tell you when I get me a little doot up in me, I can about be saying about anything. I probably don't give two about anything. so don't judge me. Judge Judy or something because I might cut a rug. And that's why I was taking the trial at night. Because we are okay. I don't even be trying to like I make sure that YouTube don't even do no ads or nothing during that period of time for me. Because like if you cussing or you saying something wrong, you say something too many times that they don't like, they won't do the ads. But that's the only way that that's like the majority of my thing is my AdSense. So I try not to do that like during the daytime and stuff. I try to be on my best behavior during the daytime. But if I can get off this ad program, I probably cut a rug all the time. Yeah. Yeah. I probably could. Yeah, don't comment on those loose lips. Yeah, but I will definitely be ready. I'll have me look, and then I'll have me some just in case, because sometimes I get a little too excited and I be trying to throw them back faster than my tolerance can take it. I'll make sure that I have me some snapback for in the morning just in case I can't get out of my bed. Because sometimes when you sitting and drinking, it don't hit you, and when you stand up, you be like, ooh, wee. And I can see me doing some goofy stuff like that. Yes, I could definitely see it. Yeah. So go check it out. And if you got some things that you want to do, some opening statements, or you want to come put your 2 cents in the chat, or if you want to speak, say what you want to say, at least you'll know what we're doing tomorrow evening, and we're going to take it from there. I guess I'm going to a football game now. I guess since we got out of we out of court for the day. My baby, she's cheering at the they have flag football for the girls. So she's cheering at the flag football game for the girls today. So since I'm able to, since we ended early today, I'll be able to go into the thing. No, but I really don't. I don't make it. I don't make it members only after we get done. So after we get done, I make it members only. That mean that like it's kind of like a way of me saying what happens after dark stays after dark. So if you didn't come to after dark and you're not a member, you don't get to see what happened after dark. So it kind of goes to members only after we do it, if that makes sense. And play it for y'all. I was like, I have to figure out how to do that. All I gotta do is upload it to my computer. Yeah, I have to. I'll send y'all some. Yeah, she too much. Yeah, she got on lashes, y'all. The 14-year-old with the lashes. I'm like, that's what I was talking to. I'm like, oh, you think you look cute? She's like, nah, you looking at me. I said, oh, okay, that's because I think you look cute. She the one told me about the Bianca case. One day I was doing her hair and she was watching something, and I'm like, oh, she all into this crime stuff like her mama. And I'm like, what is you watching? And I got to watching. I'm like, oh, that's in Ohio. I said, did that go to trial yet? And she said, no. And I said, oh, and that's when I started investigating it. What you say? You go poke your eyes out? They better than me, because I'll be scared for somebody to be that close to me. Like, whoa, you all up in my personal space, boo. And I've been rubbed it on my eyes, like I've been rubbed that mess off. That's why I can't wear makeup, because it's like, I guess when you don't wear makeup or you not used to doing that stuff, you forget about it and you mess it up until you actually get used to it. Yeah. How old is she, Pretty Brown? Yeah, mine is 14 and 16. I don't know how to do them, so they have to figure it out themselves. My 16-year-old, I think she YouTubed it. YouTube how to do it. Oh, yeah, it's time. Yeah, I tell them to YouTube it. If you know how to do it, then they take their little money and they go get their little lashes, and I just let it, whatever. I can't, I don't know. I don't know how to do them, so good, more power to you. Yeah, so that's definitely something that they definitely like to do. I don't know. Don't lashes rip your eye. I don't know, SD. You say you trying to follow along. I don't know. I know they look so pretty and they very defining for people. And you know, I love seeing them on people, you know, as long as they respectable. I'm saying respectable, because y'all know some people can get way overboard with this stuff. So long as they had a respectable length, I'm okay with them. They look very, very pretty. You so silly. You be walking around with half of them on, half of them off. Oh gosh. You can't. That is totally unacceptable. Be having them with what up and what down. Oh gosh. Like, no. You say taking them off right away. Well, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I can't be bothered. It just sounds like too much work for me. Yeah. But guys, I am going to let us go so I can get her up here to her game and so she can go to practice. And then her game doesn't start for a couple hours. I'll go back up there and watch her game since I have the opportunity today to actually watch her. Again, because some days I can't make it up there. Yesterday she had a game and I couldn't get up there for it. So any of the videos, definitely go check them out. I do make the Sarah Hartsfield. I am making those members only first. So definitely go check out that if you see that. I'm trying to get better at doing all these little updates and giving y'all the members at least something first, right? You ought to look at it and then everybody else can look at it later. Definitely want to make sure that y'all get, I'm getting better. Like I be having so much to say and I could really do this all day. We're coming up here and saying stuff, but I just haven't figured out a real quick way to give y'all stuff. But I'm learning. All right. Well, you know you were in the right place today. Where there's no filters, no product, right? Just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, guys. I will see you guys in the morning. Look for your video tonight. I don't get the updates about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. So once I get the update, I'll update you. All right.